So have you ever wondered what it would look like to run your entire brand strategy, visuals, content, customer engagement, powered by artificial intelligence? What if you could generate on-brand social media content in seconds, design professional logos without a graphic designer, and deeply understand customer sentiment using AI, all while staying true to your brand's voice? Now, that's not a futuristic dream anymore. With the rise of generative AI, this is now a reality, and in this course, I'm going to show you exactly how to make it happen for your brand. Welcome to Brand Management with Generative AI. This course is designed for marketers, brand managers, entrepreneurs, creatives, and anyone who wants to harness AI to build, grow, and manage brands smarter and faster. Now, we'll explore how tools like ChatGPT, Midjourney, Canva, DALL-E, and other cutting-edge platforms will revolutionizing the way modern brands are built, from strategy and storytelling to campaign execution and customer engagement. And the best part, you don't need any technical background in AI to get started. My name is Syed, an enterprise architect and AI automation engineer with years of experience helping startups and companies integrate AI into their business operations. Now, I've worked with brand managers, digital marketers, content teams to streamline creative workflows, boost engagement, and future-proof brand strategies through automation. Now, I've built this course for people who are curious, ready to level up branding using the most powerful tools. So throughout the course, we're going to use AI for market research, positioning, brand messaging. You'll also generate brand names, taglines, and logos using tools like ChatGPT, Canva. You'll also automate your content pipeline so that you can automate your social posting at scale. We'll dive into AI, video, and voice tools also for brand storytelling and how to keep your content authentic and follow a brand strategy. You'll also learn how to monitor brand sentiment with AI analytics, build better customer experiences through AI-powered chatbots, and optimize campaigns with insights. We'll even look at how top brands are using AI and influencer marketing, crisis management, and brand protection. So, who is this course designed for? Well, I've designed this course for brand managers looking to innovate, digital marketers seeking efficiency, entrepreneurs, and startups who want to stand out, and content creators who want to expand their skill set using AI tools. Even if you're just getting started in branding and have no prior AI experience, this course will give you the tools, templates, and confidence to build AI brand strategy. So by the end of this course, you'll walk away with a complete understanding of how to integrate AI into every stage of your brand journey. You'll also complete a project too, so there's hands-on projects where you're able to work hands-on on certain project towards the end of the course. So as a bonus, you're going to get cheat sheets, you can get prompt templates, AI toolkits, and of course, exclusive access to private branding community so you can grow alongside your colleagues and fellow learners and bring your brand into the AI-powered future. This course is for you. So what are you waiting for? Enroll now and let's take your brand to the next level. Welcome everybody. Welcome to the course on brand management with generative AI. My name is Syed, and as a senior IT enterprise architect and an entrepreneur, I'm thrilled to guide you through this transformative journey where branding meets the power of artificial intelligence. Now, whether you're a marketer, entrepreneur, designer, or just curious about AI, this course is designed to give you both the strategic foundations and hands-on tools needed to elevate your brand in the digital age. So let's dive into the course agenda. Now, before we jump into the applications, it's important to understand what generative AI is and how it's reshaping branding. Generative AI refers to machine learning models like GPT, DALL-E, Midjourney that creates content such as text, images, and even video. So we'll be exploring all of these tools and understanding what generative AI is and how it helps your brand. Next, we'll get into a strong brand doesn't happen by accident, by the way. So it starts with clarity. So here we'll use AI to define your brand's vision, voice, and values. So by using prompt engineering with tools like ChatGPT, you will learn to develop brand positioning statements, mission declaration, audience targeting profiles, marketing, and that feels authentic and scalable. Next, we'll dive into AI-powered visual identity, and visuals matter because a brand's first impression is often visual logos, typography, color schemes, color styles, and AI is changing the game here too. We'll explore platforms like Canva AI, for example, and even ChatGPT, because that's rapidly prototype brand visuals that align with your brand essence. So you will see how AI can actually co-create stunning visuals based on your brand personality, like brand kits we will be creating and mood boards and so on. So next we'll dive into content creation and messaging at scale, because content is still king, but now it's powered by AI. So here we will learn how to generate marketing copy, blog posts, ad headlines, taglines, and even full scripts with tools using like ChatGPT, Copy AI, and others. Then we'll dive into basically market research and audience, because understanding your audience is non-negotiable, right? Because with AI we can gather insights faster, deeper, and cheaper than ever before. So here you will learn how to use tools like sentiment analysis, clustering, natural language processing to uncover what your customers really think about your brand and how your brand compares to competitors. Then we'll dive into multi-channel brand execution or global execution. So brands today live across many touch points such as email, web, social, mobile, and consistency is critical, and hyper personalization is also critical. So here I'm going to show you how to use AI to automate content delivery, personalize campaigns at scale, and even schedule adaptive responses based on customer behavior. Next, we'll dive into, again, consistency and governance in brand. So AI gives you speed, but that can also create inconsistency if unchecked. So that's why brand governance matters more than ever. So we'll talk about how to use AI for brand audits, tone enforcement, and compliance checks, so your brand doesn't drift off course. We'll also dive into some real world brand cases. So theory only gets us so far. Now, of course, we will see the real world applications as well. So I'm going to walk you through brand transformations that leverage generative AI, analyze that work basically. Whatever works, we will talk about those and I'll demonstrate. So what didn't work and why it didn't work, we'll talk about those as well. So you'll be exploring practical frameworks and then apply them in your projects. And of course, the AI branding journey doesn't end here. Of course, at the end of the course, we'll look at what's next, some of the emerging tools, and that's a bonus. So I'm going to give you a lot of the latest, greatest AI tools that you can use for your brand strategy. And of course, career paths, we'll talk about future trends in AI-driven marketing and creative leadership. And not to mention, you'll get several resources for continued learning and a clear roadmap to stay relevant in the fast-changing landscape. We'll also explore roles like AI brand strategist, prompt engineer, creative technologist, and many more. So whether you're looking to pivot, upskill, or lead innovation at your organization, this course is designed to help you out. So I hope this helps. Let me know if you have any questions with this. Let's dive right in and begin our course. Welcome. So let's kick things off by talking about something every business, big or small, cares about, which is brand management, but not just the traditional kind. So throughout this course, I'm going to be talking about generative AI and how it impacts your branding strategy moving forward. So let's be real. Traditional brand management hasn't kept up with the speed of today's digital world. It's time consuming, inconsistent, and often lacks personalization. And audiences expect tailored experiences, and static strategies just don't cut it anymore. That's where AI comes in. It helps fill those gaps, creating consistency, scalability, and adaptability across all channels. Now, we're not replacing creativity, we're simply enhancing it. So what is the role of generative AI in branding? Generative AI can act as your creative assistant, from writing engaging content to designing visuals and tracking brand performance. It does the heavy lifting so you focus on the strategy. And it's not just about speed, it's about precision as well. AI helps you stay consistent while adapting to trends and audience preferences in real time. It's branding, but way smarter. A strong brand identity sets you apart. With AI, we can maintain visual and verbal consistency across all channels, something that's tough to manage manually. From logos and color schemes to tone of voice, AI helps reinforce your brand's personality. It's like having a brand guardian that never sleeps. And customers love when brands get them. AI allows us to create personalized experiences for thousands of users at once, something that used to be impossible. It's not just about adding the first name to an email. We're talking dynamic content, product recommendations, even personalized visuals tailored in real time. Stories create connection, And AI helps build narratives or brand narratives that feel human and personal. From blog scripts to product videos, AI supports creative storytelling at scale. So the key is staying emotionally resonant while keeping content fresh. AI ensures that voice remains on brand and relevant across various campaigns. AI tools like ChatGPT, Canva, Midjourney, and there's several others, they have design assistants that can generate on-brand visuals instantly. So if you need a product mock-up, banner, or social post, AI can make it in seconds. Now this does not eliminate the designer, it simply empowers them to move faster and test more ideas. And visual consistency becomes effortless. And we're talking about seasonal and regional adaptation as well as aligning visuals with your brand identity. What about monitoring sentiment? So understanding how your audience feels is critical. AI tools can monitor social media, reviews, forums in real time, identifying shifts in sentiment instantly. You no longer have to wait for quarterly reports. AI shows you the pulse of your brand as we speak or right now, so you can respond before issues grow. AI also boosts SEO by suggesting high performing keywords, writing optimized content, and analyzing what your competitors are ranking for. So it's like having an SEO strategist and a brand strategist and a content writer rolled into one. And that makes your brand more visible and discoverable online. It also improves old content based on your performance and suggests new content as you move forward with your branding strategy. Social media branding. It can generate platform-specific posts, suggest hashtags, and even measure performance, all while maintaining your brand's tone and aesthetics. It saves a lot of time and ensures that your content stays relevant, timely, and engaging, whether you're posting on TikTok, Instagram, LinkedIn, or any other social media. Product pages are where decisions happen. So AI helps generate persuasive SEO-friendly descriptions tailored to different audiences, languages, and preferences. And all that is true to your branding strategy. Everything remains the same no matter which platform you're actually using and posting on. So it not only saves time on content creation, it also builds trust and boosts conversion with better copy. Talk about customer support. AI chatbots can handle frequently asked questions, returns, and product questions with a brand consistent tone. They also analyze sentiments. If the customer is frustrated, the AI chatbot would guide accordingly. But they're more than just reactive, they're in fact proactive. So AI can predict customer needs and solve problems before they escalate, offering a smoother, friendlier support experience. That, of course, at the end of the day, it boosts the satisfaction and loyalty of the customer. Predictive branding. So AI helps forecast trends, identify content gaps, and reduces risks. It's your brand's crystal ball, guiding your strategy based on data, not just intuition. This means that smarter product launches, more effective campaigns, and resources focused where they have the most impact, which definitely reduces risk through data insights that AI provides you, and you can focus more on your branding strategy. If you're global, well, AI ensures that your brand tone is adapted for different cultures and languages and regions without losing its core identity. And this is very powerful, which was not possible before with traditional branding. And this helps you remain inclusive and authentic, building deeper connections with diverse audiences around the world. AI can also help enforce brand guidelines, checking everything from color use to tone of voice automatically. It becomes a scalable system of governance. So instead of manual review, AI will review for you, and it ensures that your content is always aligned with brand standards, saving time and reducing errors. Now, with great power comes great responsibility. Ethical use of AI is essential to maintain trust, avoid bias, and respect privacy. It's not just about what AI can do, it's about what it should do. And human oversight and clear guidelines are key to responsible branding. What about the future of branding? Well, the future is here. Think voice-driven branding, AI-generated commercials, virtual brand avatars, and even user co-created content. But even as tech evolves, the human touch will remain essential. AI enhances creativity, it doesn't replace it. AI can also help energize your team. From generating internal newsletters to tracking engagement, it supports stronger internal culture. When employees are aligned with your brand, they become powerful advocates, helping your message reach faster and much farther. So, in moments of crisis, speed and tone matter. AI helps draft consistent, empathetic responses instantly based on real time data. It's a powerful tool for managing reputation and responding before issues spiral, while maintaining a human voice. It flags potential risks, for example, simulates scenarios, tracks customer sentiment during those crises. AI can analyze influencer tone, engagement, and audience match to find the perfect brand ambassadors. It even predicts campaign success, which was not possible with traditional, very difficult earlier. So this ensures that your partnerships reflect your values and drive real impact, and everything stays consistent in the right markets with the right people. What about competitor tracking? AI can keep an eye on your competitors, tracking their campaigns, positioning, and sentiment. It distills all that into actionable insight where you can take action and then brand accordingly. This lets you identify market gaps and differentiate your brand more effectively, making smarter decisions and much faster in real time. So, the best AI strategy starts with your people. So, train your team in AI tools, prompt engineering, and creative collaboration. Empowered employees use AI as a partner, not a threat. That's how you future proof your brand. So let's recap. Generative AI, what it is simply helps maintain brand consistency, scale content creation, and adapt in real time. It enhances visual stories, SEO, and everything. If there's one thing to remember, AI is your branding superpower. So use it wisely and creatively, and the possibilities are endless. Some additional takeaways. AI supports your people and culture. Externally, it boosts engagement, manages crises, and unlocks smarter partnerships. And remember, this is just the beginning. As tools evolve, so should your strategy. So you need to stay agile and keep experimenting. So, final thought, AI is not going to replace your creative team, but it will supercharge their impact. When used responsibly and ethically, AI becomes your brand's stronger strategic partner. AI won't replace brand managers either. It will make them unstoppable. So, with the right mindset and tools, you can build brands that resonate, adapt, and lead. So, I hope this helps. Let me know if you have any questions. With this, let's move to the next lesson. So, let's talk about how generative AI, in fact, is transforming branding. So, generative AI refers to algorithms capable of creating original content, such as text, images, audio, video, and even brand strategies. Now, these models, often powered by deep learning neural networks, are trained on vast datasets and can produce new content that mimics the training data's pattern, tone, and context. For example, the branding, and this is a game changer. With AI tools like ChatGPT, DALL-E, and Midjourney, companies can now develop logos, taglines, and website copies, social media graphics, and ad campaigns faster and more efficiently. So not only does this reduce creative bottlenecks, but it also unlocks the level of personalization at scale that was previously unthinkable. Traditionally, brand voice guidelines were rigid, so often fixed in a brand manual. Not today. With generative AI, businesses can evolve their messaging in real time based on audience behavior, market trends, and contextual relevance. For example, AI powered copywriting tools can analyze the performance of marketing emails, social posts, or landing pages and adjust the tone accordingly. Now, if a younger audience responds better to casual, witty language, the brand voice can shift to match that preference without compromising overall identity. And also note that natural language processing, known as NLP, AI ensures your brand tone remains consistent across platforms even as the message changes. Now, this is pretty important because this consistency builds trust, which is a vital component in long-term brand equity. So let's talk about hyper-personalization at scale. So one of the most impactful ways generative AI is transforming branding is through hyper-personalized content generation. And what that means is that brands can now deliver customized experience to millions of users simultaneously. Now, whether it's email newsletters, copy, or chatbot responses, each interaction can be uniquely tailored to a recipient's preference, behavior, and demographics. Let's say you're launching a new fitness product. So instead of creating one generic ad, generative AI can produce thousands of variations based on user age, user gender, fitness level, location, and purchase history. Now, this leads to higher engagement, better conversion rates, and ultimately a more loyal customer base. And also, AI can continuously learn from user interactions, improving its personalization accuracy over time. Next is visual branding, like reinventing logo and visual design. So visual branding has always been a cornerstone of identity, but designing logos, color palettes, and graphic systems used to be a time-consuming and expensive process. Not anymore, because now AI image generators like DALL-E and Midjourney are capable of producing, and even ChatGPT, they're capable of producing high-quality visual assets within seconds. Now, these platforms allow marketers and designers to iterate faster, test different design directions, and get real-time feedback from audiences. So instead of hiring multiple designers and running several focus groups, AI helps teams arrive at the perfect logo, banner, or brand imagery by simple prompting the system with keywords. This rapid iteration enables startups and small businesses with limited budgets to compete on visual branding with large enterprises. Now, one of the more core benefits of using generative AI in branding is the ability to prototype campaigns and test ideas instantly. So before committing to a nationwide rollout, you can use AI tools to generate various marketing campaigns versions and test them with different audience segments. So for example, platforms like Jasper, Copy AI, or Synthesia can simulate video ads, landing pages, blog posts in different tones, styles, and formats. Now, once created, you can then run A/B testing tools powered by machine learning that can analyze which versions perform better. Now, this level of experimentation simply accelerates decision making and significantly reduces risk. Also, AI-generated mockups can be deployed across digital channels within hours. No more waiting for creative revisions or designer bandwidth. So let's talk about voice and conversational branding. Now, as more consumers interact with brands through voice assistants, smart devices, and chatbots, your brand's conversational identity is becoming just as important as your visual identity. Generative AI excels in building natural, context-aware conversations that reflect your brand's personality. Using tools like GPT-based bots or Amazon Polly, companies can create intelligent, emotionally aware conversations that enhance user experience. Whether customers are asking for support, whether they're asking for product recommendations or company policies, these interactions should echo the tone and values of your brand. This level of AI-driven interaction not only enhances accessibility, but also deepens customer trust by delivering consistent branding experiences across every digital touchpoint. Brands are under constant pressure to create more content, blogs, social media posts, product descriptions, video, emails, and much more. So generative AI dramatically accelerates this process without sacrificing quality. Content engines like ChatGPT can produce long-form articles, scripts, white papers, and even SEO-optimized web copy in a matter of minutes. Now, these tools understand tone, structure, and intent, ensuring the output aligns with your brand voice. Also, AI-powered video creation tools like Runway ML and Pictory allows brand to turn written content into dynamic video snippets, ideal for platforms like TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, and other social media. So as a result, you can maintain a consistent content calendar without exhausting your creative team. Let's talk about AI-powered brand guidelines. So brand guidelines are no longer just PDF documents sitting on a shelf. So today, AI can turn these into living systems that evolve with your brand and provide actionable insights. So for example, machine learning models can analyze your competitors' branding, identify gaps, and suggest strategies for differentiation. AI can also monitor your digital footprint to ensure consistency across platforms. Now, alerting you when something's off brand. Many branding platforms now integrate AI to help teams manage assets, ensure compliance, and automate the generation of new materials while staying true to your visual and tonal identity. So in a fast-moving market, brand agility is also critical. Generative AI enables real-time market adaptation by constantly analyzing data trends, competitor strategies, and consumer sentiment. So imagine launching a campaign and instantly knowing which aspects resonate with your audience. With AI, brands can quickly pivot, tweak messages, and double down on what works. Now, this responsiveness is essentially in an era where customer attention spans are shrinking and competition is fiercer than ever. So, by leveraging AI driven market intelligence, brands can remain culturally relevant and proactive, not just reactive. So let's talk about democratizing brand for startups, right? So previously, only large brands with deep pockets could afford top tier branding. Well, not anymore because generative AI is leveling the playing field. Small business owners, freelancers, and creators now have access to tools that allow them to create professional quality content, visuals, and campaigns. So from designing a brand book to launching an e-commerce store complete with AI generated product descriptions, the barrier to entry has never been lower. Now because of this, we're witnessing a renaissance in entrepreneurial branding where creativity, not budget, drives success. This democratization is especially valuable in emerging markets where access to professional branding resources has historically been limited. So, some of the ethical consideration. What are some of those, right? So, although generative AI brings enormous advantages, it also raises some ethical questions that we should talk about around authenticity, plagiarism, and misinformation. While it's crucial to remember that AI should augment human creativity and not replace it, brands must ensure that AI generated content aligns with their core values, remains culturally sensitive, that doesn't mislead the audience. Human oversight is essential for maintaining ethical standards, checking for biasness, and ensuring emotional resonance in branding. So, transparency about use of AI in brand communication can foster trust. So, consumers appreciate the honesty, and knowing that a brand uses AI responsibly can become a positive differentiator. So, how do we get started with AI branding? So, if your brand isn't leveraging generative AI yet, now is the time to start. So, begin by identifying content heavy or design intensive tasks that consume time and resources. Then you can explore AI tools that align with your needs and values. So, educate your team, test small scale campaigns, and use the insights to scale further. It's also wise to build a strategy that blends human insight with AI efficiency. This hybrid approach ensures that you maintain authenticity while gaining speed and scale. Now, as AI technology evolves, your branding strategy should too. Staying ahead means staying flexible, curious, and ready to adapt. So, what are the key takeaways? So, generative AI certainly is changing and shifting the paradigm as compared to traditional branding. It enables dynamic brand voices that adapt in real time, also powers hyper personalized content in a better engaged manner. And of course, with high quality design for startups, content creators, and small businesses have a better leverage now. And of course, we need to also make sure that we remain true to the ethical oversight to maintain authenticity. So here are some final thoughts, right? So AI augmented branding is not just a fundamental shift, like I mentioned, it's not a shift, it's actually a paradigm shift from traditional branding. And it combines both creativity, efficiency for deeper human connections. And finally, future-proof brands will blend AI tools with human insight because human insight oversight is important when we're talking about branding. I hope this helps. Let me know if you have any questions. With this, let's move to the next lesson. So let's talk about the key AI tools that brand managers can in fact use. So digital transformation is no longer a buzzword, it's an expectation. So what consumers demand, tailored messaging, instant responses, and seamless brand experiences across platforms. AI tools give brand managers the ability to meet these demands without sacrificing creativity or control. While automation in marketing isn't new, generative AI, predictive analytics, and intelligent automation tools have shifted the playing field. They help uncover hidden trends, optimize ad spend, generate high quality content, and even track brand sentiment in real time. Now, this evolution in branding workflow means that AI is not just a nice to have, it's in fact a necessity. So let's see what AI content creation tools are out there. Now, many are out there like ChatGPT, Jasper AI, Copy AI, WriteSonic. They all allow brand managers to generate blog posts, ad copy, product descriptions, and even emails at scale. Jasper AI, for example, can be trained on your brand tone and messaging. Now, this ensures that whether it's a tweet or a product landing page, the content feels authentically you. Moreover, for example, these tools use advanced NLP algorithms to optimize text for SEO. So by embedding high-intent long-tail keywords into generated content, they improve your search visibility without sounding robotic. So instead of spending hours editing, you get polished drafts that are 90% ready. Another example, let's talk about Canva's magic design feature, for example, uses AI to generate templates tailored to your brand's visual identity, perfect for small business and content creators. Now, whether you're designing Instagram stories, Facebook ads, or product packaging, Canva accelerates the creative process. Another tool is Firefly. Adobe's generative image AI allows for brand consistent image generation from text prompts. Another tool is Runway ML, goes even further, offering video editing, object removal, and text to video capabilities, perfect for content teams producing high volumes of multimedia content. Now, these tools make real time collaboration easier also and eliminate the bottlenecks typically caused by creative backlogs. What about brand monitoring tools? So, tools like Brand24 can scan social media, blog, forums, and news outlets for brand mentions. They offer deep sentiment analysis powered by AI to determine if the chatter around your brand is positive, neutral, or negative. Now, using these tools help identify emerging crises before they actually spiral. Now, they also track competitors, analyze engagement trends, and uncover high impact influencers you might want to collaborate with. Sprout Social, for example, and Hootsuite Insights go beyond keyword tracking. They leverage machine learning models to map consumer emotions, recognize trending objects or topics, and even suggest content ideas that are aligned with the audience mood. Some of the personalization in AI tools that's happening is HubSpot's, for example, CRM has integrated AI features for email personalization, lead scoring, and customer journey mapping. So Salesforce Einstein, on the other hand, also helps predict customer behavior, personalized offers, and improve retention by surfacing the right message at the right time. For deeper personalization, tools like Segment collect real-time user data across channels and feed it into AI engines like Dynamic Yield. Now, this allows you to dramatically and dynamically alter landing pages, offers, and content based on individual user behavior, boosting conversions without any guesswork. What about analytics tools? For example, Google's Cloud AutoML capabilities let you create custom prediction models. Very powerful, even without a data science team. Now, whether you're estimating churn rates or future engagement, you get insights that guide better decision making. Now, Watson Analytics, for example, simplifies complex data sets into visual dashboards. Now, it doesn't tell you what happened, it simply suggests what will likely happen next based on evolving trends. And of course, that guides better decision making. What about ad optimization? So, running multi platform ad campaigns is chaotic without automation. AdZuma, for example, uses AI to identify underperforming ads and suggest optimizations instantly. Pattern 89 is another great platform, predicts which creatives will work best before launching them using historic campaign data. Now, Magix, for example, goes one step further by integrating audience targeting, automation rules, and creative testing under one AI engine. Now, these platforms not only boost ROAS, but also reduce the time spent manually analyzing performance metric across Google Ads, Facebook, and other networks. Influencer discovery. Now, these platforms use machine learning to find influencers based on audience fit, engagement rates, fake follower detection, and even previous brand partnerships. They streamline communication, track campaign metrics, and help calculate ROI on influencer initiatives. Heapsy, for example, even allows filters based on brand voice and industry so you don't waste time and with mismatched creators. So AI is helping and boosting influencer marketing and branding in new ways. AI chatbot solutions like Intercom and Drift, for example, they use natural language processing to answer questions, qualify leads, and schedule meetings instantly. They aren't just reactive, they proactively engage users at crucial moments. TDO, for example, combines live chat with chatbot features, allowing small teams to scale support without compromising experience. Now, these tools also gather feedback and integrate it with your CRM for smarter future interactions. While Typeform is known for beautiful forms, its AI now helps optimize question flows for better response rates. Now, Qualtrics uses machine learning, for example, to analyze survey data, uncover hidden sentiments, and inform product or marketing strategies with precision. So these are some of the important tools that I just covered. Now, these platforms offer smart assistants that summarize meetings, suggest tasks, and autofill project briefs based on previous templates. For instance, Notion AI rewrites brand documentation and even can rewrite documentation in a brand consistent tone. Now, Click, ClickUps, for example, AI helps predict deadlines and resource needs. Now, they reduce human errors, ensure nothing slips through the cracks, and help teams stay aligned across departments and various time zones. Similarly, Asana fills project briefs, and there are many, many other tools, but these are the AI workflow automation, smarter team collaboration tools that we can use as brand managers. What about Writer.com? Talks about brand governance AI. Now, Writer.com use guardrails to make sure every content piece aligns with brand guidelines, including style, tone, and banned phrases. Content Guard, for example, offers plagiarism detection, copyright verification, and brand compliance checks before publishing. This ensures consistency while reducing legal risk and reputational damage as well. And of course, the risks are reduced by less than 65% if we implement the correct brand governance AI tools. So how do you build the AI stack? While it may be tempting to use every tool available, the key lies in integration and purpose. The objective. Identify your biggest bottlenecks first, whether it's content creation, whether it's customer engagement or campaign analysis, and then choose the tool that solves for those issues. For growing brands, modular platforms that integrate easily like HubSpot or Canva offer quick wins. For enterprise brands, AI orchestration across multiple departments using platforms like Salesforce, for example, or Adobe Experience Cloud ensures consistency at scale. All right, let's talk about the AI implementation roadmap. Remember, every AI tool is only as good as the data and guidance you feed it. So start with workflow audits and focus training before scaling. Set clear KPIs like content production time or campaign ROI improvement. Conduct quarterly reviews to prune underperforming tools and adopt new innovations. So this is the roadmap that you need to follow, like audit, train, set, expand, and then you stack, which is quarterly stack reviews. Some key takeaways for this regarding essential AI tools for brands. So we talked about content creation like ChatGPT, Jasper, Copy AI, Grammarly for your correct copywriting, visual designs. We talked about Canva, Adobe Firefly, and there are many, many other tools out there that I mentioned, but these are the important ones that we actually use. And in terms of brand monitoring, Brand24, Sprout Social, HubSpot, Dynamic Yield, and finally, in terms of analytics, the Google Cloud is awesome to use. Some additional key takeaways: ad optimization. We also mentioned AdZuma. You can these are bonuses, by the way. You can check these out: AdZuma, Magix, influencer tools like Upfluence, Heapsy, and chatbots like Intercom, Drift, ChatGPT, Notion AI, ClickUp, and Writer.com for compliance. All right, so finally, artificial intelligence isn't replacing brand managers, by the way, it's empowering them, right? So by automating repetitive tasks, uncovering deeper insights, and personalization experiences at scale, AI frees up a lot of time for strategic thinking and creative storytelling. With the right mix of tools, ranging from AI content generators to predictive analytics and smart CRM integrations, you'll not only keep up with the competitors, but stay ahead of the curve. So I hope this helps. Let me know if you have any questions. With this, let's move to the next lesson. Let's talk about the ethical consideration and risks of brand using generative AI. So why does ethics matter in any case? So ethics isn't just a buzzword, it's the backbone of trust and integrity in any system. Now, when you make choices, whether in business, whether in technology, or even daily life, those decisions ripple outward. For instance, a company rolling out a new AI tool might prioritize speed over safety, only to face backlash when biases emerge. So ethical considerations ensure that your actions align with values like fairness, transparency, and accountability. Also, ignoring ethics can lead to costly consequences, such as data breaches, biased algorithms, or misleading marketing can erode trust, damage reputations, and invite legal scrutiny. So by contrast, prioritizing ethical practices certainly build long-term loyalty and credibility. So how do you balance innovation with responsibility? That's the key question. So it starts with recognizing the stakes. So at its heart, the core ethical principle, at its heart itself, ethical decision making hinges on a few key principles. Let me walk you through those. First, fairness ensures everyone gets an equal shot, free from discrimination or bias. Next, transparency means being open about the processes and intentions. And then accountability follows, which means that holding individuals and organizations responsible for their actions. And of course, finally, respect for stakeholders, whether customers, employees, or communities, grounds decisions in human-centric values. These principles sound pretty straightforward, but applying them gets real tricky. For example, a company might claim transparency by sharing data practices, yet they bury critical details in fine print. Therefore, the aligning actions with these principles demand constant vigilance and clear intent. So in today's digital age, we know data is gold, but misleading, it can spark disaster. Companies collect vast amount of personal information from browsing habits to financial details. Now, without robust safeguards, this data can fall into the wrong hands. For example, a recent study found that 60% of the consumers, right, worry about their data is used, yet many companies still lack transparent privacy policies. And weaker cybersecurity measures also invite breaches. Now, when hackers exploit vulnerabilities, the fallout can include identity theft, financial loss, and eroded trust. To mitigate these risks, businesses must invest in encryption, regular audits, and clear communication with their users. Let's talk about AI and algorithm biasness. So AI is certainly transforming industries, but it's not immune to ethical pitfalls. Algorithms can perpetuate biases if trained on flawed data. For example, facial recognition systems have faced criticism for misleading people of color at higher rates than others. Now, such biases can lead to unfair outcomes, from hiring decisions to law enforcement practices. So we need to address these, which requires diverse data sets, regular testing, and human oversight. And more importantly, developers must acknowledge their role in shaping these systems. So ignoring bias doesn't just harm individuals, it undermines the credibility of the technology itself. And honesty in marketing really builds trust, but some companies stretch the truth to boost sales. Greenwashing, as we know it, where businesses exaggerate their environmental effects, is a prime example. So a brand might claim its products are eco-friendly while relying on unsustainable practices. Now this deceives consumers and risky regulatory penalties. To avoid this, companies should refrain or should verify claims with data and third-party certifications. And transparency here isn't just ethical, it's a competitive edge in a market where consumers have authenticity and they value that pretty much. Now, ethical risks extend beyond the office to global supply chains. It's not just you, it's your partners also. Exploitative labor practices such as low wages or unsafe working conditions tarnish a company's reputation. For example, fast fashion brands have faced scrutiny for relying on sweatshops. Consumers increasingly demand accountability, with 70% saying they'd pay more for ethically sourced products. Now, businesses can address this by auditing suppliers, enforcing fair labor standards, and prioritizing local or sustainable sourcing. Now, these steps not only reduce risks, but also resonate with socially conscious customers. What's the role of AI and automation challenges, right? So AI's potential is vast, but so are its risks. Beyond bias, there's a question of job displacement. Automation can streamline operations, but many workers, we leave jobless without retraining programs. And AI's decision-making opacity, often called the black box problem, raises accountability concerns. So if an AI denies someone a loan, who's responsible? To tackle this, companies should prioritize explainable AI models and invest in workforce reskilling. So, for example, involving ethicists in development ensure human values guide progress. Biotech breakthroughs, for example, like CRISPR, they promise medical miracles, but also ethical minefields. Editing human DNA, for example, could cure diseases, but risks designer babies or unintended genetic consequences. And public trust hinges on strict regulations and transparent research. For example, in a study, a scientist's claim of creating a gene-edited babies sparked global outrage due to ethical violations. To prevent such missteps, biotech firms must engage with regulators and the public to align innovation with societal values. Now, moving on, in technology, blockchain offers decentralized solutions, but it's not without issues. For example, we can use cryptocurrency mining, which consumes massive energy, raising environmental concerns. And of course, there are many scams and frauds in unregulated crypto markets that have cost investors billions. And ethical blockchain requires sustainable practices and clear consumer protections. So, by addressing these challenges proactively, companies can harness blockchain's value or potential while minimizing harm. What about building ethical frameworks when we're talking about branding or using generative AI? So a clear framework guides decision making. Start by defining core values like integrity and fairness and translate them into policies. Let me give you an example. Let's say a tech company might establish a code of conduct for AI development, emphasizing bias mitigation and transparency. Now, regular training ensures employees understand their principles. Also, creating ethics committees can provide oversight, especially for high-stake projects. Now, this framework acts as a compass, steering decisions toward responsibility. How to engage stakeholders, customers, employees, communities, they all offer valuable perspectives. Now, engaging them through surveys, focus groups, or public forums simply ensures that decisions reflect diverse needs. For example, let's say a company developing a health app might consult patients to address privacy concerns. Now, this approach fosters trust and uncovers blind spots, and also shows that stakeholders that their voice matters, strengthening relationships. Conducting ethical audits is to assess whether practices align with values. Now, these reviews can uncover many gaps like weak data security or biased hiring practices. Now, conducting audits annually with third-party input, this ensures objectivity. For instance, a retailer might audit its supply chain to confirm fair labor practices. Acting on findings demonstrates commitment to improve boosting credibility. We talked about technology earlier, but just to reiterate, technology itself can address these ethical risks. Tools like AI-driven compliance monitors can flag potential issues in real time. Like blockchain can enhance supplier transparency, tracking products from source to scale. However, technology isn't a cure. Human judgment remains essential to interpret data and make nuanced decisions. Combining tech with ethical oversight creates a balanced approach. More importantly, leaders set the tone for ethical behavior. When executives prioritize profits over principles, it trickles down, fostering a culture of corner cutting. Conversely, leaders who model integrity inspire accountability. For example, a CEO who openly addresses a product flaw builds trust, while one who deflects blame risks backlash. And leadership training should emphasize these ethical decision making, equipping executives to navigate dilemmas with clarity. So leaders must also empower employees to speak up about their concerns. And whistleblower protections, of course, and open door policies simply encourage transparency, reducing the risk of misconduct. What are some of the consequences? So, with ethics falter, the consequences can be severe. Financial losses, legal battles, reputational damage are just a start. So, for example, 2021 data breach at a major retailer cost $4 billion in fines and lost sales. Now, beyond numbers, ethical lapses erode trust, which can take years to build. So, moreover, public backlash on platforms like X can amplify damage. So, a single viral post, by the way, about a company's misstep can sway customer sentiment overnight. So, brand awareness or branding within generative AI is key to remember all these consequences of ethical failures. Now, creating an ethical culture, how do we go about it? Which simply starts with shared values. Employees should feel empowered to question decisions without fear. Regular training, clear policies, open communication lay the foundation. For example, let's say a tech firm might host workshops on AI ethics, encouraging developers to flag potential biases. Now, recognizing ethical behavior should awards or through these awards or promotions reinforces its importance. Over time, this culture becomes a competitive advantage, attracting talent and customers alike. So, as technology evolves, so do ethical challenges. Quantum computing, for example, could crack encryption, raising new privacy concerns. Meanwhile, climate change pressures businesses to adopt sustainable practices. So, how do we make sure that our branding using generative AI keeps in foresight and adaptive? Collaborating with ethicists, regulators, and communities will shape the responsible innovation. And leveraging data analytics can predict ethical risks, allowing preemptive action. The future demands a proactive stance, balancing progress with principles. What about profits and ethics? They aren't mutually exclusive. Ethics practice can derive revenue by attracting loyal customers and reducing risks. So, for example, brands with strong sustainability records often outperform competitors. But short-term gains can tempt companies to cut corners. Now, to strike a balance, align incentives with ethical goals. Performance metrics should reward transparency and fairness, not just profits. Now, this alignment ensures long-term success without sacrificing values. Globalization adds complexity to ethics, and culture differences shape perceptions of right and wrong, complicating universal standards. For instance, data privacy laws vary widely. Within Europe's GDPR setting, stricter rules than other regions. Navigating this requires cultural sensitivity and local expertise as compared to HIPAA rules in the United States. So multinational companies should tailor policies to respect regional norms while uploading core values. And of course, engaging local stakeholders ensures decisions resonate globally. Now, some of the key takeaways. Ethics, like I mentioned earlier, is not a buzzword. It's the backbone of trust and integrity in any system. And on the other hand, prioritizing ethical practices certainly builds long-term loyalty and credibility. And in the digital age, data is gold, but by mishandling, it can spark disaster. Now, to mitigate these risks, businesses must invest in data security, encryption, audits, clear communication with users. Algorithms can perpetuate biases if trained on flawed data. And addressing all of these requires diverse data sets, regular testing, and human oversight. Things like greenwashing, where businesses exaggerate their environmental efforts, they deceive consumers and risk regulatory penalties. And consumers increasingly demand accountability, with 70% and more saying they'd pay more for ethically sourced products. So some additional key takeaways, right? There's emerging tech trends or bringing new ethical dilemmas, ethical frameworks that guide our decisions. Stakeholder engagement fosters trust, which is a clear ethical framework, certainly guides not only just decision making, but acts as a compass, steering decisions towards responsibility. So ethical audits assess whether practices align with values, and technology like AI-driven compliance monitors can flag issues in real time. And leaders set the tone for ethical behavior. So here's a final thought. Ethics isn't a checkbox. It's a commitment to doing what's right even when it's hard. By understanding risks, embracing principles, and taking proactive steps, businesses and individuals can navigate the complexities of today's world. The rewards, trust, loyalty, and resilience are worth the effort. As you move forward, ask yourself, are your decisions building a better, fairer future? That's the ultimate measure of ethical success. So I hope this helps. Let me know if you have any questions. With this, let's move to the next lesson. So let's dive into how AI is transforming market research, branding, and competitive analysis. So there are these critical areas for any business looking to stay ahead. So gone are the days of relying solely on surveys, focus groups, or manual competitor tracking. AI now allows us to analyze vast amount of data in real time, uncovering insights that would make humans weeks or even months to process. So by the end of this session, you will see how AI isn't just a futuristic concept, but branding within generative AI, it's a practical tool that's reshaping industries today. Let's talk about how AI is changing the game in the market research, for example. Now, traditionally, market research meant expensive surveys, slow data processing, and limited sample sizes. Well, AI flips this on its head. For example, speed and efficiency. AI-powered tools like BrandWatch can scan millions of social media posts in seconds to gauge consumer sentiment. For instance, if Starbucks wants to test reactions to a new pumpkin spice latte flavor, AI can analyze Twitter, Reddit, and Instagram to see if people love it or hate it before the product even launches. That brings us to predictive analytics. Now, AI doesn't just report on past trends, it predicts future ones. Retailers like Walmart, for example, use AI to forecast demands, spikes, example, before holidays, and adjust inventory automatically. Now, in terms of generative AI and branding, hyper personalization is important. For instance, Netflix recommendation engine is a great example. Now, it doesn't just suggest movies, it analyzes individual viewing habits to keep users engaged. Now, AI is making market research faster, cheaper, and more accurate, giving businesses a real competitive edge. And all of this translates to your branding strategy as well. Now, let's discuss competitive intelligence. AI doesn't just help you understand customers, it helps you outmaneuver competitors. How? Well, real-time tracking. Tools like Crayon monitor competitors' websites, pricing changes, and marketing campaigns 24/7. For example, if Apple lowers the price of an iPhone, well, Samsung can instantly adjust its promotions to stay competitive, and along with your branding strategy. Natural language processing, NLP, AI can analyze earnings calls, press releases, news articles to detect strategic shifts. For example, when Tesla announced its Cybertruck, Forward AI tools like flagged it immediately, helping them adjust their electric vehicle roadmap. Now, there are many other case studies, but let me give you an example of a case study. Amazon, for example, uses AI to track competitors like Walmart. So if Walmart offers free shipping, Amazon's algorithms can trigger a counter promotion within hours. So think about this now in terms of branding, how easy it is to use the power of these AI tools. Some of the key tools for analysis. So what tools should you be using? Well, here are some of the best AI-powered platforms. Crayon, like I mentioned earlier. Think of it as 24/7 competitor spy. It tracks changes in pricing, product descriptions, and even job postings. Next is SimilarWeb. Want to know how much traffic your competitor's website gets? Well, SimilarWeb reveals traffic sources. You can also use Ahrefs, user demographics, and even ad strategies. All of these tools allow you to do that. Next is BrandWatch. This tool scans social media to detect emerging trends or PR crises. So for example, when United Airlines had that passenger incident, BrandWatch could have flagged the social media backlash in real time. Then there are tools like Tableau plus AI, which visualizes complex data. Imagine seeing a live dashboard of your market share versus competitors updated daily. And let me give you a pro tip. Starting with these free trials, all these tools, they offer free trials to test which tool fits your needs before you can actually commit. So why should you care? Here's what AI brings to the table in terms of your branding and using generative AI. First is speed. AI can deliver or analyze 1,000 customer reviews in minutes, something that would take team days. Next is cost savings. No more expensive focus groups. AI can simulate customer reactions using predictive modeling. Then we have accuracy. Humans have biases, while AI doesn't. For example, L'Oreal uses AI to analyze skincare trends, ensuring they develop products people actually want, and this helps in their branding strategy. Then we have real-time adjustments. Uber uses, for example, AI to adjust pricing dynamically based on demand and competitor pricing. The bottom line is finally that AI isn't replacing humans, it's actually empowering us to make smarter, faster decisions and brand our products effectively. But of course, AI isn't perfect. There are some challenges. Well, we have data privacy, like GDPR and other regulations, mean that you can't just scrape customers' data freely. Then we have over-reliance. AI is a tool, not a crystal ball. So remember, Zillow's home buying disaster? Well, they relied too much on AI pricing models and lost millions. Then we have bias in algorithms. So if your training data is flawed, your AI will be too. Amazon once scraped an AI recruiting tool because it discriminated against women. What's the key point here? Well, the AI use an assistant, not a replacement for human judgment. Some of the future trends. Where is this all headed? Well, generative AI, especially in terms of branding, tools like ChatGPT will soon draft market reports automatically, saving hours and hours of work. Then we have voice and image analysis. For example, imagine AI scanning customer service calls to detect frustration or analyze Instagram photos to spot emerging fashion trends. Blockchain plus AI for ultra secure, transparent data tracking in competitive analysis. So the future of AI plus human collaboration, combining machine speed with human creativity. That's the future. So if you're ready to take the plunge, well, here's how you can do. Well, start small. Use a free tool, for example, like Google Trends to test AI-driven insights. Then train your team. AI is useless if no one understands the report, so invest in training. Come up with a pilot project. Try AI for one use case, for example, social media monitoring before you scale. And remember, AI adoption is a journey. So in terms of your branding, make sure you go through this process, not a one-time fix. Why does it matter now? So AI isn't just the future, it's actually transforming industries right now as we speak. So businesses that ignore AI risk falling behind competitors who are already using it not only to brand their products effectively, but to predict trends and personalize customer experiences at scale. So adoptions now ensures future industry leadership. And some key takeaways. So AI speeds up the market research. It processes vast amount of data in hours versus weeks manually, right? So for example, Unilever analyzed 500,000 plus social comments instantly. It cut costs by 30 to 50% versus traditional methods. Same goes for branding. You can analyze different brands and come up with your own competitive strategy because competitive analysis is now smarter with using AI tools. And of course, tools like Crayon and SimilarWeb that drive insights. So balance AI with human judgment to avoid pitfalls. For example, AI can miss the context altogether. For example, sarcasm in reviews, although they are coming up with later models that are pretty good at catching sarcasm also. But we have some ways to go. So human intervention is a must. So always validate insights with team expertise. And early AI adoption, of course, positions businesses for success because now you're not only using the latest state-of-the-art AI tools to brand your products effectively. And of course, start small, pick one tool, and then test it, and then move forward. Here's the final thought. So let's be clear. AI isn't some distant sci-fi fantasy. It's actually a practical tool, already transforming how businesses brand their products and operate. So today's leading companies aren't just talking about AI, they're using it daily to decode markets, predict trends, come up with branding strategies, and outmaneuver competitors. So by analyzing real-time data from social sentiment to supply chain disruptions, you can well be aware of your product and the strategy where it stands. AI reshapes how we understand our industries, turning guesswork into actionable insights. So I hope this helps. Let me know if you have any questions. With this, let's move to the next lesson. Welcome back. Let's explore how AI is in fact revolutionizing brand positioning and messaging. So we've entered a new era where brand positioning is no longer just about intuition, gut feelings, or slow market studies. Traditionally, marketing teams relied on drawn-out focus groups, surveys, and guesswork to figure out how their brand should be perceived. But in today's world, especially in fast-moving industries, those methods just don't cut it anymore. The consumer landscape changes so rapidly that by the time we've finished traditional research, the market has already moved on. So AI is fundamentally changing the game. It gives us the ability to read, interpret, and act on data in real time, something that simply wasn't possible before. We're now able to dynamically adapt our positioning based on how audiences behave, respond, and evolve. Now, this means that we're not just keeping up, we're in fact staying ahead. With AI, we're creating stronger, more relevant customer perceptions because we're aligned with what they actually want in the moment. This is where AI truly shines, digging through oceans of data to reveal patterns we might never notice ourselves. Natural language processing lets us tap into reviews, social media, and forums to discover what people are really saying about our brand and our competitors. We're no longer limited to structured survey responses. AI thrives on unstructured data and pulls powerful insights from it. Even more exciting, it can identify micro segments, those niche audiences with unique needs that were previously hidden. It also helps us keep tabs on competitors in real time, something manual research could never do. So, rather than chasing outdated data, we've always tuned into the present reality of our market. This makes our decision making sharper, faster, and more customer aligned than ever before. Now, brand voice is one of the most crucial elements of positioning and one of the easiest to get wrong. With AI tools like Jasper or Writer AI, we can ensure that our brand speaks with a consistent tone across all channels, whether it's a blog post, ad, or social media caption. And that's great for branding. Now, these tools understand our voice guidelines and enforce them intelligently, reducing human error and inconsistency. What's really powerful is that AI also adapts the message to different audiences without losing the core identity. It learns what resonates with Gen Z on TikTok versus professionals on LinkedIn and tweaks the tone accordingly. It also learns from engagement metrics. So the more it sees that works, the better it becomes at sounding like us, but connecting with them. This reduces off-brand missteps and elevates brand trust. Now, one of the biggest wins with AI is that personalization, once a luxury for high budget teams, is now scalable for everyone. We can tailor messaging to different user segments, behaviors, or even emotions without having to write 50 different versions manually. That's the power of AI. It automates the tedious while amplifying the impact. And personalization on top of it isn't just about using someone's name in an email, it's about delivering the right message at the right time in the right format. Whether someone's just discovering your brand or considering a purchase, AI tools help map and adapt content to their journey stage automatically. This means higher engagement, more conversions, and stronger loyalty. Now, positioning isn't set in stone, by the way. It should evolve. But how do we test different versions without wasting months? This is where machine learning shines. We can now run real-time A/B tests on messaging across platforms and get instant feedback on what's landing. Not just clicks, but deeper engagement and emotional reactions. We also get access to heat maps, user flow analysis, and predictive performance indicators, which dramatically speed up our iteration cycles. The days of guessing are over. Now we make data-backed decisions to refine our messaging and branding continuously and strategy ever evolving in real time. And the best part, AI gets smarter with every test, meaning the insights only get better over time. So messaging isn't about the facts, it's about feelings. That's where emotional AI steps in. It can detect sentiment in customers' responses, from emails to tweets to support chats. So if someone is frustrated, it can signal a need to change tone or escalate. If someone's delighted, we can reinforce that emotion in our follow-ups. This not only prevents PR disasters, but also makes our brand feel more human. In customer service, for example, it helps us respond with empathy, automatically adjusting tone and even vocabulary. As brands compete more on experience than product, emotional intelligence becomes a huge differentiator. And AI gives us the tools to scale emotional sensitivity without losing authenticity. Now, knowing where you stand in the market means knowing what your competitors are doing constantly. So AI tools help us go beyond service level comparisons. They monitor changes in competitor websites, messaging campaigns, product launches, and even customer reviews in real time. This intelligence helps us not only respond quickly, but also find white space opportunities, areas where we can differentiate and own a unique position. So instead of reacting late, we are proactively shaping our narrative in response to the competitive landscape. It's like having a 24/7 analyst tracking the battlefield so you can always be one step ahead. So when expanding into new regions, for instance, AI becomes indispensable. How? Well, it can localize not just the language, but cultural nuances, ensuring our messaging doesn't just translate but resonates. What works in New York may fall flat in Tokyo. AI understands these differences and adjusts everything from phrasing to emotional tone accordingly. Now, this also enables us to maintain a unified global brand voice while adapting to local preferences. Whether it's color symbolism, whether it's humor, or social values, AI helps us be respectful and effective across borders. Now, that's a major advantage in building trust with global audiences while still keeping brand consistency intact. So, to wrap up what we've covered, AI is not just another shiny tool, it's a strategic enabler of everything from real time research and dynamic positioning to emotional intelligence and global scaling. We're no longer stuck with delayed insights or generic messaging. With AI, we're responding to the market as it evolves. So, the big picture is that technology lets us personalize at scale, create more human connections, and automate the heavy lifting. Now, it's a massive opportunity to differentiate in today's saturated marketplace. If we lean into it, the results speak for themselves: more relevance, more loyalty, and ultimately greater impact. So here's the final thought. So in today's AI-driven landscape, brands that embrace these capabilities won't just keep up, they'll actually lead. The brands that succeed will be the ones who use AI to go deeper, to understand, connect, and deliver on what customers truly want, faster and smarter than anyone else. So the challenge now is not whether we should use AI, but how soon we can embed it into our strategy, especially our branding strategy. Because in this era, precision beats guesswork, real time beats retrospective, and empathy, when scaled with AI, wins hearts and loyalty like never before. So to conclude, we're at a pivotal moment. AI has turned brand messaging from an art based on instinct into a science powered by insight. It gives us the precision to adapt in real time, personalize at a scale we never thought possible, and still maintain the essence of our brand across every touch point. It's not just about staying competitive, it's about staying relevant. Customers today expect hyper personalized, emotionally intelligent communication, and they expect it now. With AI, we have the tools to meet and exceed those expectations seamlessly. This isn't optional anymore, it's imperative. I hope this helps. Let me know if you have any questions. With this, let's move to the next lesson. So let's dive into how AI is revolutionizing branding, from naming your company to crafting slogans and designing logos. What used to take weeks of brainstorming, expensive agencies, and multiple rounds of revisions can now be done in minutes with AI. This isn't just about speed, it's about unlocking creativity and insight that were previously reserved for big budget companies. Throughout this presentation, I'm going to explore how AI tools are helping entrepreneurs, brand strategists, marketers, content creators, and even designers to create powerful branding assets. We will talk about tools and not only generate ideas, but analyze data like trends, competitors, and emotional impact to ensure that the brand assets aren't just beautiful or catchy, but actually work. So branding has traditionally been a manual and expensive process, filled with subjectivity and a lot of guesswork. Agencies would spend weeks developing name ideas or visual identities based on brainstorming sessions and creative instincts. While that still has value, it's no longer the only way. AI changes that completely. It offers a fast, affordable, and data driven alternative. By analyzing language patterns, consumer behavior, design trends, and even cultural shifts, AI tools can generate options that are not only creative, but aligned with what the market wants. This democratizes branding. Small businesses can now access world class brand strategies without the massive cost. One of the most impressive applications of AI in branding is name generation. So instead of relying on hours of wordplay or expensive brainstorming workshops, AI tools like Namelix or Brand Bucket can suggest names instantly based on your keywords, industry, tone, and target audience. It's like having a brand assistant that never runs out of ideas. What's even more powerful is that these names aren't just random. They're generated using language models that understand phonetics, emotional language, emotional tone, memorability, and even domain availability. So you're not just getting a name, you're getting a brand ready asset that connects with your audience and is optimized for digital presence. Crafting a memorable slogan, for example, used to be an art reserved for clever copywriters, while today, AI tools like Copy.ai or Jasper or ChatGPT even can generate a list of compelling slogans tailored to your brand's tone, mission, and audience. Now they're trained on massive corpuses of advertising language, giving them the ability to create punchy, emotional, resonant lines. The real advantage here is the iteration. You can generate dozens of variations instantly, test them with your audience, and refine the messaging until you find that perfect fit. The AI doesn't replace human creativity, by the way, it accelerates it. You can still add the final polish, but now you're starting with 80% of the work already done. Logo design, for example, used to require hiring a graphic designer, going through multiple rounds of drafts, and waiting days or weeks to get something usable. But now, AI powered platforms like Luca, Taylor Brands, and Wix have made logo creation and even ChatGPT nearly instantly and surprisingly effective. These platforms consider your identity, your color preference that you give, and even brand personality. Then they apply this color psychology, adapt to design trends like flat versus vintage styles, and create logo sets that you can customize on the spot. Many of them also provide full brand kits like font, color codes, and social media templates, giving startups and small businesses everything they need to look polished and professional right from day one. One of the biggest advantages of AI branding tools is their ability to integrate seamlessly across workflows. So, from name generation to slogans to logos and even brand guidelines, these tools are often connected in one unified system. Now, that means that you can start with a single brand idea and develop all your visual and verbal assets in a coherent, consistent way. This workflow efficiency not only saves time, but more importantly, it maintains consistency across your brand identity. You don't end up with a catchy name and that doesn't match your logo or a tone of voice that doesn't align with your visual assets. With integrated workflows, the entire brand experience becomes more cohesive and aligned with your market positioning. So let's summarize and let me give you the biggest benefits. First is the speed. What once took weeks can now be done in hours or even minutes. Second is affordability. Small businesses and solo founders have access to tools that previously required agency level budgets. And third, creative power. You can explore far more options faster. Another key benefit is data driven decision making. AI doesn't just generate random suggestions, it uses insights from customer behavior, search trends, and design analytics. Now, what this does is gives you or your branding a better chance of resonating with the audience from day one. It's not just branding faster, it's branding smarter. So while AI branding tools are powerful, we also have to be mindful of some ethical implications. So one concern is, of course, the originality. Since these tools are trained on existing data, are the ideas truly unique, you might ask? And what about the risk of generating names or slogans that unintentionally offend due to cultural nuances the AI doesn't fully grasp? What happens then? Another important issue is creative dependency. While AI can generate ideas, it's up to us to filter, refine, and ensure that those ideas align with our values and brand identity. So it's crucial to treat AI as a partner, not a replacement for human judgment. The best results come when we combine AI speed and insight with our human creativity and intuition. So the future of AI in branding is incredibly exciting. We're heading towards a space where AI can only generate but also test brand assets in real time, predicting performance before launch. Soon, we may be able to simulate even customer reactions or A/B test slogans using synthetic audiences before they go live. We'll also see more hyper-personalized branding, where your messaging, design, and even logo variations adapt to specific customer segments in real time. As AI becomes more integrated with CRMs, ad platforms, and product experiences, branding will certainly shift from static to dynamic, evolving continuously based on data and interaction. Here are some of the core takeaways from this session. So AI tools are transforming how we create brand names, how we create slogans, and how we create logos. They're fast, accessible, and smart, allowing anyone to develop brand identities that once required specialized agencies. You can now test, you can refine, and you can launch branding assets with remarkable speed. But with great power comes responsibility. While AI offers powerful support, human oversight is essential to ensure originality, relevance, and emotional resonance. If we use AI intelligently and ethically, it becomes one of the most potent and powerful tools in our creative toolkit, helping us build brands that are not only seen but remembered. To wrap things up, AI branding is here and it's a game changer. Whether you're launching a startup, rebranding a company, or just exploring new creative directions, these tools offer a massive advantage. The playing field is more level than ever before. Creativity is no longer limited by time or budget. Your brand is your story, and AI can help you tell it faster, better, and with more impact. So use it wisely. Explore the tools, test them out, and integrate them into your branding process. The future of branding isn't just artificial intelligence, it's augmented creativity. So I hope this helps. Let me know if you have any questions. With this, let's move to the next lesson. Welcome back, everybody. So in this lesson, I'm going to demonstrate how to create a photorealistic image using ChatGPT, and this relates to your branding, your logos, your designs. So let's jump right in. And first, just open up ChatGPT 4.0. There are many other versions like 03 mini, mini high, and there are more models that ChatGPT keeps coming up. So as of right now, it's ChatGPT 4.5, which is research. Quick for coding is 4.1, and then 4.mini. We'll stick to 4.0 because we want to stay standard. And then right in the prompt, this is where you would enter a prompt. So I already have a prompt written down, and you can copy this. I'll provide this prompt in a resource also. So look for this prompt in the resources folder. So basically this prompt is a photorealistic image, and I'm going to walk you through this so you understand the keywords. So we are generating a photorealistic image. You could say retro image, you could say line art, or any other types of image that you wish to create. But for this instance, it is going to be a photorealistic image of a modern workspace. Set up brand management using AI. So I provided a prompt that it's going to be a wooden desk, open laptop, and one side is ChatGPT, the other side is Midjourney generated logo variations on the other. And then, of course, the designer sketchpad with AI generated brand concepts, color palettes, slogan drafts is placed besides the laptop. And you can specify and enhance this prompt according to your own requirements. For example, you can specify certain colors or color styles or color palette. But the background here includes mood boards pinned to a cork wall featuring branding elements like logos and other personas, and so on. A soft ambient lighting, cup of coffee, and indoor plants complete the creative and professional setting. So the scene would feel dynamic. Again, that's part of the prompt. It will feel inspiring and advanced, right? So the perfect for digital branding strategists using AI tools. So let's go ahead and simply click the above arrow, and this is going to go ahead and generate the prompt. You could also specify the size of the image, for example, if you want it 1200 by 800 pixels or in vertical format 1080 by 1080, it's up to you. Right now, I just gave it this standard prompt and let it spin, and it's going to go ahead and start to generate the image for us. So it takes a little while, and then it ends up generating this image for you. Now, of course, based on your prompt, this generated this. Now, if I were to tweak this prompt and say I want better lighting, I want a single laptop, I don't want this. So it's up to you how you want to pursue, but it generates a pretty fantastic image for you. Let's see if we can generate a logo using ChatGPT also. So I'm going to go ahead and paste another prompt, and again, I'll provide this in the resources as well. And here we are going to design a minimalistic. So now I'm not using photorealistic, but I'm saying, hey, design a minimalistic professional logo for modern AI and automation company called ClayDesk. So just a prompt, even though we're a training company, but let me change that for a tech training platform called ClayDesk, right? So, and again, you can change it as per your liking. So I'm going to leave it as is and then click to generate. And this is going to go ahead and give me an idea of a logo. Now, I've not specified colors. Well, I have a touch of electric teal here for the color. Then I have references to neural network circuits and stylized C and stylized D fusion. So for the clay, the capital C, and for the desk is capital D. And abstract symbols, intelligent connection, and digital transformation. So use a futuristic but readable sans serif font. So there you go. So I've specified the font style. I've specified the type of logo that I'm looking for this organization. And boom, here it is. So that way, now you get an idea and glimpse of what it can do. And you can use this, save this, export to Canva, and then start your branding kit. So based on this, you can generate ideas, so design teams or designers can in fact come up with the variations of logos. Once that's approved, then you can use those designs within your brand kit. So I hope this helps. You can practice with this, pretty straightforward, and let me know what you think. If you have any questions, please post. With this, let's move to the next lesson. Welcome back. So in this lesson, I'm going to go ahead and demonstrate another tool that we can use called Ideate AI. And here, just log in, very straightforward. I'm just going to go ahead and enter the same prompt for the logo for ClayDesk, right, which is our training company. So I'm going to go ahead and professional logo for a modern tech training platform company called ClayDesk. Okay, and that's it. So I'm just going to go ahead, and then styles, I can choose either realistic, minimal, sketch, modern, and so on. So how about if we change this a little bit and we want our branding to be in modern? So I'm going to go ahead and select modern here. And then once I do this, I'm going to go ahead and set the creativity level to 75%, and then the artboard size, whether it's 16 by 9, 1:1, or whichever I like. So how about let's change it to 4:3 because we're creating a logo. And then I can also do a reference image, which I'm not going to. I'm going to have this generate, and then advanced settings as well. So I'm going to say generate 3 of these and click on generate. So what this is going to do, of course, just like any other AI tool, this is also going to give me the different variations of the minimalistic professional logo for ClayDesk. So it creates the first logo. Notice it may appeal to you or may not, but again, depends on the AI tool you use. Remember, we talked about that how AI is your partner, not your replacement. Okay, so this is the first logo image that it generated for you, and it's still working on the other two as well. Perfect. So it created this as a second logo and this as a first logo. So, well, hey, it's a good try. So it depends on the tool you use, right? So we're learning that whether you use ChatGPT, Midjourney, Canva, or Ideate, or any other tool, it just depends on which tool do you wish to use. So go ahead, practice with this, and let me know which tools you're currently using and you've tried it and what the results are. With this, let's move to the next lesson. Welcome, everyone. So let's explore some real world examples. How about some case studies of how some of the world's top brands are leveraging AI to revolutionize their branding and customer engagement strategies? Now, we're not talking about theory here. We're diving into actual use cases where AI has transformed how these brands connect with their customer, delivering personalized experiences and maintain a competitive edge. Now, the examples that I'm going to show you are about Nike, Sephora, and others that illustrate not only what's possible, but also what's already happening. From fashion to food and entertainment to automotive, companies are embedding AI into the core of their branding strategies. Now, the goal today is to extract lessons and insights that you can apply to your own brand, whether you're a startup or a global player. So the AI branding revolution is already underway. Now we're seeing a massive shift from intuition-based branding decisions to those rooted in data and machine learning. Traditionally, building a brand involved a lot of gut feeling and guesswork. Well, you run a few surveys, maybe some focus groups, and then hope you create messaging that landed the way you wanted it to. With AI, the model is obsolete. Today, brands use AI to analyze huge volumes of consumer data, everything from browsing patterns to sentiment in online reviews. Now, this allows them to spot trends in real time and adjust their messaging instantly. It's a blend of creativity and computation, enabling brands to be both strategic and agile. And this shift isn't limited to big companies. AI tools are now accessible to businesses of all sizes, which is why we call this a revolution and not just an upgrade. The first case study is Nike, which is a prime example of predictive personalization done right. They use AI to analyze data across browsing behavior, fitness tracking, purchase history, and even regional trends. This allows them to recommend products that have a high likelihood of conversion. For example, if a user frequently views running shoes and tracks their miles in the Nike Run Club app, Nike can recommend shoes optimized for that specific runner. What's impressive is how this personalization extends across channels. Nike tailors email campaigns and local promotions based on user preferences and regional buying behavior. Even size recommendations are personalized using data from customers with similar profiles. Now, this deep personalization has significantly boosted Nike's retention and brand loyalty. Users feel like the brand truly understands them, and that's incredibly powerful in today's crowded marketplace. Next is Starbucks. Deep Brew is their proprietary AI engine that powers everything from inventory management to personalized recommendations. It learns customer preferences by analyzing app activity, purchase history, and seasonal trends. So if someone regularly orders an oat milk latte in the morning, the app will start surfacing that option proactively, sometimes even with a discount to incentivize repeat purchases. Now, beyond personalization, Deep Brew also optimizes store operations. It forecasts demand, suggests ideal staffing levels, and even automates supply chain decisions. This result is not just a smoother customer experience, but also more efficient operations behind the scenes. And Starbucks is a great example of a brand using AI not just for marketing, but to strengthen the full customer lifecycle, from back-end logistics to front-end loyalty. Let's move to the next one, which is Sephora has used AI to create one of the most innovative customer experiences in beauty retail, virtual try-ons. So through their app and in-store digital mirrors, customers can try on makeup virtually using augmented reality powered by computer vision. It allows users to test dozens of shades and styles without ever opening a single product. Now, the AI goes further by analyzing customer preferences, facial features, and past purchase data to recommend personalized product combinations. This not only improves the customer experience, but also increases purchase confidence, leading to fewer returns. Sephora's success here shows that when AI is used to enhance interactivity and personalization, it can create experiences that are both fun and frictionless. Next case study is Coca-Cola has taken AI into the realm of cultural trend spotting. So their AI system scans social media, news, and forums to identify emerging cultural and consumer trends. Now, this real-time insight is then used to inform product development, marketing campaigns, and even packaging design. For example, when a particular flavor or health trend gains momentum online, Coca-Cola can act quickly to test and launch new variants. They're also able to hyper-target ads to resonate with shifting consumer sentiments. So the key takeaway here is the agility. AI enables Coca-Cola to stay ahead of the curve, not just reacting to trends, but by anticipating them and responding proactively. And then we have BMW as a case study. Now, BMW has embraced conversational AI throughout in its car voice assistant, creating a more personalized and intuitive driving experience. Now, this AI learns the driver's behavior over time, adjusting seat positions, climate settings, and navigational routes based on past habits. It even integrates with calendars and how-to-do lists to proactively suggest routes or reminders. So the beauty of BMW's approach is how the AI blends utility with branding. So the conversational assistant isn't just functional, it reflects BMW's tone, personality, and commitment to a premium driving experience. Now, this case shows that AI can serve both a practical function and a brand storytelling role, reinforcing what the brand stands for every time someone uses the car. And then we have Netflix, another great case study. Its recommendation engine is arguably the most well-known AI success story in entertainment. What it does, it analyzes your watch history, search behavior, genre preferences, and even when you stop watching certain shows. All this data fuels a complex algorithm that personalizes your homepage to maximum viewing time. But what makes Netflix AI special is its subtlety. You might think you're making independent choices, but in reality, the system is gently guiding you towards content it knows you will enjoy. Now, this helps users engage and reduces churn. Netflix proves that when AI gets personalization right, it not only enhances the user experience, but also drives significant business outcomes. So let's reflect on what we've learned so far. First, personalization is directly linked to customer loyalty. The more relevant your brand feels, the more likely people are to stick with it. Second, data-driven agility always beats guesswork. Brands that rely on real-time insight can pivot faster and stay ahead of the competition. Another key point is that AI doesn't replace creativity, it enhances it. Whether it's suggesting color palettes or writing copy, AI provides inspiration and scale, while the human touch ensures relevance and emotional resonance. And lastly, brands must start small. Test AI in one area, learn from it, and then scale it strategically across other touchpoints. With that said, we also need to tread carefully. Over personalization can feel invasive. Just because you can track and tailor everything doesn't mean you should. It's important to strike a balance between relevance and privacy. Users must feel empowered, not monitored. Equally important is ensuring that the algorithms are fair and unbiased. Regular audits and diverse training data are essential. AI should reflect the values of your brand, and that includes inclusivity and transparency. And finally, always blend AI with human oversight. The combination of machine efficiency and human empathy is what will drive the most trusted and impactful brand experiences. And to wrap things up, AI is no longer just a futuristic add on, by the way, it's a core component of how modern brands operate. The case studies and the companies we've covered today aren't just using AI as a tool, they're actually building strategies around it. They're creating real time, personalized, and meaningful experiences that customers now expect as the standard. So, the final thought I want to leave you with this AI is powerful, but it's only as effective as the intention behind it. So, use it to connect more deeply, communicate more clearly, and serve more meaningfully. That's how AI will not only help you build a brand, but build a brand people love. I hope this helps. Let me know if you have any questions. With this, let's move to the next lesson. So let's talk about how to create logos, color palettes, and other visual assets using AI tools like ChatGPT, DALL-E, or Midjourney, and other AI tools as well. So we're going to dive into the exciting world of AI-powered visual branding. Now, AI is definitely revolutionizing how we create logos, color palettes, and other visual assets, making the process faster, more accessible, and incredibly dynamic. Now, whether you are a solo entrepreneur or part of a small design team or department, AI tools can help you craft professional-grade designs without the need for a full-scale design department. But it's not just about speed, it's about creativity and consistency. AI can generate stunning visuals, but the magic happens when we combine its capabilities with human insight. So we'll explore how tools like Midjourney, like I mentioned earlier, ChatGPT, Canva, right, are changing the game, and how you can leverage them to build a strong, cohesive brand identity. So let's start with the basic first. Why does visual branding matter so much? Think about the brands you love. Chances are you recognize them instantly by their logos, colors, or overall aesthetic. Now, visual branding is the face of your business. AI or it builds trust, creates recognition, and communicates your values without saying a word. So, a strong visual identity can set you apart in a crowded market and make your brand memorable. And by creating a consistent and professional look isn't always easy, especially if you are not a designer. That's where AI comes in. With tools like Canva, for example, or Midjourney, you can generate high quality visuals that align with your brand's personality, ensuring consistency across all your materials, from your website to your social media posts. Let's start with Midjourney, for example. It is a powerhouse when it comes to logo design. So imagine being able to type a few keywords like modern, tech, or eco-friendly and instantly seeing dozens of logo concepts. That's the power of AI. Now, Midjourney's ability to generate unique, creative designs based on simple prompts can save you hours of brainstorming and sketching. But Midjourney is fantastic for inspiration, though. It's important to refine the results. AI can sometimes produce abstract or off brand designs, so use its input as a starting point. Tweak the colors, adjust the layout, or combine elements to create a logo that truly represents your brand. Always remember that AI is your collaborator, not your replacement. DALL-E, for example, is another incredible tool, especially for creating brand icons and smaller visual assets. If you need a custom icon for your app or website, well, just describe it and DALL-E will generate multiple options in seconds. This is a game changer for business that need unique, scalable icons without hiring an illustrator. But here's the catch. DALL-E's output can vary in quality and style. To maintain consistency, you must provide clear, detailed prompts and be prepared to iterate. You might also want to use the generated icons as a base and refine them in a design tool like Illustrator or Canva. The key is to blend AI's creativity with your brand's specific needs. How do we choose the right color palette? So choosing the right color palette is crucial for branding. It evokes emotions and reinforces your identity. AI can analyze trends, suggest harmonious color schemes, and can generate palettes based on your brand's vibe. Tools like Coolers or Canva's AI features can create stunning combinations in just minutes. But do not rely solely on AI, as I mentioned earlier, because colors have cultural and psychological implications. So it's worth testing your audience how it responds. For example, let's say a healthcare brand might want calming blues and greens. Now, while a youth-focused brand could opt for vibrant, energetic hues, use AI as a springboard and then fine-tune your palette to ensure it resonates with your target market. Canva's AI tools, like Magic Studio, are perfect for creating consistent, on-brand assets quickly. From social media posts to business cards, Canva AI can generate designs that align with your brand guidelines. It's like having a designer on call 24/7, ready to adapt your visuals for any platform or purpose. One of the best features is the ability to maintain consistency. So you can upload your logo, fonts, and colors, and Canva AI will apply them across all your designs. This ensures that every piece of content you create feels not only cohesive, whether, for example, it's a Facebook ad or a printed flyer. It's a huge time saver for, especially for small teams or solo entrepreneurs. So consistency matters. I've talked a lot about this, right, with your style guides and why it is important. While AI tools can generate all sorts of images using your choice of color palette, consistent with your theme, colors, and style ensures that your branding remains the same and the user remembers it easily, and that's the main point. For example, if you use a certain color theme, then make sure that all assets created for branding purposes remain true to that use of colors and style. So let's talk about how do we prototype with AI. So for example, you can visualize logos on merchandise, or you can create your own logos or other visual using visual styles. And tools like Midjourney, ChatGPT, and ChatGPT is coming up with latest images also. And I'm going to demonstrate later on too how to create photorealistic images using ChatGPT. And you can create mockups, and all that does is simply speeds up your design process, yet maintain your brand consistency. So let's talk about some limitations. Of course, AI, as powerful as it is, it's not perfect. One limitation is originality. It definitely generates designs based on existing data, so there's a risk of creating something generic or unintentionally similar to another brand, though it's rare, but it's learning pretty fast. It's important to review and customize AI outputs to ensure they're truly unique. Another challenge is context. AI might not fully understand cultural nuances or specific industry standards. For example, a logo for a law firm needs to convey trust and professionalism, which AI might not grasp without clear guidance. Always double check AI generated designs to ensure they align with your brand's values and audience expectations. To get the most of AI, a few best practices for your design. You should start with a clear, detailed prompt. And I cannot say more. Prompting is very, very important. The more specific you are, the better the results. For example, instead of saying create a logo, try create a minimalistic logo for a sustainable coffee brand using earth tones and a leaf motif. Now this gives the AI a clear direction. Also, don't settle for the first output. AI is great for generating ideas, but the best designs often come from iteration. And combine elements from different AI generated options, tweak colors, or adjust layouts to create something uniquely yours. and always involve human judgment. AI cannot replace the intuition and creativity of a designer. So, where are we heading? The future of branding within AI is incredibly exciting. We're already seeing tools that offer real time collaboration, predictive design suggestions, and even responsive assets that adapt to different devices or languages. So, imagine a logo that changes slightly based on the user's preferences or the platform it's displayed on. AI is making this possible. Now, as these tools evolve, staying updated on trends will be critical. AI is becoming more intuitive and integrated into design workflows. So, embracing it now will give you a competitive edge. The key is to view AI as a partner, one that enhances your creativity and efficiency, not replaces it. Let's recap. So, what we've covered so far. AI tools like Midjourney, ChatGPT, Canva, for example, are transforming logo and asset creation, making it faster and more accessible. Canva AI, for example, helps maintain consistency across all your branded materials, while prototyping tools speed up stakeholder approvals. But remember, AI is just a tool. The best results come from balancing its power with human insight. And visual branding is about more than just aesthetics. It's about building trust and recognition and being consistent. By leveraging AI wisely, you can create a strong, cohesive brand identity that resonates with your audience. So I hope this helps. Let me know how and where you are in your design journey. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. With this, let's move to the next lesson. Welcome everybody. So today we're going to explore how AI is revolutionizing the way we manage and enforce brand guidelines. Gone are the days of manual checking every piece of content for consistency because AI is stepping in to automate this process, saving you time, reducing errors, and ensuring your brand stays cohesive across all touch points. So whether you're a designer, marketer, or part of a global design team, this is a game changer. So think about how much time your team actually spends tweaking fonts, colors, or messaging to align with brand standards. With AI, much of that heavy lifting is handled automatically. So tools like Figma, for example, Canva, and NLP-powered systems are now equipped to monitor and correct brand inconsistencies in real time. But this isn't just about efficiency, it's about protecting your brand's integrity and making sure every customer interaction feels seamless and professional. But why does brand consistency matter so much? So imagine interacting with a brand where the logos look different on their website and it does not, or they do not on their social media. Now, where their tone shifts from formal to casual without warning. You've seen that. It's confusing, right? Consistency builds trust, reinforces recognition, and creates a cohesive experience for your audience, no matter where they encounter your brand. But maintaining that consistency isn't easy, especially as your brand grows. You might have teams across different regions, freelancers, virtual assistants, or multiple vendors creating the same content, all with varying interpretations of your guidelines. So manual enforcement is tedious and prone to human error. That's where AI comes in. It acts as a vigilant enforcer, assistant, ensuring every piece of content from ads to emails stays true to your brand's identity. So let's talk about the pain points of manual brand management. What are some of the challenges? So as your brand scales, inconsistencies multiply. Maybe your social team uses the wrong shade of blue, or a designer accidentally swaps out your primary font. These might seem like small issues, but over time, they dilute your brand equity and confuse your audience. And the bigger your team, the harder it is to catch every mistake. Another challenge? Well, that's time, because designers and marketers spend hours reviewing assets for compliance, which takes away from creative work. For global brands, this becomes even more complex because we have different time zones, you have different languages, and cultural nuances adds layers of difficulty. Manual checks just aren't scalable. AI solves this by automating the tedious parts, freeing your team to focus on innovation and strategy. So how does AI enforce brand consistency? Think of it as a 24/7 brand guardian. It can scan designs and content in real time, flagging off-brand elements like incorrect colors, fonts, or even logos. For example, If someone uploads a social media graphic with the wrong font, the AI can instantly suggest the correct one or even autocorrect it. Tools like Figma, Canva are already integrating these features, making it seamless for teams. But AI isn't just a watchdog, it's a productivity booster also. By catching errors early, it reduces back and forth revisions and speeds up workflows. So imagine a designer getting instant feedback on a draft or a marketer receiving tone suggestions for an email. It's like having a brand expert looking over your shoulder, ensuring everything stays on track without slowing you down. Now, visual identity is the face of your brand, and AI is making it easier than ever to keep it consistent. From logos to color palettes, AI tools can automatically check that every asset aligns with your guidelines. So let me give you an example. Let's say if a designer tries to use a non-approved color, the system can nudge them towards the right one or even lock them out of using off-brand options altogether. This is especially powerful for large teams or franchises. Let's say you're a global retailer with hundreds of local stores creating their own promotions. Now, AI can ensure that every store's material, whether it's a flyer or a digital ad, stays visibly aligned with the master brand. No more worrying about rogue designs or slipping through the cracks. So, consistent tone is very important, and I cannot stress this enough. Brand consistency isn't just about visuals, it's about tone and messaging also. This is where natural language processing comes in. AI can analyze your content for tone, style, and even emotional resonance, ensuring everything from blog posts to customer service emails sounds like it's coming from the same brand. For example, if your brand voice is friendly and casual, the AI can flag overly formal language or jargon in real time. It can also suggest alternative phrasing to match your style guide. This is a lifesaver for global brands operating in multiple languages. The AI can ensure translations also that maintains the same tone and clarity, so your brand voice stays consistent worldwide. Next is dynamic brand guidelines. So static PDF brand guidelines to start off with are a thing of the past. AI-powered dynamic hubs are the future. These are living, interactive platforms where teams can access the latest guidelines, templates, and assets, all in one place. If you need a logo, well, you can download it directly. Unsure about the right tone, well, the AI can provide examples on the spot. What's really powerful is how these hubs evolve. AI can track how teams use the guidelines and identify recurring issues, like frequent misuse of a particular color. Now, this data can then inform updates on or to the guidelines or even trigger targeted training for teams. It's a proactive approach to brand management that keeps everyone aligned. So AI just doesn't stop at content creation. It in fact audits published content as well. By crawling websites, social media, and emails, AI can flag out outdated logos or off-brand messaging. And visual dashboards can show compliance scores, helping teams address weak spots and maintain a strong brand presence. For example, you can set alerts where your design team can be alerted if something goes wrong or if someone uses the wrong color. One of the biggest misconceptions about AI is that it stifles creativity. In reality, it does the opposite. So by handling repetitive tasks like quality checks, AI frees creatives to focus on what they do best, which is innovating. Designers can spend less time polishing or policing fonts rather, and make more crafting compelling visuals. And copywriters, for example, can skip the nitpicking and dive into storytelling. AI also acts as a creative partner. For example, it might suggest design variations based on your brand's history or predict which visuals perform best with your audience. It's not about replacing human creativity, it's about enhancing it. So think of AI as your team's assistant, handling the mundane tasks so you can focus on the extraordinary. So how do you manage brand across borders or globally? So different regions might have unique cultural preferences or compliance requirements, for example, but your core identity still needs to shine. So AI helps bridge this gap by ensuring local adaptations stay with global guidelines.
So, for instance, it can flag culturally insensitive imagery or ensure translations don't alter your brand's voice. This is also a game changer for accessibility. AI can check that design meets the required standards for accessibility, like ADA standards, right? Or for WCAG for color contrast, or suggest alt text for images. By baking all of this inclusivity into your workflows, you can certainly ensure that your brand resonates with everyone, everywhere, globally. So I did talk about inclusivity earlier, and it's a must for modern brands because AI tools ensure that assets meet accessibility standards like proper contrast or descriptive alt text. And this is great for SEO as well. So they also flag insensitive language and check video captions, for example, helping brands reach broader audiences while staying ethical and compliant at the same time. And you can ensure that the captions and voiceovers are not only clear, but it expands the audience reach through this process. So let's recap the big ideas. AI automates brand consistency, catching errors in real time, and freeing teams from manual checks. It streamlines visual identity, enforces tone, and powers dynamic guidelines hubs that grow out of your brand. And more importantly, it enhances creativity by removing grunt work. The bottom line, AI isn't just a tool, it's a strategic partner in protecting and scaling your brand. So by adopting these technologies now, you're basically future-proofing your brand's integrity and unlocking new levels of efficiency and creativity. So to wrap things up, automating brand guidelines with AI isn't about replacing human judgment, it's about empowering your team to do their best work. From designers to marketers, everyone benefits from fewer errors, faster workflows, and a brand that stays cohesive no matter how big you grow. So the future of branding is certainly here, and it's intelligent, it's adaptive, and incredibly exciting. And definitely you should explore these tools and see how they can transform your brand management. So I hope this helps. Let me know if you have any questions. With this, let's move to the next lesson. Welcome everybody. So we're going to dive into something that might sound simple, but it actually is a foundational to how a brand is perceived, and that is consistency across digital and print media. So in a world where your audience might interact with your brand on a billboard one moment and a smartphone the next, ensuring that the experience feels unified is more important than ever. So we'll talk through some of the key strategies, common pitfalls, and some great real-world examples that I'm going to demonstrate and show you to help you strengthen your brand across all channels. Whether you are in design marketing or brand strategy, you will leave with actionable insights to make your work more impactful and aligned. So we know that there's a short attention spans all across. Brand recognition can be your biggest competitive advantage, and consistency is how you actually achieve it. So let's start with why consistency even matters. Think of the brands that you trust most, say Apple, Nike, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, you name it. But what makes them in fact memorable? It's not just the product, it's the consistent experience. Whether it's their color scheme, whether it's the voice or visual layout, there's a reliable thread that ties all touch points together. So consistency builds familiarity, and familiarity builds trust. And trust that drives conversion, loyalty, and advocacy. So inconsistent branding, on the other hand, creates friction. It confuses the customer, it dilutes your message, and ultimately makes your brand forgettable. So next is the role of brand guidelines. So these are basically your North Star for ensuring consistency. Think of them as a living document that defines how your brand should look, feel, and sound across any medium. Now this includes everything from logos, your color palettes, your typography, to tone of voice, to imagery style, and usage rules. They make it easier for teams, internal and external, to stay on the same page. Now, these guidelines aren't meant to restrict creativity, by the way. They are there to provide clarity and ensure that creativity flourishes within the right framework. Now, whether you are briefing a graphic designer or onboarding a new content writer, brand guidelines make sure that every asset feels cohesive and aligned with your core identity. Next is design for print versus digital. Well, designing for print and digital may seem similar on the surface, but there are some major differences. For instance, print is static and requires precision, fixed dimensions, exact color matching like Pantone or CMYK, and clear resolution at scale. On the other hand, digital designs must be flexible and responsive, adapting to different screen sizes and environments. Still, your brand identity, your fonts, colors, logo treatment must remain constant. So using a scalable vector graphics, for example, for logos is a best practice across both formats. While font sizes may need to adjust for readability, the font family should stay consistent. The goal is to create materials that feel like different expressions of the same brand, not competing versions of it. So, visuals aren't the only area where consistency matters. Your messaging needs to align as well. Whether someone reads your brand story on Instagram or in a printed flyer, the underlying values and tone should feel the same. You might adjust the format and length, but the message should reflect your brand pillars like innovation, integrity, or inclusivity. Now, with that said, don't fall into the trap of copying and pasting identical text across all channels. Tailoring content to the platform while preserving the spirit of the message is what creates resonance. Every message should reinforce who you are as a brand, regardless of the channel it appears on. So, consistency isn't just a design or marketing issue, it's a team sport. And with that, designers, content creators, product managers, and even customer service teams all contribute to the brand experience. If one team veers off course, it can create confusion or mixed messages. That's why cross-functional collaboration is essential. Now, this means the regular communication shared across to brand guidelines and assets and alignment on campaign goals. When everyone understands the why behind the brand and has the tools to deliver it, you then create a seamless experience for your audience. Now, that unity reflects well on your professionalism and makes your brand feel intentional. What about colors and typography? Of course, they are the visual glue of your brand. Now, these elements evoke emotion and recognition. Think of how we associate red with Coca-Cola or clean sans serif fonts with modern tech brands. But consistency here can be tricky, especially across mediums. For example, digital screens and printed materials interpret color differently. The typography also behaves differently. What's legible on a printed flyer might be too small on a mobile screen. That's why it's essential to define primary and fallback typefaces, as well as CMYK and RGB values for each color in your brand design. So having the right assets available and keeping them updated is crucial. Teams waste a lot of time hunting down the right logo file or checking if a font is approved. This is where digital asset management, also known as the DAM, systems come in. So a good DAM solution acts as a single source of truth. It centralizes not only logos, templates, approved photos, and even brand voice guides. This minimizes errors, speeds up the production, and ensures that every piece of content, whether it's a tweet or a trade show banner, feels unmistakably on brand. So integrated campaigns are where the magic happens. You're running a campaign across billboards, Instagram, email, and your website. And it all needs to tell one cohesive story. The visuals, the copy, the timing, it all matters. Planning these campaigns together rather than in silos is the only way to ensure consistency. So you start with a strong creative concept, then map how it will adapt to each touchpoint. Teams should also work from the same campaign brief, share assets, and sync timelines to make it seamless for the audience. So let's look at some real world examples. So brands like Airbnb or Spotify have nailed consistency. Their app, their website, printed materials, even their office designs feel like extensions of the same brand DNA. So it's not accidental, it's intentional, strategic consistency. Now, one key takeaway from these brands is their ability to scale consistency without becoming stale. So they evolve their look and message while staying rooted in the clear guidelines and core values. And it is this balance that keeps them relevant and instantly recognizable everywhere. Now let's talk about what not to do. So one of the biggest pitfalls is assuming that one size fits all. Copying the same design from print to digital or vice versa without adapting it can break the experience. Also, rushing content creation without checking alignment often leads to mixed messages. Another common mistake is ignoring internal training. If your sales team, your support team, or even freelance contributors working remotely for you don't understand your brand, inconsistency will creep in fast. So invest in onboarding and keep everyone updated on brand changes and campaign rollouts. So if you remember nothing else from today, by the way, in this presentation, take this with you. Consistency is not about being repetitive, it's about being reliable and recognizable. It's what makes your brand look professional, builds trust, and stand out in a noisy world. So you start with a solid foundation, brand guidelines, strong collaboration, and shared tools. Now from there, every campaign, every ad, and post becomes a clear extension of your brand's voice and identity. That's how you create a lasting impact. And these are some of the important takeaways for you. So finally, to wrap things up, consistency isn't a nice to have, it's a strategic advantage. It fuels engagement, enhances trust, and helps your brand punch above its weight. When your audience knows what to expect, they're more likely to listen, trust, and buy. So take what we've discussed today and look at your own brand experience. If your digital and print channels truly aligned, think about it. If not, it's time to bridge the gap because unified branding isn't just beautiful, it's powerful. So I hope this helps. Let me know if you have any questions. With this, let's move to the next lesson.
Welcome back. So in this lesson, I'm going to demonstrate using Canva and how you can actually use Brand Kit in Canva. So if you're a small team, design team, or solo entrepreneur, or even enterprise organization, you can certainly benefit with some of these branding that we can use in Canva. So we must have a Pro account because Pro gives you a lot of new features and features like Brand Kit as well. So once you log in to Canva, notice on the left side you have your navigation and you'll notice something says brand. So if I click on brand, this is going to open up the brand templates that I already have. For example, I can take a look at the templates, I can take a look at brand controls, and then I can also use brand kits as well. And let me first start with the brand kits and then I'll jump to other options as well. Now here you can introduce your brand, you can set up, manage, and grow your brand with all the ingredients, assets, controls, workflows, everything right here in your brand kit. You can click on add new, for example, to add a new brand kit. And we already have one for ours, which is ClayDesk. And if I were to just show you what that looks like first, this is what the brand kit is. We have a logo, we have the colors, we have the color palette. Remember we talked about that. And you can add different colors as well. So our basic colors for our logo is blue, and this is the number for this logo or palette. And then we have the brown, we have the grays, we have the reds, and we have blues. So similarly, you can set up your fonts as well. So you can add a new font if you like a new font, unique style, upload a font, or you can check add guidelines as well. So that way you can entire set up your brand kit. And the more important thing that I want to show you here is the brand voice. Because for ours, ClayDesk, we have it's a technology skills platform. We have latest courses with real world hands-on skills. And this is sort of like our mission statement. And what this does, it sets the tone for your future social media posts, your ad copies, your copywriting and whatnot. So everything is based on your own designs and your tone. Likewise, we have our photos. You can set those photos up here. You can upload your graphics. You can have icons. You can have charts and colors. So it gives you a comprehensive tool and features to set up your entire brand kit right in Canva. And on the left, you'll notice you can go to logos. You can set those up and easy navigation as well. For example, this is our brand voice. And let me give you another demonstration of how we can actually use the brand voice as well. So you can write or generate this in the brand voice. Now, what this does, it allows me to, in fact, give it a prompt, for example, based on our brand voice. So I can say something like, write a Facebook post for my new course, brand management with generative AI. So that's it. I could, of course, add more to it if I need to be specific, but let's say I like to just simply write a Facebook post. And what this will do is it's going to the AI is going to write the exciting announcement. That's the starting, right? So it creates the headline and it says, we're thrilled to introduce our brand new course, Brand Management with Generative AI, now available on the Technology Skills platform. At ClayDesk, we're passionate about empowering, and so forth. So notice it also gives me some hashtags. I don't have to write this anymore. So this will set the tone now. Now, every time I create any social media post, it is going to be using the same tone that I've set in my brand kit. So that's very powerful. So that way you can then write more, or you can say more like this, or you can add to this prompt. You can say, I don't want emojis. You can remove those. Again, just like writing a prompt. So the well-structured prompt and a detailed prompt is going to take you long ways. So moving back to brand kit, this is how you would actually set up your brand choice. You can edit and then type your own brand voice. Likewise, like I mentioned, the colors, the headings, and you can set this up. So go ahead, practice with this. Let me know if you have any questions with this. Let's move to the next lesson.
Welcome, everybody. So I'm going to dive into how artificial intelligence can completely transform the way you design a brand kit. Whether you're starting from scratch or refreshing an existing brand, AI can dramatically cut down the time it takes and improves the quality of your decisions. We'll cover everything from defining your brand personality and creating a logo to building a cohesive visual identity with colors, typography, and messaging. So by the end of this lecture, you will see how efficient and insightful brand design can be when AI is your co-creator. So before we jump into tools and tactics, let's briefly talk about why a brand kit matters in the first place. Now, a brand kit isn't just a bunch of pretty designs. It's your brand's visual DNA. It ensures that every visual element of your company is consistent, whether it's a business card, whether it's social media post, or your website. So consistency is key to recognition, and I've been talking about this in the previous lectures as well. Now, when people see your colors, they see your font, they see your logo, they instantly know it's you. A brand kit helps teams stay aligned, speeds up creative processes, and gives your business a professional, credible image in any medium. So every great brand starts with a clear personality. This is where AI tools like ChatGPT or Jasper, for example, can be incredibly useful. You can input prompts like, say, for example, generate brand adjectives for a tech-savvy, friendly startup, and instantly get direction on tone, style, and even motion. Now, think of your brand as a person. That's why we talk about personality, right? It is playful or serious. It is minimalistic or luxurious. AI can help you flesh this out with brand archetypes, tone of voice samples, and even user personas. This foundational step guides all your design decisions moving forward. So, first things first, designing a logo used to take weeks of brainstorming and revisions. But with AI tools like Canva, Luca, Brandmark, or Logo AI, and there are many other tools, they can generate multiple professional logo options in minutes. Your input, your brand name, a few adjectives, maybe an icon or two, and let AI do the heavy lifting. Of course, the goal isn't to blindly accept the first result. Use AI to generate ideas, then refine them. So choose a version that scales well, is readable at small sizes, and reflects your brand personality. You can also run an A/B test on social media to see which logo resonates best. So when it comes to color, AI tools like Coolers, for example, or Adobe Color are game changers. You can enter words like vibrant, you can say earthy, or you can say luxurious, and generate palette ideas instantly. You can even upload an image, like your new logo or product, and extract colors from it. Now, the beauty of AI is that it gives you full color coded. So all these codes that you get, right, from AI, like hex for web, RGB for digital design, and CMYK for print, plus many tools check for contrast ratios so your palette meets accessibility standards, ensuring that your brand is inclusive and usable for all. Typography is another area where AI tools like FontJoy, for example, or say Google Fonts pair suggestions based on your brand's style. Now, if you want something elegant but modern, or bold or techy, now these tools help you test combinations quickly and see how fonts look in different use cases. So don't underestimate the power of good typography. It sets the tone for your brand's communication. So make sure your headers and body text work together. Consider readability across devices and ensure that the font files are easy to embed into your website or marketing materials. And this is where your brand kit really comes in alive with tools like Canva AI Magic Resize. And I've done a demo or tutorial on this too as well, or Adobe Express. You can quickly generate dozens of on-brand templates for posts, stories, and banners. Just plug in your logo, tell the fonts and colors, and let the AI do the rest for you. And templates save you time, by the way, and ensure brand consistency across all channels. Whether your team has a designer or not, having pre-made templates empowers everyone to create professional-looking content without starting from scratch every time. Visuals are only half the story. Your words matter just as much. Use AI tools like Copy.ai or ChatGPT, or basically they help you define your value proposition. They help you define your brand slogan and key messages for different audiences. Now, this ensures that your messaging is always on point and aligned. You can also generate tone guides, message pillars, such as, for example, we always sound optimistic, knowledgeable, and approachable. Now, having this documented helps content creators, sales teams, and support reps stay consistent in every interaction. Now, it's time to bring it all together. So a complete brand kit includes your logo variations, your color codes, your typography styles, your templates, and messaging guidelines. So store everything in one place, whether that's a Notion page, whether it's Google Drive, whether it's within Canva's brand kit, or a digital asset management tools like Frontify. So the goal here is to make your brand kit shareable and easy to use. Anyone from your social media manager to a freelance designer should be able to access and apply your brand identity without needing to ask 10 questions. So once your brand is out in the world, it's time to measure how it's performing. Tools like Brand Watch or Google Analytics can give you insights into engagement, brand sentiment, and visual impact. So AI-powered sentiment, for example, analysis helps you understand how people feel about your brand. So if you see that one post format performs better than the others, or that certain color schemes drive more engagement, you can adapt quickly. AI allows you to stay agile, constantly refining your brand assets in response to real-world data. So some key takeaways. Lots of them, but we'll cover them one by one. So let's pause and recap what we've covered so far. First, your brand kit is the foundation of a consistent and recognizable identity. Using AI doesn't replace creativity, by the way. It enhances it, speeds it up, and makes branding more accessible for startups and solo founders. Now, we've also explored how to define your personality, create a logo, choose colors and fonts, and build your messaging. Now, each of these steps, for example, becomes easier and more strategic with the help of AI. And best of all, you can iterate as your brand evolves. Some additional key takeaways for you, for example, in addition to speeding up the process, AI tools also help you validate decisions with data. You're not guessing anymore, you're testing and refining based on real engagement and feedback. That's what makes this approach so powerful. So, by integrating AI into your brand building workflow, you not only save time, you future proof your identity. You can respond to market changes, adapt visuals instantly, and always stay one step ahead of the curve. So, wrap it up. AI isn't here to replace designers. I've said this before, it's here to empower them. Whether you're a solo entrepreneur, a marketer, or a creative team, you can now create a brand kit that's cohesive, professional, and rooted in strategy with much less effort. Start small, test often, and don't be afraid to evolve. Your brand kit is a living system. And with AI, you now have the tools to keep it fresh, responsive, and perfectly aligned with your vision. So let AI be your creative partner and watch your brand comes to life. I hope this helps. Let me know if you have any questions. With this, let's move to the next lesson.
Welcome, everyone. Today, we're going to explore how AI-powered video and audio tools are changing the game when it comes to storytelling, specifically brand storytelling. Whether you're a content creator, a solopreneur, or part of a marketing team, these tools can help you create professional, engaging content without needing a full production crew. We'll focus on two powerful platforms, 11 Labs, Synthesia, and Murph, and show how they work individually and together to elevate your brand message. These tools not only save time and money, but they also give you creative control like never before, helping you scale content that feels polished, consistent, and human. Storytelling has always been essential to building a brand, but today the pace of content creation is faster than ever. That's where AI comes in. It allows you to maintain quality while dramatically increasing output. You no longer need to rely on studios, long editing timelines, or even actors. AI empowers brands to deliver personalized, platform-specific content at scale. It opens doors to localization, accessibility, and emotional engagement. With AI, even small teams can compete on a global stage by crafting stories that resonate across formats, devices, and cultures. Let's start with Synthesia, one of the most well-known platforms for AI video generation. What's amazing about Synthesia is that it removes the need for a camera or studio. You can create lifelike videos just by uploading a script. Its avatars look realistic, and the voiceovers are impressively natural. You can fully customize everything: the avatar, the language, the tone, even the background and branding elements. It's perfect for explainer videos, onboarding tutorials, marketing promos, and global training content. In just minutes, you can go from idea to published video without touching a camera. One of Synthesia's biggest strengths is personalization at scale. You can create different video versions for specific customers, languages, or departments, all without reshooting anything. AI avatars can address individuals by name or location, which adds a personal touch and improves engagement. This kind of personalization builds stronger connections with your audience. It shows attention to detail, which can boost trust and conversion. Plus, since everything is editable, you can update your messaging or branding across videos instantly with just a few tweaks. Let's talk about something every team cares about: budget and speed. With AI tools like Synthesia and Murph, you can cut down video production costs by up to 80%. No more expensive equipment, actor fees, or long post-production delays. This also means you can respond to trends and customer needs almost in real time. Want to launch a campaign tomorrow? No problem. Need to update a tutorial because your product UI changed? You can have a new version ready in under an hour. Now on to Murph, which is all about voice. Murph allows you to convert text into voiceovers that sound natural and expressive, like a real human, not a robot. What's great is that you get full control over the tone, pacing, and emphasis. You can add pauses, control pitch, and even switch styles mid-script. Murph gives you access to a wide range of voices, different ages, genders, and accents, so you can match the voice to your brand personality. Whether it's a tutorial, a podcast intro, or a YouTube video, Murph makes sure your content sounds consistent and professional. 11 Labs is an AI audio research and deployment company known for its advanced text-to-speech TTS technology and voice cloning capabilities. They specialize in creating realistic and contextually aware speech, voices, and sound effects across multiple languages. Their platform offers tools for various applications, including video voiceovers, audiobooks, and even conversational AI agents. So, 11 Labs would be great for natural voices and brand strategy, especially if you have a global, multilingual customer base. Audio branding is often overlooked, but it's incredibly powerful. Just like visual branding, having a consistent voice across your content helps build familiarity and trust. With Murph, you can stick with one signature voice or a set of voices that your audience begins to recognize instantly. Whether it's a product walkthrough or an app notification, that same voice reinforces your identity. It's clear, polished, and always on brand. Plus, AI guarantees accuracy and removes the risk of human recording errors, making your production process smoother and faster. Now, here's where things get exciting. Using Synthesia and Murph together. Synthesia handles the visuals with talking avatars and customizable scenes, while Murph delivers high-quality voiceovers that bring those avatars to life. This combo creates a full storytelling experience. Imagine launching a product demo where your AI avatar speaks in your brand's signature Murph voice. Or localizing training modules with the same visuals, but voiceovers adapted for each language. It's seamless, scalable, and highly impactful. Let's look at how real organizations are using these tools. Platforms like ClayDesk.com are using AI to deliver e-learning courses in multiple languages. SaaS companies are crafting user onboarding videos that feel personal and dynamic. Agencies are able to serve more clients without needing to increase headcount, and solopreneurs are producing high-quality content that looks and sounds like it came from a full studio. This is democratizing content creation, giving everyone access to professional-grade storytelling tools. While Synthesia and Murph are amazing, they're just part of the ecosystem. Other tools like Descript, Pictory, Runway ML, or 11 Labs offer even more functionality: video editing, animation, audio enhancement, script writing, and more. The key is to mix and match the right tools based on your needs. For example, you could generate a video with Synthesia, voice it with Murph, then edit it in Descript, or add subtitles with Capwing. The flexibility of these tools lets you create high-quality multimedia content with minimal technical skills. AI is powerful, but you still need to keep it human and authentic. Avoid sounding generic, use your brand's tone of voice, and inject real personality into your scripts. Think of AI as your assistant, not your replacement. Review and tweak AI-generated content to ensure it aligns with your values and audience expectations. Authenticity will always matter. Just because you can create a video in 5 minutes doesn't mean you should skip strategy or storytelling basics. Let's wrap it up with a few key takeaways. First, AI tools like Synthesia and Murph make professional video and audio content faster, cheaper, and more accessible. They allow even small teams to scale storytelling efforts without sacrificing quality. Second, personalization and consistency are now easier than ever. You can tailor messages for different audiences and keep your branding cohesive across all channels. Lastly, the brands that experiment with these tools today will be ahead of the curve tomorrow.
Welcome back. So let's kick things off by addressing why personalization at scale is such a game changer. So in today's crowded digital world, people are certainly overwhelmed with generic content. What stands out is when a brand makes you feel like it truly gets you. Personalizing the content at scale means we're not just speaking to millions, we're making each of those individuals feel seen and understood without manually crafting a million different messages. That's the power of combining creativity with smart data and automation. So let's explore today how business can achieve this, how we can deliver tailored experiences across platforms while maintaining efficiency. So we're going to unpack not just the why, but also the how as well. So first, let's start by acknowledging the elephant in the room. Our customers are overwhelmed with content. In a sea of emails, notifications, and ads, what truly stands out is relevance. So personalization isn't just a buzzword. It's how we show customers we actually see them. When done right, personalization makes users feel understood, valued, and more likely to trust and engage with your brand. It's no longer optional, it's an expectation. So think about the last time you interacted with a brand that just seemed to get you. Maybe it recommended the perfect product or remembered your birthday. These small gestures are powered by big data and they're incredibly effective. So personalization drives loyalty, increases conversions, and boosts customer satisfaction. It's the difference between broadcasting and having a conversation. So what does personalization at scale really mean? It's not just about throwing someone's first name into an email anymore. It's about using data and technology to deliver truly tailored experiences. Experiences that adapt based on real-time behavior, preferences, devices used, or even mood signals from sentiment analysis. So, we're going from basic segments to hyper-personalization. What makes this scalable is automation. We're talking about delivering these custom experiences to thousands or even millions of users without needing a team of writers behind every touch point. Whether it's adjusting content based on purchase history or tailoring offers based on behavioral triggers, we're using systems that learn and evolve with the customer. So data is the foundation of everything we're talking about today. Without it, there's no way to truly personalize. We're talking about more than just email address and names. We're talking about browsing behavior, talking about time on site, past purchases, device preferences, and even emotional sentiment derived from user interactions. The key is not just having data, but knowing how to use it. We must unify our data sources, CRM, analytics, e-commerce platforms, and turn that information into actionable insights. When we build user profiles and map content accordingly, we move from broadcasting to connecting on a truly individual level. That's where the magic happens. Here's where things get really exciting. AI and machine learning are game changers. These technologies allow us to go beyond reactive personalization into predictive engagement. So imagine being able to suggest products before a customer even realizes they need them. That's what recommendation engines do, in fact, using predictive analytics. So AI just doesn't stop there. Email subject lines and CTAs, or call to actions, can be dynamically adjusted for each recipient. Chatbots can deliver tailored responses based on where a user is in the funnel. And perhaps more impressively, AI makes one-to-one personalization possible for millions of users, all in real time. It's like having a personal marketer for every customer. So content management systems, or CMS, are the unsung heroes of scalable personalization. A modern CMS allows you to organize and deliver content dynamically. Think of it as the engine behind the scenes, ensuring that each visitor sees a version of your site tailored just for them, based on who they are, what they like, and how they behave. With the right CMS, you can then do the A/B test headlines, swap out image based on user interest, and deliver personalized blog content or product pages all automatically. It removes the need for marketers to hard-code every variation and instead lets technology do the heavy lifting while still aligning with your brand strategy. So what about multi-channel personalization? Well, it shouldn't stop at your website, right? So customers interact with your brand across email, social media, mobile apps, and more. So your personalized content need to follow them. For example, dynamic email templates that change based on user behavior are very powerful. Retargeting ads and lookalike audiences on social platforms help re-engage users who show interest. Mobile push notifications are another underutilized goldmine. A personalized push at the right moment, like a reminder to finish checkout, can bring users back and drive action. So the ultimate goal is consistency, delivering a seamless, personalized experience across all touchpoints so the customer's journey feels fluid and coherent. What are some of the scaling strategies? So scaling personalization requires a shift in mindset and tools. So you start by segmenting your audience, user, or using behavior-based triggers. Then implement automation tools that allow you to tailor content dynamically. Use template tokens and AI-generated content to avoid burnout from manual creation. But remember, just because it's automated doesn't mean it has to feel robotic. The goal is to replace that one-on-one human touch using smart tech. Build modular content blocks that can be reused in different ways. Keep testing and refining based on real-time feedback and analytics to ensure that what you're delivering actually resonates. So let's be honest. Personalizing at scale comes with its challenges. For example, data privacy is a major concern, and rightly so. We need to balance personalization with respect for user consent and transparency. There's also a challenge of data silos. When marketing, sales, and customer support aren't sharing data, it's nearly impossible to deliver a unified experience. On top of that, there's a risk of over-personalization, which can feel creepy or intrusive. It's a delicate balance between helpful and invasive. The key is to personalize based on value. So ask yourself, is this improving the customer experience? If the answer is yes, you're on the right track. So highlight real world, for examples, to inspire the audience. Let's talk about those, some of the success stories. So Netflix uses, for example, personalized thumbnails and recommendations to keep users engaged. And Amazon's real-time product suggestions based on browsing and wishlist data. Of course, noting their impact on revenue. And what about Spotify? They tailored playlists and concert alerts driving by listening habits. And if you're a business, so business to business, for example, Salesforce or Adobe, user account-based marketing to personalize experiences by industry or even role. And these successes show that personalization's measurable impact are across several industries. So to wrap things up, here's what you should remember. Personalization is not a tactic, it's a competitive advantage. By using data, automation, and AI, we can build experiences that feel personal, relevant, and timely. But tech alone isn't enough. It needs to be guided by empathy, creativity, and an understanding of what the customer truly wants. Make personalization part of your strategy, not just one-off campaign. So start small if you need to, but build with scale in mind. And always stay human at the core. Because people don't connect with content, they connect with meaning, emotion, and experience. So final thoughts is personalization at scale is how we bridge the gap between automation and authenticity. It's how we transform data into delight. As we've seen, the tools are there, AI, machine learning, CMS, dynamic content, but the real magic lies in how we use them. It's about delivering value, not just content. And let's remember, the goal isn't just to convert users, it's to build lasting relationships. When we personalize with care, intention, and strategy, we create experiences that matter. And those are the experiences that drive loyalty, advocacy, and sustainable business growth. So I hope this helps. Let me know if you have any questions. With this, let us move to the next lesson.
Let's be honest, AI-generated content is everywhere now. And while it's impressive how fast and versatile AI tools can be, it's also painfully easy to spot when content is, well, generic. This presentation is about how we can avoid that pitfall. Because if we're using AI to create content, we don't want to just blend in. We want to stand out. Our focus today is on keeping authenticity front and center. It's not about avoiding AI entirely. Instead, we'll look at how to make AI work for us without sounding like a robot wrote it. We'll discuss the traps that make AI content sound flat and how to humanize it with emotion, stories, research, and creativity. AI is trained on huge swaths of internet text, which means it tends to mimic what's most common, defaulting to popular phrases, standard structures, and often used formats. This creates a kind of sameness in the output that lacks originality. Think about it like this. If everyone is pulling from the same pool, we end up swimming in the same direction. And because it lacks real-world context or lived experience, AI content often feels emotionally shallow. There's no soul, no edge, no personality. It's like reading a Wikipedia page that's been dusted off with some fluff. To make our content truly stand out, we need to go beyond this base layer and inject the human elements that AI simply can't replicate. Yet, people are savvier than ever. They can tell when content feels fake, forced, or overly polished. That's why authenticity isn't just a buzzword anymore, it's a business imperative. A genuine voice builds trust, creates loyalty, and makes your content resonate long after someone scrolls past it. Plus, let's not forget Google. The helpful content update rewards content that's useful, original, and people first. If your blog post reads like a regurgitated Wikipedia page, you'll probably see that reflected in your rankings. Authenticity helps you win both hearts and search visibility. Once you know the signs, you can't unsee them. Generic AI content tends to repeat the same phrases over and over, especially across different paragraphs. It avoids making bold claims, rarely tells personal stories, and often relies on filler, content that says something without really saying anything. It can also sound too perfect, overly formal, robotic, or lacking natural rhythm. There's no personality, no opinion, and nothing memorable. The minute you start noticing these patterns, you'll realize how critical human editing and input are for turning bland into brilliant. This is where the magic happens. AI can give us a head start. It can help with ideation, outlines, or even rough drafts. But the real impact comes when humans step in to shape, sculpt, and breathe life into the content. That's where authenticity lives. Think of AI as your co-writer, not your ghostwriter. We can use it to accelerate content production, but we still need human editors to refine tone, inject personality, and make the message land. It's about blending efficiency with originality, a collaboration that's both smart and soulful. Nothing connects with an audience quite like a personal story. Whether it's a quick anecdote, a struggle you overcame, or a funny mistake, these are the moments that humanize content. I can't invent those stories. That's your unique fingerprint, and it's what makes content relatable and real. When you add stories, you add depth. You move from stating facts to telling experiences. Readers lean in because they feel like they're being talked with, not talked at. Even a simple, I remember when, can transform your content from forgettable to unforgettable. You don't need to sound like a college textbook to be credible. In fact, sounding conversational is often far more effective. People engage with content that feels like a chat over coffee, not a lecture. So, ditch the jargon, loosen up your tone, and write how you actually speak. This approach not only builds connection, but also improves readability. Shorter sentences, clearer points, more rhythm. Your content flows better and feels more natural. And the bonus? You'll enjoy writing it more too. Monotony is the enemy of engagement. If every sentence is the same length, starts the same way, and ends the same way, it starts to drone. A good way to keep your audience's attention is to vary your sentence structure. Mix in short, punchy lines with longer, more detailed ones. This keeps the reader mentally alert. It adds a musical quality to your writing. Try reading your content aloud. If it sounds flat, tweak it. Writing is rhythm, and that rhythm comes alive when you break the mold and let the language breathe. One powerful way to make your content stand out is to include data that no one else has. That could be original surveys, quotes from interviews, internal stats, anything that adds credibility and uniqueness. This shows your audience and search engines that your content is valuable and trustworthy. AI doesn't do this. It pulls from what already exists. When you bring in fresh research, you're offering real substance. You're backing up your points, adding authority, and proving that your content isn't just another echo of the internet. Empathy is the secret sauce of effective content. AI may understand what emotions are, but it doesn't feel them. You do. Use that to your advantage. Talk about the challenges your readers face. Acknowledge their frustrations. Celebrate their wins. By showing you understand, you build trust. You stop being a faceless brand and start becoming a voice people want to listen to. Empathy makes your message land where it matters, inside the reader's heart, not just their head. SEO doesn't have to feel forced. In fact, it works best when it's woven naturally into the content. Instead of stuffing keywords, think in terms of user intent. What is your reader really searching for? Speak to that directly and use language they would actually type into Google. Long tail and semantic keywords help you stay visible without sacrificing voice. Remember, the goal is to write for humans first and algorithms second. When your content is truly helpful and authentic, the rankings tend to follow. So let's wrap this up with a key reminder. AI is a powerful tool, but it's your creativity, your voice, your experience that brings content to life. Use AI for speed and scale, but never at the expense of substance. Inject stories, insights, and empathy to make it truly yours. And if you're looking for more tips, tools, and training, visit ClayDesk YouTube or claydesk.com. We're all about helping you blend the best of human storytelling with the best of AI assistance. Because when you combine the two thoughtfully, the result is content that connects, converts, and leaves a lasting impression.
So let's begin by recognizing the overwhelming amount of customer feedback that exists online. So for example, tweets, we have product reviews, we have blog comments, and even emojis and Instagram captions. So it's a goldmine of brand insight. But the challenge is interpreting all of this data in real time. And that's where the sentiment analysis comes in for brand monitoring. Because using AI and natural language processing NLP, we can decode what customers are feeling and what they talk about when the brand, or whether it's excitement, disappointment, or confusion. These are all sentiments. So this isn't just about labeling comments as positive or negative. We're in fact talking about extracting emotions, understanding sarcasm, and identifying shifts in tone over time. And AI, of course, allows us to process vast volumes of text across platforms at scale. And when we do combine this sentiment analysis with brand monitoring, you don't just get a pulse on public opinion, you gain emotional intelligence for your business. And of course, this enables brands to act, react, and strategize. So at its core, sentiment analysis is the use of AI to interpret the emotional tone behind text. It allows us to determine whether a customer's post is happy, frustrated, skeptical, or supportive. So instead of treating every mention or review as equal, sentiment analysis gives us context. It's about turning subjective statements into objective data points using NLP algorithms. What makes it powerful is the ability to operate at scale and in real time. Now imagine monitoring thousands of social media mentions per hour and having a dashboard that tells you not just how many people are talking about your brand, but how they feel about it. It's not magic, it's machine learning, and it allows companies to respond with agility before a small complaint becomes a trending crisis. So this emotional data becomes a vital input into brand health metrics. So you're not just counting likes and mentions, you're measuring mood. When integrated into a broader brand monitoring strategy, sentiment analysis allows for proactive decision making. And of course, we can fix broken experiences, double down on what's working, and ultimately create a more emotionally resonant brand. So brand monitoring has evolved dramatically. It used to be about watching news coverage and scanning press mentions. Then it moved into social listening. Now tracking tweets, hashtags, and review sites. Now with AI and sentiment analysis, we're in a whole new phase, emotional monitoring at scale. It's less about what's being said and more about how it's being said. Now this shift is crucial because tone and emotion influence consumer decisions far more than raw information. So two people can say the same thing, it's fine, but one means satisfied, the other over disappointed. Now, traditional monitoring might treat both as neutral rather, and sentiment analysis, on the other hand, spots the emotional undercurrent and alerts you to what's really going on. And it doesn't stop at customer feedback, by the way. AI-powered monitoring can now parse employee reviews, competitor brand mentions, and influencer posts to give you a holistic view of how your brand is perceived. That breadth and depth of insight simply wasn't possible a few years ago. Now it's essential for competitive and reputational edge. So how does AI in fact decodes emotions, right? How does it work? So it starts with training models on massive data sets of labeled text, thousands, sometimes millions of sentences tagged with emotional tone. Now over time, the AI learns patterns. words, punctuation, context, and even emoji usage. It then applies this learning to new unseen data. And modern sentiment analysis tools go beyond basic positive, neutral, and negative scoring. They now detect granular emotions like even anger, joy, frustration, sarcasm, and even urgency. And some models incorporate linguistic nuance, cultural differences, and user intent. For example, I can't believe this worked might be surprise plus satisfaction. Another example, great, just what I needed, is sarcasm. And yes, AI can flag that too. This emotional intelligence becomes strategic when you use it to influence how your message supports and sells. So a customer support team can prioritize frustrated users. A marketing team can double down on campaigns that evoke joy. And a PR team can detect sentiment dips early and respond swiftly. That's where decoding emotion becomes a business superpower. So one of the standout benefits of AI sentiment analysis is its real-time capability. In today's digital landscape, sentiment can change by the hour or even by the minute. So if you're launching a product or facing a social media backlash, you need to know immediately how people are reacting. Waiting a day could cost you dearly, for example, in reputation and in sales. So real-time sentiment dashboards allow brands to pivot instantly. If a campaign is going viral for the wrong reasons, you can pause it. If users, for example, are loving the new product feature, you can promote it more aggressively. It's like having you ear to the ground 24/7 and not just hearing noise, but understanding the emotional currents beneath it. Now, this feedback loop also fuels continuous improvement. Teams can A B test content, they can adjust support workflows, and track sentiment fluctuations before and after or the product updates or policy changes. Now, that's incredibly valuable because it transforms sentiment data into a strategic advantage. And you're not guessing, you're adapting with precision. So, sentiment analysis isn't just about brand, it's a powerful lens, basically, how people feel about your competitors too. By tracking public sentiment around rival companies, products, and marketing efforts, you gain critical market intelligence. You can identify what users love about their offerings or what frustrates them and adjust your own strategy accordingly. Let's say a competitor launches a new feature that's met with confusion or backlash. You can learn from their misstep and craft your communication more clearly. Or if the users are raving about a customer experience initiative they rolled out, you can consider adopting a similar approach, tailored to your audience and brand voice. And competitive sentiment insights help sharpen positioning also. It's not just about copying that works, it's about differentiating what where it matters the most. Now, when you know the emotional gaps in your market, you can fill them with confidence, empathy, and strategic timing. And that's exactly how brands leapfrog the competition. So, when it comes to understanding your customers, sentiment analysis gives you something surveys cannot: real time, unfiltered emotion. You're hearing people in their own words without prompting or structured questions. That's where the truth lies. And when you analyze the truth at scale, you uncover patterns in customer satisfaction, frustration, loyalty, and expectation. Now, this level of insight is especially powerful in spotting issues before they escalate. So, if sentiment drops sharply after a product updates or pricing change, you'll know instantly. You can then follow up with support, messaging, or changes before users churn. Now, that kind of responsiveness isn't just helpful, it's expected in a customer first world. Now, on the flip side, when customers express delight or excitement, that's your opportunity to build on success. Use positive sentiment to shape testimonials, social proof, and influencer partnerships. AI allows you to quantify emotion and bake it into the every touch point of your customer journey. Now, your content strategy becomes significantly more effective when it's guided by sentiment data. Imagine knowing which blog post actually made your audience feel inspired or which landing page frustrated them. Now, instead of guessing what resonates, sentiment analysis shows you exactly what worked emotionally and what didn't. By analyzing sentiment tied to different content pieces, be it social posts, be it email subject lines, product descriptions, or video scripts, you can continuously refine your messaging. If certain tones or formats consistently evoke positive reactions, that becomes your blueprint for future campaigns. Likewise, if anything generates confusion or apathy, you can pivot away from that style. Now, this insight closes the loop between content creation and user experience, and is great for branding strategy. It's not just about publishing, it's about optimizing. Over time, your content becomes more human, more emotionally aligned, and more effective at converting attention into action. That's the goal of every modern marketing team. So let's take a look at some use cases. Sentiment analysis is being used across industries in really creative ways. In retail, for example, it tracks reactions to product launches, promotional events, or even packaging changes. Brands can adjust their messaging or fix flaws almost instantly based on public feedback. It's like having a focus group that never sleeps. In hospitality and travel, for example, companies use sentiment analysis to understand how guests feel about their stays. If reviews consistently mention slow check-ins or cleanliness, for example, those insights guide operational improvements. On the other hand, for example, positive themes like the friendly staff can be amplified in marketing and training. Even in high-stakes industries like finance and healthcare, sentiment analysis is definitely making waves. For example, financial institutions monitor sentiment to detect early signs of dissatisfaction or fraud. Healthcare providers use it to enhance patient experience, especially in telehealth. And in the entertainment studios, as another example, they analyze feedback to optimize trailers, casting choices, and ad campaign. So when selecting a sentiment analysis tool, you need to consider more than just accuracy. Start by identifying what platforms you want to monitor: social media, email, reviews, or support tickets. The right tool should integrate with your data sources easily and in real time. Look for tools with strong NLP engines and emotional granularity beyond just positive negative. And you'll also want transparency in how the AI makes its decisions. Can it detect sarcasm? Does it flag false positives? Is it multilingual? Now, these features matter when you're working with diverse audiences. And of course, bonus points if the tool offers visual dashboards, analytics, and alerts so that your team can take action immediately when sentiment shifts. And finally, think about scalability and customization as well. Can the tool evolve as your brand grows? Can you train it to understand your unique industry, terms, or tone or voice? The best tools are not just off the shelf, they're trainable, flexible, and designed to grow with your brand's emotional intelligence strategy. So, key takeaways to sum it up: AI powered sentiment analysis is no longer a luxury, it's a necessity for modern brands. It turns millions of scattered emotions into clear, actionable insights. From real time feedback to content optimization, it empowers you to emotionally intelligent at scale. What really makes it powerful is the balance between automation and human interpretation. So AI gives you the signal, but it's your team that takes action. When those two elements work together, you're able to create a brand experience that's proactive, emotionally aware, and deeply responsive. So as you build your strategy going forward, think about how your sentiment analysis can be woven into every department, whether it's marketing, customer support, product, and beyond. So emotional data is business data, and those who listen to emotion will lead in connection, loyalty, and growth. So I hope this session helped demystify what AI-powered sentiment analysis can do, not just for your brand monitoring, but for your entire strategy. So the digital world is noisy, but emotion is always the signal worth paying attention to. And if there's one key message I want to leave you with, it's this: technology is a tool, but empathy is the differentiator. So with sentiment analysis, basically you know how, or have a scalable way rather, to listen, care, and respond in ways that truly matter to your audience. That's how you build not just a strong brand, but a beloved one. So I hope this helps. If you need more resources, you can visit our blog too if you like. That's blog.claydesk.com. And my name is Syed. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lesson. So let's start by asking a simple question. When was the last time you waited on hold for a customer service and thought, this is great? Probably never. That's why AI in customer support isn't just a tech trend, it's a direct response to changing customer expectations. Now, people today want help instantly, 24/7, and through the platforms they already use. So, AI makes that possible in a way that scales and stays consistent. But this isn't just about speed, it's about smart, personalized assistance that adds real value to the customer journey and definitely helps in your branding strategy. Because AI allows companies to provide fast answers, consistent tone, and accurate information, all without needing to dramatically scale human support teams. And as we'll see throughout this lecture, when implemented thoughtfully, AI becomes a true partner to both businesses and customers. One of the clearest benefits of AI is its ability to deliver real-time interaction. Customers no longer have to wait hours or even days for a response to a support ticket. Instead, they get immediate answers from chatbots that are often integrated directly into websites, apps, or messaging platforms. This creates a seamless experience that feels fast, responsive, and modern. Now, these bots don't just answer generic questions. When integrated with CRM systems, they can access relevant customer data to offer personalized responses such as order status or tailored troubleshooting. Now, this kind of support reduces the workload on human agents, allowing them to focus on more complex or sensitive issues. And ultimately, it improves satisfaction by making help feel immediate, contextual, and always available. So, what makes AI feel truly helpful, not just fast, is personalization. AI systems can learn from user behavior, they can learn from past purchases, browser history, and even tone of voice to deliver tailored experiences. Imagine a bot suggesting a perfect product because it recognizes your preferences from past interactions. Now, that's not just automation, it's intelligent engagement. Sentiment analysis, as we talked earlier, right, takes this even further. If a customer is frustrated, the bot can shift tone or escalate to a human agent. That sensitivity builds trust and makes customers feel heard, not just managed. When you combine this emotional intelligence with proactive suggestions and personalization, you're not just solving problems, you're enhancing the customer's overall experience and increasing the chance of conversion. At the heart of all effective AI support is natural language processing, or NLP. Now, this is what allows bots to understand and respond to human language in a way that feels natural and conversational. It's the difference between a robotic frustration exchange and a helpful, fluid conversation. More NLP doesn't just interpret keywords, it understands context, intent, and even emotional cues. That means a customer can type, for example, "I'm blocked out of my account again," and the bot will recognize the issue and even a mild frustration, prompting a more empathetic response. NLP makes AI feels like less a script and more like a smart assistant who listens, understands, and acts accordingly. So AI doesn't just improve the user experience, it enhances internal operations as well. By automating routine inquiries and tasks, businesses reduce the burden on support teams and cut operational costs. This frees up agents to handle more critical, high-value interactions that require a human touch. So AI also ensures consistency. Every customer gets the same level of support, whether it's 2 p.m. or 2 a.m., whether they're asking about a password reset or a shipping delay. Now, this reliability helps build brand credibility and reduces training time for new agents since AI handles a huge portion of the knowledge-based delivery automatically. So let me give some examples. So in retail and e-commerce, speed and accuracy are everything. AI-driven chatbots can help shoppers find products, track orders, and even initiate returns without human intervention. Now, these tools make the shopping experience smoother and more enjoyable, ultimately driving more conversations and repeat purchases. Now, for businesses, the benefits are twofold: operational efficiency and better customer management. Now, when bots can handle everything from product FAQs to size recommendations, they're not just replacing static help pages, they're becoming part of the shopping journey. Now, this level of real-time assistance helps reduce cart abandonment and builds buyer confidence. So in industries like finance and healthcare, AI plays a vital role in determining accurate and timely support, often in high-stakes situations. So in banking, for example, AI bots can check balances, monitor transactions, and alert customers to suspicious activity instantly, helping reduce fraud risks while providing peace of mind. And that definitely translates to a great brand. Healthcare applications are especially impactful also. AI-driven triage bots, for example, can schedule appointments, guide patients to the right departments, or provide basic symptom checks. Mental health bots offer initial support for those in distress, acting as a bridge before human intervention. Now, these tools not only improve service delivery, but also reduce pressure on overburdened staff. Travelers, yes, they want fast answers, especially during delays or disruptions. So AI enhances the travel experience by simplifying bookings, updating itineraries, and producing real-time alerts during emergencies. Whether you're trying to find your hotel confirmation or rebook a flight, AI tools provide immediate, helpful support. These solutions do more than provide convenience, they build trust. When travelers get fast and accurate assistance in stressful moments, their overall perception of the brand improves dramatically. Seamless, intelligent support across travel touchpoints, from check-in to checkout, makes the journey smoother and the experience more memorable. And that, of course, translates again into a great brand itself. But of course, implementing AI isn't without challenges. One major hurdle is avoiding a robotic, scripted feel that turns customers off. Poorly trained bots can frustrate users and damage brand reputation. That's why natural language training and frequent updates are essential for effectiveness. Another concern is escalation. So if AI can't handle a request, there must be a smooth, easy handoff to a human agent. Delays or friction here breaks the experience. And of course, companies, additionally, if they need to ensure data privacy and ethical AI usage, especially in sensitive industries like finance and healthcare. So while AI brings tremendous value, it also demands careful, thoughtful execution. To get the most out of AI, you have to build a strategy that centers on real human needs. Start by mapping the customer journey and identifying where AI can add the most value. Think FAQs. Think about transactional updates or pre-qualification for support. These are prime opportunities for automation that reduces friction. But you also need to humanize the AI experience. Use conversational language, avoid technical jargon, and more importantly, embed empathy. Let the AI reflect your brand's tone and values. Regularly update your bots with fresh data and feedback so they stay useful and relevant. Ultimately, it's about blending tech efficiency with human warmth. So, what do we learn? AI in customer support brings speed, it brings consistency and scale, but only when used thoughtfully. It empowers customers with immediate help and empowers agents by freeing up their time. But success lies in how human the experience feels and not how robotic. The goal isn't to replace humans, but to support them. Use AI where it makes sense: routine tasks, first line support, data access, and let people shine where empathy, complexity, and judgment are needed. AI is a tool, not a replacement, and when used right, it becomes a force multiplier. And finally, in closing, AI is transforming the way brands interact with customers. It reduces wait times, personalizes responses, and scales support in ways that were previously impossible. But more importantly, it allows companies to meet customer expectations of immediate convenience and care. To truly succeed, businesses must implement AI with a human first mindset. Now, that means designing journeys with empathy, training bots with real conversational patterns, and always providing an easy way to connect with a real person. If we get the balance right, AI becomes an incredible asset, not just for efficiency, but for delivering meaningful, connected experiences at every touch point. So I hope this helps. Let me know if you have any questions that I would love to clarify. My name is Syed, and with this, let's move to the next lecture. So let's begin by understanding why predictive analytics is such a hot topic in marketing and business strategy and branding today. So we do live in a world overflowing with data, from website clicks and purchase histories to social media engagement and support tickets. So predictive analytics allows us to take all of this raw data and use it not just to understand what happened, but to forecast and what will happen. It's about shifting from looking in the rearview mirror to looking through the windshield with clarity. So in this lecture, I'm going to talk about predictive analytics and how you can grow your brand. But let's start with understanding what predictive analytics is all about. So it combines data science, machine learning, and statistical modeling to forecast future outcomes. So it's like having a crystal ball, but one built on patterns, probabilities, and real evidence. So by analyzing historical data, predictive models can estimate what's likely to happen next, whether a customer will churn, what products will trend, or how a campaign will perform. Now, this is a major advantage for brands because it moves them away from the gut feeling decision making. Instead of guessing which products to promote or which segments to target, marketers can now rely on data backed insights. It also reduces wasted spend by helping teams anticipate shifts in demand or engagement before they actually happen. And because it supports personalization at scale, it ensures customers get the right message at the right time, maximizing impact and minimizing guesswork. So today's consumers expect brands to be relevant, fast, and tailored to their needs. Predictive analytics help brands meet and exceed these expectations. It takes raw behavioral data and transforms it into insights that power smarter strategies. Now, this means knowing which users are ready to buy, which campaigns need tweaking, and which content is resonating and with which audience. Ignoring predictive analytics is like flying blind in a storm. In highly competitive markets, it's not enough to be reactive. Brands need to be anticipatory. With predictive tools, you can optimize ad spend in real time, you can personalize recommendations, and you can spot trouble areas before they become costly. It's not just about growth, it's about sustainable growth driven by data. One of the most powerful applications of predictive analytics is forecasting customer behavior. By analyzing how customers have interacted with your brand in the past, what they have bought, clicked, abandoned, or ignored, you can build models that predict what they're likely to do next. Will they make another purchase? Are they likely to unsubscribe? Will they refer someone? Now, these insights empower marketers and brand managers and sales teams to take the right action at the right moment. For example, if a model predicts that a customer is likely to churn, you can trigger a re-engagement email or offer a loyalty incentive. Now, this kind of precision targeting improves retention and drives value from every customer interaction. Essentially, you stop treating all customers the same and instead start speaking to each one based on where they are in their journey. So personalization is no longer a nice to have, it's expected. But true personalization at scale isn't easy. That's where predictive analytics becomes a game changer. It allows brands to analyze massive volumes of data to identify what each individual user is likely to do or do next. Then you can deliver tailored messages, offers, and content in real time. Think of Netflix, for example, or Amazon. Your homepage is different from someone else's because it's personalized based on what predictive models think you like. The same logic applies to email marketing, push notifications, and product recommendations. So by automating these insights and responses, brands can build strong, personalized relationships with thousands or even millions of customers without manual effort. Now, every brand wants loyal customers, and predictive analytics helps you keep them longer. One major use case is identifying customers who are at risk of churning. If the system sees a drop in engagement or a pattern that usually precedes a churn, it can automatically trigger win-back campaigns, personalized offers, or even human outreach. Now, on the flip side, it also helps you understand which customers are most valuable and most likely to spend more. You can use this data to create VIP programs, early access campaigns, or upsell offers tailored to their preferences. And by maximizing both retention and revenue per user, predictive analytics becomes a vital tool in boosting customer lifetime value, a key growth metric for any brand. So ad budgets are tight and attention is scarce. Predictive analytics ensures that your ad dollars are going where they'll make the biggest impact. So by analyzing past campaign data, customer behavior, and conversion trends, predictive models can tell you which audience to target, when to reach them, and with what kind of messaging. Now, this reduces wasted spend and increases ROI. Instead of A/B testing endlessly or guessing your way through ad creatives, you can test smarter and launch with confidence. Predictive analytics even enables real-time optimization, adjusting spend, channels, and messaging on the fly as the model learns. It's like having a data-driven performance marketer running besides every campaign. Product teams often rely on user feedback, but that feedback is scattered, incomplete, or comes too late. With predictive analytics, brings structure to that chaos by analyzing how users interact with your product, which features are most used, and what trends are emerging. You can make more informed decisions about what to build next. You also get clarity on pricing, packaging, and product market fit. Are users abandoning a feature, for example, or are trial users converting to paid at lower rates? Predictive tools surface these insights and recommend actions before problems spiral or opportunities are missed. Ultimately, data becomes your most valuable product manager. To make predictive analytics work, what do you need? We need several technologies that operate under the hood. First, you've got machine learning algorithms that learn from data over time, constantly improving their predictions. So these models are the brain of predictive analytics, identifying patterns and forecasting outcomes based on probabilities. Big data platforms and cloud infrastructure provides the scale and speed to process millions of data points in real time. Natural language processing, NLP, allows brands to analyze sentiment and intent from text sources, like reviews or customer support transcripts. And because everything lives in the cloud, teams can scale quickly, share insights, and adapt to new data instantly. Predictive analytics isn't just theory, it's already transforming industries. Retailers use it to forecast demand and manage inventory more effectively, reducing waste and improving availability. Streamlining streaming platforms like Spotify and Netflix, like I mentioned earlier, use it to suggest content that keeps users engaged, reduce churn, and boosting satisfaction. Airlines is a great example. Use predictive pricing to adjust ticket costs dynamically based on demand and booking behavior. Banks leverage it to detect fraud early and protect their customers. No matter the industry, by the way, the goal is the same: improve customer experience, drive efficiency, and stay ahead of the curve using data driven foresight. So, implementing predictive analytics starts with asking the right questions. What business problems are you trying to solve? Where can data make your process smarter or more proactive? From there, you gather your data, clean it, structure it, and choose the right modeling approach based on your goals. It's also essential to align your team, data scientists, marketers, and product managers, so they're working from the same playbook. Build small, testable use cases first, like churn prediction or ad targeting. Then scale from there. And don't forget the importance of ethics and privacy in your models. Transparency builds trust, both internally and externally. So, to wrap things up, predictive analytics isn't just a trend, it's a transformation. It turns your brand into a forward looking, insight driven machine. From customer retention and personalization to smarter advertising and better product development. The benefits ripple across every department. The brands that will win in the future are those that use data to anticipate, not just respond. So start small, stay strategic, and focus on how you can make predictions that serve your customers better. With the right tools and the mindset, predictive analytics becomes more than just a technology, it becomes your competitive edge. So I hope this helps. Let me know if you have any questions. With this, let's move to the next lesson. Welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to explore how some of the world's most recognizable brands are using artificial intelligence to transform customer engagement and improve their branding strategy. Now, this isn't just about automation or chatbots. It's about creating deeply personalized, adaptive experiences at every customer touchpoint. And AI is fundamentally changing the way brands connect with people, and in doing so, in ways that are both measurable and scalable. So let's dive right in. So AI is a game changer because it enables brands to move from reactive to real-time and predictive engagement. So instead of simply responding to customer actions after the fact, AI allows brands to anticipate behavior and adjust the customer journey in real time. Whether it's through adaptive content, whether it's through dynamic pricing or real-time product suggestions, AI enables a level of agility that traditional marketing methods cannot match. The power lies in data, specifically behavioral data. So AI systems analyze everything from click patterns to purchase history to voice of customer feedback, sentiments, turning those signals into meaningful, personalized experiences. This not only boosts engagement, but also drives retention, loyalty, and conversions. So in fast-paced digital markets, this ability to stay agile and context-aware gives brands a massive competitive edge. Netflix is a masterclass in using AI to personalize the user experience. More than 80% of the content users watch on Netflix comes from its recommendation engine. Now that's an enormous number and is powered by sophisticated deep learning models and collaborative filtering algorithms. So Netflix doesn't just analyze what you watch, it factors in how long you watched, when you paused, and even when you didn't choose. What makes their approach unique is the personalization of even small details. For example, Netflix changes the thumbnail you see for a show based on your past preferences. If you're drawn to action movies, your thumbnail for a drama series might highlight a dramatic fight scene. Someone else might just see a romantic subplot instead. Now, this kind of micro personalization keeps users engaged and reduces churn by constantly surfacing content that feels just right for them. Another great example is Nike's strategy, which revolves around using AI to deeply understand customers' preferences, behaviors, and lifestyles. Through its apps and wearable integrations, Nike collects the ton of behavioral data, things like workout habits, browsing activity, and purchasing history. Now, this data then fuels personalized product recommendations, training plans, and even custom content. But Nike doesn't stop there. The brand also uses AI for inventory forecasting and demand prediction, ensuring the most relevant products are available when and where customers want them. It's a seamless blend of experience and operations, where the insights gathered from AI aren't just used for marketing, they're used to drive the entire business forward. That's a great example of AI working across silos for a truly customer-centric approach. Amazon's another great example. AI ecosystem is a marvel of integration. From personalized recommendations on the homepage to dynamic pricing strategies that respond to real-time demand, AI is embedded in every layer of the customer experience. Now, when you browse Amazon, the products you see are based on your history, your cart activity, and even your delivery preferences. Beyond the storefront, AI powers the logistics to make Amazon so fast and reliable. In warehouses, AI and robotics optimize picking routes and stock placement, ensuring fast order fulfillment. Customer service? Well, that's handled by AI-driven chatbots that resolves issues 24/7. Amazon is a true end-to-end AI brand where engagement, efficiency, and convenience all are driven by intelligent systems that constantly learn and adapt. Coca-Cola's agility or agile marketing is great with data-driven decision and marketing. It proves that the legacy brands can evolve rapidly when they embrace powered creativity. So the use cases for image recognition, for example, that Coca-Cola uses, then it tailors the content, for example, and then it launches the personalized packaging campaigns using all AI, and that boosts its brands and also boosts organic engagement with interactive promotions. And not only that, maintains cultural relevance, including global scale. So you have multilingual, you have many languages spoken all across the world. So Coca-Cola's branding strategy is tailored to each global country, city, region specifically. Sephora is another great leading way in the AI-powered beauty experiences, from their virtual artist app to personalized product quizzes. Sephora uses AI to mimic the in-store consultant experience in a digital format. Customers can try on the makeup virtually using augmented reality and get product recommendations based on facial features, preferences, and purchase history. Now, behind the scenes, AI is working hard to personalize promotions, automate inventory planning, and tailor follow-up emails. Sephora also uses AI to help staff prepare for the in-store appointments by analyzing customer profiles way ahead of time. The result is a truly blended experience where the customer feels known, valued, and supported, whether they're shopping online or in person. Moving on to Starbucks, which uses AI to make your coffee run more than just a transaction. It's a personalized journey. Now, through their mobile app and loyalty program, Starbucks gathers data on your drink preferences, order timings, location patterns, and payment behavior. Now, that information is then used to send tailored offers, suggest new items, and even recommend the best time to visit your local store to avoid crowds. The personalization extends to their marketing as well. AI determines which promotions you see, what emails you receive, and even what's featured in your app homepage, all based on what the system believes will matter most to you. It's a fantastic example of how AI turns everyday customer data into meaningful moments that build loyalty and engagement. Spotify's entire value proposition rests on its ability to deliver music that feels right. That's thanks to the one of the most advanced AI personalization engines in the consumer tech world. From Discover Weekly to daily mixes, Spotify analyzes your listening habits, favorite genres, skip tracks, and even the time of the day you listen to generate playlists uniquely suited to your taste. It doesn't just recommend based on what's popular, it finds patterns in your behavior and matches you with music other users with similar habits enjoy. And it learns continuously, by the way. The more you listen, the better it gets. Spotify has mastered the art of emotional engagement through AI by ensuring that users always feel seen and heard, even through something as personal as music. So, what's really exciting is how AI enables omni-channel engagement. Brands aren't just using AI on one platform, they're using it to create connected, cohesive experiences across apps, across websites, stores, and even voice assistants. Whether a customer starts the journey in an email, continues on the app, and finishes in the store, AI helps ensure each touchpoint is personalized and seamless. Now, this consistency builds trust. Imagine a customer who browses sneakers on the app, gets a reminder in their inbox, sees a tailored discount in the social feed, and then picks it up in the store, all without feeling interrupted or stalked. That's the magic of AI-powered omnichannel strategy. It supports a unified journey that feels intuitive, relevant, and frictionless. So, what are the biggest lessons from these top brands that we've covered so far? Well, first, AI isn't just about efficiency, it's about creating experiences. It enables hyper personalized interactions that make customers feel like the brand understands them on a deeper level. Whether it's content offers or support, personalization at scale is now possible thanks to AI. Secondly, the ability to act in real time is a huge advantage. Campaigns can be adjusted, support can be triggered, and recommendations can be made, all instantly. Predictive tools also help brands anticipate need and shape journeys proactively rather than reactively. So, the AI helps brands to be present at the right moment in the right way every time. So to wrap it up, AI is not a replacement for human connection, it's a powerful enhancer. The brands that are winning today are those that use AI not just to automate, but to deepen relationships. From smarter segmentation and dynamic creative to ethical, transparent usage of data, successful brands balance performance with empathy. And going forward, every brand needs to ask this: how can we use AI to engage better? How can we listen more closely, respond more intelligently, and show up more meaningfully? Because AI isn't just the future of marketing, it's the present of brand engagement. And the more human your AI powered experiences feel, the more lasting your customer relation will be. I hope this helps. Let me know if you have any questions. With this, let's move to the next lecture. Welcome back. So, super excited. Moving forward, we're going to talk about programmatic advertising with AI. And this is great for your branding, but let's dive right in and take a look at how this strategy helps in your branding. So let's start with the basics. What exactly is programmatic advertising? So at its core, it's the automated buying and selling of digital ad space in real time. Now, instead of relying on manual negotiations or bulk ad purchases, programmatic uses algorithms and real-time bidding to match ads with the right audience at the right time. This allows marketers to be incredibly precise with their ad placements, saving time and maximizing budget efficiency. Now, where AI really kicks in things up a notch is in speed and decision making. AI algorithms analyze massive volumes of data, demographics, behavior, context, device type, and the use of intelligence to serve ads to the most relevant users instantly. Now, this eliminates a lot of the guesswork and allows you to continuously optimize your campaigns. Ultimately, programmatic advertising driven by AI improves return on ad spend by reaching the right people with the right message in the right moment. AI has completely revolutionized programmatic advertising, by the way. One of the biggest benefits is predictive analytics. Now, these models can anticipate which users are most likely to convert, which channels work best, and even what time of the day yields the highest engagement. This allows for smarter audience targeting, not just broad demographic targeting, but behavior and intent-based targeting. Another key advantage is dynamic creative optimization. So AI systems can tailor the visuals, headlines, and even call to actions in a real time based on who's viewing the ad. It also helps monitor performance and make real time adjustments, such as increasing budget for high performing creatives or shifting targeting if engagement drops. Plus, AI powered fraud detection ensures your ads appear in brand safe environments, protecting both budget and your reputation. So when we talk about AI-driven advertising, there are a few core elements at play. First, you have data management platforms, DMPs, that collect and organize user data across devices and touchpoints. Now, this data feeds into demand-side platforms, DSPs, which are responsible for bidding on ad impressions in real time. AI then uses this pipeline to assess, score, and act on ad opportunities in milliseconds. Then there's dynamic creative optimization, DCO, which personalizes the ad content based on the user profile. Whether it's changing the background image, CTA button, or product feature, DCO makes ads feel custom built for the viewer. And finally, analytics and measurement tools also tie it all together. So AI not only drives campaigns, it learns from them and helps you iterate more intelligently over time. These components together form the backbone of modern AI-powered campaigns. So the benefit of AI in advertising go far beyond automation. First and foremost, it gives you speed. AI can process, evaluate, and bid on any ad impression in fractions of a second. But speed alone isn't enough. It's the intelligence that really makes the difference. AI doesn't just serve more ads, it serves smarter ads to better audiences. You gain scalability, and that's instant. Whether you're targeting 1,000 users or 10 million users, AI can manage that complexity without sacrificing performance. It adapts to performance trends, user behavior, and market shifts in real time. That adaptability is especially useful in multi-channel campaigns, where AI can coordinate messaging across web, mobile, social, and video platforms, ensuring cohesive engagement that resonates. Now, retail is a standout example of how programmatic AI drives results. Let's take cart abandonment, for example. So when people shop, they abandon the cart. They don't actually follow through. So AI systems track users who abandon carts and retarget them with personalized ads, like a reminder of the product they left behind, maybe even sweetened with a limited time discount. Now, this alone significantly boosts conversion rates, but it doesn't stop there. AI also analyzes browsing history to recommend related products. So if someone browsed running shoes, the next ad might show them matching athletic wear. Now, all this happens in real time, and the more the system learns about user behavior, the more precise it becomes. For retailers, this means higher purchase intent, more sales, and better ROI from the ad spend. So, in the finance industry, as another use case, trust, timing, and targeting are everything, and AI helps checks all three boxes. For example, financial services can use AI to deliver personalized product ads based on life stage and financial behavior. So a user looking at mortgage rates will receive different messaging than someone exploring student loans or investment options. AI also enables real-time fraud detection and ad verification, ensuring your brand appears in safe, compliant environments critical for industries where regulation is tight. And AI can also adapt campaign messaging based on financial market changes or news events. And this agility allows finance brands to stay timely and relevant while keeping ad content accurate and personalized. Now, setting up a programmatic campaign with AI begins by clearly defining your goals. Are you focused on brand awareness, conversions, or retention? Next, you identify your target audience segments and build out your creative assets, ideally with dynamic components that can be adjusted automatically. Once that's in place, the campaign is launched through a DSP, which handles bidding and placement. But launching is only the start. AI doesn't just help initiate your campaign, it optimizes it throughout its life cycle. It will constantly monitor performance, test variations, and shift spend to what's working best. You'll want to establish key performance indicators and review dashboards regularly. Now, with AI, the goal is to let the system make informed decisions while you focus on high-level strategy and interpretation. Of course, no system is perfect, and AI-powered programmatic advertising has its own challenges. One of the biggest is transparency. Now, marketers sometimes struggle to understand why an AI made a certain decision or how it calculated audience targeting. Now, this black box effect, as we call it, can affect and make it hard to trust the system at first, especially for new adopters. Another challenge is data privacy and compliance. With increased scrutiny on how user data is collected and used, brands must ensure their programmatic efforts follow all relevant regulations like GDPR or CCPA. Additionally, while AI is powerful, it still needs oversight. Marketers must routinely audit campaigns to ensure performance aligns with business goals and branding strategy, and that ads are being served in an appropriate, non-fraudulent environments. So looking ahead, the future of programmatic AI is incredibly exciting. We're moving towards full autonomous campaigns where AI not only optimizes but also strategizes, suggesting budget allocation, audience expansion, or even new ad formats. Expect deeper integrations with first-party data, giving brands more control and accuracy in targeting. We'll also see a rise in contextual and sentiment-based advertising, where AI analyzes the content of a page or the emotion of a user's interaction to serve the most fitting ad. Now, voice search, AR or VR platforms, for example, and even connected TVs or CTV are emerging areas where AI help brands reach consumers in smarter, more immersive ways. The future is about blending data intelligence with brand creativity, and AI will be the center of that evolution. So let's recap the key takeaways here. First, AI supercharges programmatic advertising by improving precision, personalization, and performance. It allows brands to reach the right person with the right message at exactly the right time. And it does all this at scale, in real time, with minimal manual intervention. Second, AI brings major operational benefits, from fraud protection to dynamic content delivery to multi-channel optimization. But to get the most out of it, you need to build campaigns with AI in mind. Dynamic creatives, clean data, clear KPIs, and ethical usage standards. With the right setup, AI becomes a strategic partner that helps your advertising platform better every day. So, in conclusion, AI isn't the future of programmatic advertising, it's the present. Brands that adopt it today gain a huge edge in efficiency, agility, and relevance. You can't afford to rely on slow manual ad buying in a world where decisions are made in milliseconds. So, programmatic AI helps you compete smarter, spend wiser, and engage deeper. If you haven't already, now is the time to start experimenting. Start small, of course, run an AI optimized campaign, test dynamic creatives, monitor real time performance, and scale from there. And if you need more resources, you can certainly visit our blog.claydesk.com. We have several templates and training to help you with winning this particular strategy for your brand. I hope this helps. Let me know if you have any questions with this. Let's move to the next lesson. Welcome back. Let's dive into dynamic ad creation and A/B testing, two game-changing tools in branding and digital marketing. Now, with dynamic ads, you can automatically personalize content for each user based on their behavior, location, or interest. So every ad feels tailored. Now pair that up with A/B testing, where you can run versions of that ad to see what gets the best clicks or conversions. It's all about using real data to fine-tune your message and boost performance. Now, why do these dynamic ads matter in the first place? So let's begin by talking about the powerful asset that they are already. So unlike static ads that show the same message to everyone, dynamic ads adjust in real time based on users' behavior, preference, and even location. This makes them far more relevant. So if someone browsed a specific product on your site, a dynamic ad can show them exact item with a tailored message, boosting both recall and intent. The real magic is in personalization. When people feel that the ad speaks directly to them, they're far more likely to engage. That's why dynamic ads often outperform static ones when it comes to click-through rates and conversions. The user sees something similar, familiar, useful, or timely, and the chances of them taking action increases dramatically. So in today's fast-paced, data-driven landscape, personalization is no longer optional, it's expected. Behind every great dynamic ad is the smart system that decides what to show and when to show it. This involves a blend of behavioral data, demographic targeting, and contextual signals. So the system uses rules or machine learning to generate ad content on the fly, from images and product titles to pricing and call to action buttons. It's like a real-time puzzle being assembled uniquely for each viewer. This level of customization requires strong back-end integration, especially with the product feeds, CRM platforms, and analytics tools. You want the right data fueling the ad engine. When it works correctly, it creates a seamless experience. The user browses a product, and within minutes, they're served a customized ad with the same product and a relevant offer. It feels so natural sometimes and almost all the time, not intrusive, and that's what makes it so effective. Now, even with the powerful dynamic ads, there's always the question, what works best? That's where A/B testing becomes essential. It allows you to compare two versions of an ad, maybe a different image, headline, or call to action, and see which one performs better. This isn't just about guessing what might work, it's about letting the audience tell you what they respond to. What's great about A/B testing is how it removes bias. Often we assume a design or message that will resonate because it feels right, but data tells a more accurate story. A/B testing lets you make continual improvements based on real-world performance, not just gut instinct. It's a core part of any data-driven marketing strategy and works beautifully with dynamic ad systems, which can generate variations automatically. So when setting up an A/B test, it's important to start with a clear hypothesis. What exactly do you want to test and why? Maybe you think a red CTA button will perform better than a blue one, or that including user reviews in your ad will drive more clicks. Whatever the case, having a focused objective keeps your test meaningful and actionable. You'll also want to ensure proper segmentation and sample size. Randomly split your audience so that each variation gets a fair shot. Then run the test long enough to gather statistically significant data. Don't end it prematurely just because one version pulls ahead early. Consistency and clean data are key to getting insights you can actually trust and apply to future campaigns. So, what exactly can you test in a dynamic ad? And why is it important for your brand strategy? Quite a lot, actually. Start with the headline. It's often the first thing users see and can influence whether they keep reading. You can also test visuals, lifestyle imagery versus product shots, or even different angles and colors of a product. Sometimes small tweaks make a big difference. Other elements worth testing include the call to action, like buy now versus learn more, pricing format, like percent off versus dollar amount, and even personalized elements like usernames or locations. With dynamic ads, you can test combinations quickly and at scale. The goal is to uncover the variations that drive the best results and keep iterating from there. Think of it as ongoing optimization rather than the one time experiment. So once you have mastered the basics, you can then start exploring more advanced tactics. One strategy is behavioral sequencing, showing ads in a logical flow based on how a user interacts with your site. For example, someone who views a product but doesn't purchase might first see a reminder ad, then a discount offer later. Now, this nurtures the lead over time using tailored messaging. Another tactic is geolocation based dynamic ads. Now, these ads adjust based on where the user is physically located, which is great for local promotions or store specific offers. You can also experiment with time sensitive ads that change based on the day of the week or time of the day. These details might seem minor, but they create a stronger sense of relevance. And relevance is what makes dynamic ads so impactful. So even with all this power, dynamic ads can go wrong if not managed carefully. One common mistake is showing irrelevant or outdated content, like promoting a sold out item or displaying the wrong price. This happens when data feeds aren't synced properly. So make sure your integrations are solid and real-time updates are enabled. Another pitfall is over personalization. When tailored messaging is effective, it can feel creepy if it's too specific. Always respect privacy boundaries and avoid using sensitive data in a way that feels intrusive. Finally, don't forget to monitor your ads regularly. Just because they're dynamic doesn't mean they don't get oversight. Check for errors, outdated creatives, or poor performance regularly to keep your campaigns fresh and effective. So when it comes to evaluating your dynamic ads, there are a few key metrics to focus on, which is click-through rates is your first checkpoint. It tells you if the ad is getting attention and engagement. So a low CTR may mean your visuals or messaging needs tweaking. But don't stop there. Clicks aren't conversions. Conversion rate is where you start seeing real business value. This tracks how many people actually took action after clicking the ad, whether that's a sale, sign up, or lead form. You'll also want to look at cost per acquisition, CPA, to measure how much you're spending per result, and return on ad spend, ROAS, to understand your profitability. So regularly analyzing these metrics help you fine-tune strategy and improve over time. So the future of dynamic ads is heading towards even greater automation and intelligence. AI and machine learning are beginning to play bigger roles in not just building ads, but also deciding who should see them, when, and how. Imagine ads that adapt in real time, not just to browsing history, but to sentiment, mood, and even weather patterns. We'll also see deeper integration across platforms connecting CRM data, e-commerce platforms, and real-time behavior in a seamless loop. The goal will be to create an ad experience that's so personalized and relevant, it feels more like helpful nudge than a sales pitch. As privacy standards evolve, ethical use of data will also become a critical part of how dynamic ads are built and delivered. To wrap things up, dynamic ads give marketers the power to be relevant, timely, and impactful at scale. They personalize messaging based on real user data, adapt in real time, and dramatically outperform static ads. Now, when paired with A/B testing, they become even more powerful, allowing you to continually refine and improve based on real results. The most successful campaigns don't just run dynamic ads, they manage them actively, test frequently, and measure results rigorously. And while dynamic ads are smart, they still need human oversight and creativity to stay compelling. So think of AI and automation as your assistants, not your replacements. Together, they help you craft smarter, more effective ad experiences, and that in turn translates into an effective branding strategy. So, in conclusion, if you want to compete in today's fast moving digital space, in order to improve your brand, dynamic ads and A/B testing are non negotiables. They give you the ability, agility to personalize at scale and the insights to continuously improve. But it's not just about technology, it's about strategy. So success comes from thoughtful planning, clear goals, and ongoing optimization. Start small. If you're new to this, test a few variations, measure the results, and build from there. As you get more comfortable, integrate more data sources, experiment with sequencing, and push for even smarter personalization. So the future of branding and advertising is dynamic, and with the right tools and mindset, you can then lead the way. So I hope this helps. Let me know if you have any questions. With this, let's move to the next lesson. Welcome everyone. So we're going to dive into the fascinating world of influencer marketing and how artificial intelligence is completely transforming the way brands and creators connect. So if you ever felt that influencer campaigns were hit or miss, you're not alone. The industry has evolved fast, and it's clear that relying on gut instinct or follower counts alone just doesn't cut it anymore. Now we're entering a new era where precision matters more than popularity and where AI is the ultimate matchmaking tool between brands and the right voices. So what we're going to explore in this lecture is how AI-driven systems can analyze content, tone, audience sentiment to identify ideal influencer partnerships. So influencer marketing has come a long way from the early days of celebrity endorsements and one-size-fits-all product placements. Back then, brands largely relied on gut instinct, choosing influencers based on surface-level metrics like follower count or personal preference. And campaigns often lacked structure, and success was inconsistent at best. It was common to spend big and hope for the best, with very little transparency or real targeting. Then came the rise of micro and nano influencers. While these creators often have stronger audience trust and engagement, they also added complexity to the selection process. Suddenly, it wasn't about finding someone popular, it was finding the right person with the right audience for your brand. That's where traditional methods started to crack and where AI stepped in as a much needed solution. So AI made it possible to evaluate content, behavior, and sentiment at scale, allowing marketers to move from guesswork to data-driven precision. So one of the biggest game changers in influencer marketing is AI's ability to analyze thousands of creators simultaneously in real time. So rather than manually sorting through profiles, brands can now rely on algorithms that can evaluate not just basic stats, but also content style, audience demographics, sentiment, and tone of voice. AI tools can scan platforms for behavioral cues and surface influencers who are naturally aligned with your brand values and voice. This means no more picking influencers who seem like a fit, only to find out later that their audience isn't actually engaged or aligned with your goals. AI can identify creators whose communities share the same passions, preferences, and even purchasing habits that your brand is targeting. The result is a more strategic, streamlined approach to influencer selection, one that saves time, reduces wasted spend, and increases campaign effectiveness from the start. It's not just about finding the right influencer, it's about matching them with the right campaign objective. AI helps bridge this gap with unmatched precision by evaluating past campaign performance, audience behavior, and even seasonal trends. AI tools can recommend specific influencer campaign pairings that are likely to deliver real results. It's like matchmaking on a level that would be impossible for a human team to handle manually. These systems can also factor in performance benchmarks, geographic relevance, niche interests, and creative style to fine tune the campaign setup. Whether you're promoting a product launch, a limited time offer, or an awareness campaign, AI helps ensure the influencer and message are in perfect sync. This leads to more cohesive storytelling, higher engagement, and ultimately more measurable impact. AI isn't just useful in planning, by the way, it's also a powerful ally during content creation. Image being able to, or for example, if you were to imagine being able to predict which post format, carousel reel, static image, or story is more likely to engage a given influencer's audience. AI does exactly that by analyzing previous engagement data and emerging performance or platform trends. It can also suggest optimal posting times and even help fine tune your tone and voice to better align with what resonates most. In some cases, AI even assists in generating caption drafts or scripts, outlines that retain authenticity while aligning with brand's messaging. So the goal here isn't to make influencers sound like robots, it's to enhance their storytelling with data backed insights. When you pair a creator's genuine voice with AI optimized strategy, you get a content that not only performs better, but also feels more authentic to their audience. It's not enough to track likes or shares. You need to understand how people feel about your campaign also. That's where AI powered sentiment analysis comes in. These tools go beyond surface metrics to evaluate emotional tone in comments and messages, helping brands detect whether the audience is feeling excited, neutral, skeptical, or even annoyed. This can be a major game changer in real time campaign management. So, if sentiment begins to shift negatively, brands can adjust messaging, change influencers, or pause campaigns altogether before major backlash occurs. On the flip side, if positive sentiment spikes, it can inform future creative direction. AI driven sentiment analysis gives brands a pulse on how their message is landing emotionally, which is especially critical when navigating sensitive topics, product launches, or social causes. So let's be honest. Of course, fraud is still a real concern in influencer marketing, from fake followers and bot engagement to inflated metrics. Brands have wasted millions on partnerships that looked good on paper but delivered little in reality. Thankfully, AI excels in spotting anomalies. It can scan engagement patterns, follower authenticity, and content consistency to flag suspicious behavior before contracts are signed. This not only protects your budget, but also your brand's reputation. Partnering with fraud influencers can damage consumer trust and waste valuable marketing resources. With AI powered vetting tools, brands can build partnerships on real, verifiable influence, not vanity metrics. This adds a crucial layer of trust and accountability to influencer marketing, making it safer and more sustainable investment. Short form video content, for example, like TikToks, Instagram Reels, and YouTube Shorts, is dominating the digital engagement. AI helps optimize these formats by analyzing what types of hooks, formats, and transitions perform best with specific audiences. It can even assess what topics are trending in a creator's niche and suggest ways to incorporate them into branded video content. Now, beyond ideation, AI can help evaluate which elements of a video, visual, audio, pacing are more or most likely to retain attention or drive conversions. This is especially helpful for split testing versions before a full rollout. So, by applying data to the most engaging content format of today, AI ensures that influencer video campaigns stay creative and results driven, striking the perfect balance between artistry and analytics. So, tracking ROI from influencer campaigns has historically been murky, but AI is bringing clarity. It can attribute conversions, traffic, and even brand lift to specific posts, influencers, and messaging, giving you a clear picture of what's working and what's not. No more guessing which influencer drove the most value or relying on vanity metrics like likes and reach. AI also enables cross-platform tracking, meaning that you can actually see how an Instagram story influenced a Google search or how a TikTok drove email signups. By connecting the dots between impressions, engagement, and bottom line impact, AI helps marketers make smarter decisions about future budget and partnerships. It's not just about spending money, it's about investing wisely and proving impact. So, the programmatic influencer marketing. I've touched this before also in previous lectures. Much like programmatic advertising, this approach uses AI to automate influencer discovery, outreach, negotiations, campaign setup, and reporting. Instead of manually managing every stage, marketers can rely on the data-driven automation that streamlines the entire process while maintaining personalization and control. This doesn't mean cutting corners, by the way, it means cutting time. Brands can scale influencer programs across niches and geographies with far less overhead. And because AI handles the heavy lifting, your team can focus on creative direction, strategy, and relationship building. Programmatic influencer marketing is how brands will scale their efforts without sacrificing effectiveness or authenticity. So, some of the key takeaways for this lecture. To recap, AI has become an indispensable ally in influencer marketing. It transforms discovery, matchmaking, content creation, sentiment tracking, fraud prevention, and ROI measurement into a streamlined, data-powered process. This enables brands to be more efficient, accurate, and confident in their influencer partnerships. But the real key takeaway is this: AI enhances the human side of marketing. It doesn't replace relationships, creativity, or storytelling. It makes those elements stronger by adding clarity and precision. Brands that embrace this synergy between tech and talent will not only see better results, but also build deeper, more impactful connections with their audiences. So, in conclusion, we've seen that the combination of human creativity and machine learning is unlocking a new level of performance in brand partnerships. Whether you are a marketer, brand strategist, or creator, this technology gives you the power to make smarter decisions and tell more meaningful stories. The future of influencer marketing is precise, predictive, and deeply personal. And with AI in your toolkit, you're not just keeping up, you're leading the way. So I hope this helps. If you need more resources, you can visit blog.claydesk.com. And with this, let's move to the next lesson. Welcome back. So we're going to dive into one of the most important shifts in branding and digital marketing, how we measure campaign success in the age of artificial intelligence. So traditionally, marketers have relied on standard key performance indicators like impression, clicks, and conversions. But as customers' journey become more complex and expectations for personalization grow, those metrics just don't tell the whole story anymore. That's where AI analytics steps in to transform how we evaluate, refine, and scale our campaigns. So we'll be exploring how AI helps brand strategists, marketers get real-time insights, attribute performance across multiple touch points, and even predict future outcomes. So let's be honest, traditional metrics like click-through rates and open rates are limited. Sure, they provide a snapshot of engagement, but they don't always tell you what's actually working, or more importantly, why it's working. These surface-level KPIs were designed for simpler campaigns in much less fragmented digital landscape. Now today, your customer might see an Instagram story, read a blog post, get an email, and finally make a purchase after a YouTube ad. Traditional metrics struggle to capture that non-linear journey. Now this leads to a lack of insight into what's really driving performance. So marketing might pour budget into top performing channels without realizing it's the combination of interactions that's delivering results. Now AI analytics allow us to dig deeper, connecting behaviors across platforms, identifying meaningful patterns, and giving us a more complete view of success. It's not about throwing out traditional metrics entirely. It's about enhancing them with smarter, more contextualized insights. So one of the biggest advantages AI offers is real-time tracking. Instead of waiting for a campaign to end to analyze results, AI tools monitor performance as it happens. This means you can see if a headline is underperforming within hours, not days, and adjust it on the fly. You're not just reacting after the fact, you're actively optimizing in the moment, which dramatically improves efficiency and results. Now, these real-time capabilities also help detect anomalies, such as sudden drop in engagement, spikes in traffic, or unexpected behavior shifts. With AI monitoring in place, you can catch these changes quickly and act before they impact your bottom line. Now, real-time tracking turns campaign measurement from a passive process into an agile, ongoing strategy that evolves with your audience's behavior. Attribution is one of the marketing's most elusive challenges. With so many platforms, social media, email search, paid ads, influencer content, it's tough to know which touchpoint deserves credit for a conversion. AI helped solve this puzzle by analyzing how user interacts across multiple channels, building a more accurate attribution model that reflects real consumer journeys. Rather than relying on first click or last click models, AI can distribute credit across all relevant touchpoints, giving you a truer picture of what's actually working. This lets marketers better allocate budget, double down on high impact channels, and even understand how awareness, engagement, and conversion works together across the funnel. Now, with multi-channel attribution at scale, you're no longer guessing where your ROI is coming from. You know exactly where to invest. AI doesn't just explain what happened, it predicts what's likely to happen next. Predictive analytics allows marketers to forecast outcomes based on historical data, current performance, and contextual signals. So if you would like to know, for example, which ad or which creative is likely to convert better next week, or for example, which audience segment might drop off before checkout, well, predictive models make the insight possible. This gives marketers a powerful advantage in planning and optimization. So you're not just launching campaigns and hoping for the best, you're launching with foresight guided by probability and pattern recognition. These insights can also inform budget allocation, timing, and messaging strategies, making your marketing plan smarter, leaner, and more aligned with consumer behavior trends. So audience segmentation is crucial, but traditional methods often lump people into broad generic buckets. AI, especially through machine learning, takes segmentation to a whole new level. By analyzing behavioral data, purchase history, preferences, and even sentiment, AI can uncover microsegments that marketers wouldn't have spotted manually. Now, this level of detail allows for much more targeted messaging and content delivery. For instance, AI might detect a small group of users who engage with videos late at night and prefer educational content, letting you tailor campaigns just for them. Now, the result is more relevant experiences, higher engagement, and better conversion rates. Machine learning based segmentation helps marketers get truly personal at scale. It's not just what users do that matters, it's how they feel. So AI-powered sentiment analysis scans social media comments, reviews, and feedback to detect emotional tone. Are people excited, skeptical, frustrated, or confused? Well, this emotional layer of insight gives you powerful context for your campaign's performance beyond the numbers. Sentiment analysis helps you understand how your brand and messaging are being perceived in real time. So if feedback trends toward negative, for example, you can pivot quickly. If you see a spike in excitement, that's an opportunity to double down and amplify the message. AI essentially becomes your emotional barometer, helping you keep campaigns aligned with customer sentiment and cultural context. So knowing what content works is half the battle, but knowing why it works takes your strategy to the next level. AI helps break down which formats, tones, visuals, and calls to action are driving the most engagement or conversions. It does this by evaluating user interactions, comparing campaign variations, and learning which creative elements perform best for each segment. Now, this insight enables marketers to optimize creative with confidence. Instead of making small design tweaks based on intuition, AI-backed tools can guide content strategy with real evidence. Whether it's recommending headline variations, image choices, or even email subject lines, AI helps ensure your content is not just beautiful, but functional, targeted, and high converting. Now, dashboards provided by AI or they're powered by AI don't just display metrics, they interpret them. You get visual insights along with automated commentary that explain trends, flags, anomalies, and recommends next steps. Now, these smart dashboards allow brand strategists and marketers to make faster, more informed decisions without drowning in spreadsheets or charts. A/B testing is also taken to the next level with AI. Rather than testing one or two variables at a time, AI can run multivariate tests and quickly identify winning combinations across creatives, audiences, and channels. It accelerates the learning processes, reducing test cycles, and helps you get the best performing version faster. So in short, AI makes optimization smarter and more scalable. So ROI, of course, is the ultimate metric, and AI makes it easier to measure with precision. So by integrating campaign data with business outcomes like revenue, signups, or retention, AI connects the dots between marketing activity and real-world results. Now this means no more fuzzy attributions or vanity metrics. You get clear insight into how your campaigns are in fact driving value. But with great power comes responsibility. Ethical analytics means being transparent with how data is collected, processed, and used. Now, AI must operate within the boundaries of privacy laws like HIPAA, for example, or GDPR, and consumer trust. Brand strategists and marketers must ensure that personalization doesn't cross into intrusion and that insights are used to enhance, not exploit, the customer experience. Balancing power and ethics is key to building sustainable, trust-driven AI strategies. So let's recap the core takeaways from our discussion. First, AI allows marketers to move from static, outdated metrics to dynamic, real-time insights. It connects channels, predicts outcomes, and uncovers emotional tone, giving you a 360-degree view of campaign performance. It's like going from a compass to GPS, and you're not just navigating, you're optimizing in real time. Second, AI isn't just for big brands with huge budgets. Many tools are now accessible, scalable, and intuitive enough for teams of all sizes. Whether you're looking to improve targeting, content, attribution, or ROI measurement, there is an AI solution that can make your job easier and your results stronger. The key is to start small, test often, and grow your capabilities gradually. So in conclusion, AI is not just a reporting tool, it's a strategic partner and ally in every stage of campaign management. From planning and segmentation to optimization and measurement, AI gives marketers and brand strategists superpowers that were unthinkable just a few years ago. It's not about replacing human creativity, it's about enhancing it with data driven intelligence that drives smarter, faster, and more impactful decisions. So, as your next step, think about when your current campaign measurement could be stronger. Are you relying too much on outdated KPIs? Could you benefit from better attribution or predictive insights? So, start exploring AI powered tools and platforms that can fill those gaps. And more importantly, you have to stay curious and agile because the brands that master AI analytics today are the ones that will lead tomorrow's marketing landscape. So I hope this helps. Let me know if you have any questions. With this, let's move to the next lesson. Welcome back. So we're going to dive into the game-changing topic for modern brand strategists, how artificial intelligence is revolutionizing crisis management and real-time reputation control. So we are going to explore how AI enables brands to detect early warning signs, respond with clarity, and even simulate crisis scenarios before they actually occur. So crisis management today is a race against time. So the longer you take time to respond, the greater the damage. That's why real-time capabilities powered by AI are a must. Now AI can detect, for example, crises before they go public by scanning conversations, analyzing sentiments, and identifying anomalies. It transforms your public relations and your brand strategy from reactive to proactive. But AI's power goes beyond speed. It also gives PR teams insights into how the public is reacting emotionally. It tells you whether people are angry, confused, or indifferent, allowing you to tailor your messaging accordingly. Now, traditional crisis response often relies on manual research, intuition, and slowly moving approved chains, but AI flips the script. It monitors thousands of digital touchpoints simultaneously, such as news outlets, social media, blogs, forums, and identifies emerging risks in real time. That means instead of hearing about a crisis hours after it erupts, you're alerted within minutes. And of course, not to mention that AI also analyzes tone, reach, and the velocity of crisis. It helps determine not just that a conversation is happening, but how quickly it's spreading and how intensely people are reacting. This data is crucial for crafting targeted, empathetic responses that resonate. Social media is often where the crisis begins and where they escalate the fastest. AI tools like Brand Watch or Sprinkler provides real-time monitoring of platforms like Twitter, Reddit, Instagram, and TikTok. Now, these platforms scan for sudden spikes in mentions, specific keywords, or hashtags, flagging issues before they spiral out of control. What makes them especially powerful is the AI's ability to categorize mentions by sentiment, urgency, and reach. So if a minor complaint from a small account is gaining traction because a major influencer amplified it, AI will surface that insight immediately. Now, this empowers your PR team to prioritize responses and act where it matters the most, making your reaction both fast and focused. So, for example, what does a AI chatbot, for example, play a role in customer support channels that can get flooded pretty fast, right? So that's where AI-powered chatbots really shine. They offer 24/7 support, answering common questions, providing updates, and directing users to helpful resources. This keeps customers informed while offloading volume from your human support agents. And what's more, these chatbots adapt their tone and responses in real time based on the situation. So this level of transparency builds trust with your audience and gives your team the breathing room they need to focus on the bigger picture. So wouldn't it be better to prevent a crisis altogether? Well, that's exactly what predictive modeling is for. AI systems analyze customer complaints, product reviews, internal logs, and even competitor data to identify early signs of trouble. Whether it's a supply chain bottleneck or rising dissatisfaction, with the new feature, AI can flag issues before they explode publicly. So this isn't just about being reactive, by the way. We need to be proactive. It's about building crisis resilience into the organization by letting the AI act as your brand's early warning radar. So when every minute counts, drafting the perfect statement manually can take too long. So generative AI helps by producing first draft, press releases, social posts, and talking points in seconds. It can offer tone variations such as apologetic, assertive, or reassuring based on your brand's voice and the nature of crises. This speeds up the approval and ensures consistency across communications. Plus, your team has control. They can edit, refine, and humanize the AI generated draft as needed. So, after your crisis statement goes live, how do you know it worked? Well, AI tools can track media coverage in real time also, analyzing reach, tone, and audience response. You can quickly identify which outlets covered your story positively and which didn't, and which messaging elements resonated or fell flat. This feedback helps you pivot fast. AI also identifies key journalists and influencers who are shaping the narrative, helping you target future outreach with laser precision. So crises don't only unfold in words, by the way. They spread through images and videos too. So AI can scan platforms for visual content related to your brand using image recognition to detect photos, logos, products, or faces. So if someone posts a misleading or damaging video, AI tools can flag it even before it goes viral. Now, this helps your team respond not just to text-based backlash, but to memes, video commentary, or out-of-context photos that could erode your credibility. So, when your CEO has to go on camera during a crisis, every word counts. AI coaching tools analyze speech patterns, tone, facial expressions, and even pacing. They offer real-time feedback to help leaders sound more confident, empathetic, and trustworthy without sounding robotic. So these tools are especially useful for media training before high-stakes interviews or press conferences. So in moments where perception becomes reality, this kind of preparation can make all the difference. Now, misinformation can spread faster than facts, especially during crises. AI combats this by identifying false claims, tracking how they spread, and helping your team respond with verified facts and resources. It also detects coordinated disinformation efforts that might be targeting your brand or industry. So by surfacing threats early and providing counter narratives backed by data, AI tools can prevent trust in your brand. They're also insightful, for example, or provide insight into where the misinformation is coming from, so you can decide whether to address it publicly or work behind the scenes with platforms or partners. So crisis communication has to be inclusive. AI-powered translation tools allow your team to deliver consistent messaging across dozens of languages in real time. And it's not just word-for-word translation, it's localized, meaning the message adapts to cultural nuances and tone preferences. Now, this is critical if you're operating globally or managing crises across the markets. It ensures that all stakeholders, from customers to regulators, receive clear, timely information no matter where they are or what language they speak. It's another way AI removes friction in high-pressure moments. So once a storm passes, AI helps you assess how well you weathered it. Post-crisis analytic track engagement, sentiment, and message effectiveness across platforms. You'll know what worked, what didn't, and where your strategy can improve moving forward. Now, these insights aren't just for reflection, they shape future response plans. AI helps you understand which channels to prioritize, how quickly audiences respond, and which segments are more impacted. This ensures that the next time a crisis hits, your response is even more refined, empathetic, and effective. So not every audience needs the same message, by the way. AI can tailor communications for specific segments, customers, investors, employees, by analyzing behavioral and demographic data. Now, this builds trust and makes your response feel more human, not corporate. For example, a customer might need reassurance while a shareholder wants clarity about financial impact. And that's where AI helps you craft those messages at scale. AI works best when it's actually connected. For example, platforms like Slack, CRMs, Microsoft Teams, and other systems to centralize alerts, content drafts, sentiment data, and collaboration. So seamless integration also means fewer delays and better coordination under pressure. From legal to PR to support, everyone sees the same dashboard and insights. So your crisis strategy is fast, unified, and crystal clear. So to recap, AI empowers PR teams to speed, foresight, and agility, from real-time social monitoring and sentiment analysis to predictive modeling and automated chat support. It transforms how you handle crises from beginning to end. And the most impactful use of AI isn't in replacing humans, but in amplifying their efforts. So your team still crafts the story, but AI helps you find it faster, shaping it smarter, and share it wider. That's the new standard for modern crisis management. Some additional key takeaways, of course, personalized messaging increases audience trust, translation tools help you speak the word, AI-driven analytics guide what you do next, and AI coaching sharpens executive or stakeholder delivery, and whether it's a major crisis or a reputation hiccup, you'll be ready to respond in real time with confidence, clarity, and credibility. Here are some final thoughts. So AI doesn't replace your crisis plan, it supercharges it. It helps you listen better, acts faster, and learns continuously. The brands that thrive today aren't just the loudest, they're the smartest. And smart means using AI to bring empathy, insight, and control to your most critical moments. So AI is no longer a future concept in PR and branding. It's the present day toolkit every modern communicator should be using. Whether you're a brand manager, PR pro, or a crisis responder, now is the time to explore and integrate these tools into your workflow. So if you're looking for future-proof your PR or brand strategy, AI is the edge you need. So with this, I hope this helps. Let me know if you have any questions, and let's move on to the next lecture. Welcome, everybody. So today we're going to focus on the growing threat that affects businesses of all sizes, which is fake reviews and brand impersonation. So in the age of digital-first decisions, trust is currency, and a handful of misleading reviews or a fake brand profile can quietly erode customer confidence and damage your reputation before you even realize what's happening. That's why recognizing and responding to these threats proactively is no longer an optional, it's essential. So the goal today is to uncover how to identify these issues, what tools can help, and what protective strategies your business can implement. And we are going to walk through the anatomy of fake reviews, the danger of brand impersonation, and how AI-powered technologies are transforming the way we safeguard our digital trust. So let's talk about trust. We live in an era where consumers turn to online reviews, social media pages, and search results before making a single purchase decision. But what happens when that information isn't trustworthy? We're facing what experts are calling a digital trust crisis, where manipulated reviews and impersonated brands distort reality, leading consumers astray. Now, this doesn't harm customers, it hits businesses hard. When people question the authenticity of what they see online, even legitimate companies suffer. So rebuilding lost trust takes far more effort than maintaining it in the first place. That's why being proactive and transparent, especially in the face of digital deception, is key to keeping your audience's confidence intact. Unfortunately, fake reviews have become incredibly common and surprisingly easy to create. From one-star sabotage posted by competitors to glowing 5-star fakes bought in bulk. These reviews are crafted to manipulate perception. The danger? Well, they influence everything from SEO rankings to buyer decisions, creating a distorted view of your brand or your competitors. What's more, many fake reviews sound convincing. Some are written by real people paid to write them. Others are generated using AI that mimics human language patterns. The scary part is consumers and even platforms often can't tell the difference. That's why we need smarter tools and vigilant monitoring to stay ahead of the growing problem. So how can you spot a fake review? There are a few red flags to look for. First, extreme language. Reviews that are overly emotional, either extremely positive or aggressively negative, often raise suspicion. Second is timing. A sudden influx of reviews in a short window could signal coordinated manipulation. Also, Look for vague details. Authentic reviews usually mention specifics like product features, customer service experiences, or real use cases. And fake ones tend to stay general. Repetitive language, generic usernames, or a pattern of identical phrasing across multiple products or platforms are also warning signs. AI tools can help spot these patterns much faster than manual monitoring, making early detection more scalable. So, brand impersonation is just as damaging and sometimes even more dangerous than fake reviews. This is when scammers create fake websites, emails, or social media accounts pretending to be your business. Their goal? Well, to trick your customers into sharing sensitive information, making fraudulent purchases, or engaging with misleading content. Now, beyond financial losses, impersonation creates long-term trust issues. Even after the scam is shut down, some customers may associate that bad experience with your real brand. That's why identifying impersonation attempts early and shutting them down quickly is critical to your reputation management strategy. The longer they go undetected, the more damage they do. So the key to minimizing damage from brand impersonation is early detection. AI and cybersecurity tools can monitor for copycat websites, unauthorized use of your logo, or social media accounts with suspiciously similar handles. Now, these tools track domain registrations and use pattern recognition to alert your team of potential impersonators before they go viral. It's also smart to train your team to look out for phishing attempts and to encourage your customers to report suspicious pages. So the sooner you know about a fake, the faster you can act, whether that's reporting it to the platform, sending a takedown notice, or altering your community with a clear message. Prevention and speed are your biggest allies here. So review detection software uses AI to identify suspicious patterns in user-generated content. Now these platforms analyze review timing, review history, language patterns, and even geographic inconsistencies. For instance, if a dozen 5 stars shows up from the same IP address in different names, well, the system will flag it. Some tools even compare your reviews against industry benchmark to determine what likely is to be authentic. By integrating this technology into your review management strategy, you gain more than just detection. You gain control. It's like having a watchdog that never sleeps, always monitoring your online reputation for signs of manipulation. So, how do you manage it? Managing reviews shouldn't only happen in response to a crisis, it should be part of your everyday strategy. That means actively encouraging real customers to leave honest feedback and responding to both praise and criticism quickly and professionally. It shows that your brand listens, cares, and is willing to engage transparently. You can also use AI to categorize reviews by sentiment and urgency so you know which ones to prioritize. Negative feedback, if real, can actually be a gift. It gives you the chance to improve, address concerns, and showcase your integrity, but only when you manage it proactively, instead of letting it spiral unchecked. Protecting your brand starts with some foundational steps. For example, first, register common variations of your domain, typos, alternate extensions, etc., so scammers can't scoop them up. Second, trademark your brand name and logo. This gives you the legal standing to issue takedown notices if someone misuses your identity. And don't forget to verify your social media accounts on all major platforms to signal authenticity. Now, on the tech side, implementing email protocols like SPF, DKIM, and DMARC helps protect against email spoofing. And finally, have legal and cybersecurity experts you can call on when needed. Now, these measures form a strong digital perimeter around your brand identity. There's no shortage of cautionary tales when it comes to fake reviews and brand impersonation. From small businesses tanked by reputation attacks to global brands targeted in phishing scams, the lessons are clear. Being reactive is not enough. Brands that survive and thrive take a layered, proactive approach to monitoring and protection. We've seen cases where brands were able to recover quickly thanks to the early detection, transparent communication, and decisive legal action. Now, these examples remind us that every crisis is also an opportunity to demonstrate integrity and win trust. The key is being prepared before it happens. So here's what we've learned. Fake reviews and impersonation are everywhere, and they pose real threats to consumer trust and brand reputation. But you're not powerless. With the right mix of detection tools, proactive review management, and brand protection measures, you can stay ahead of the curve. AI plays a vital role in this process, helping you spot patterns, monitor platforms, and respond faster than manual processes ever could. Now, trust is the cornerstone of every brand relationship. And in today's environment, protecting that trust needs to be a top priority for every business leader. So, some of the conclusion and what to expect next. So, wrap things up. Detecting fake reviews and impersonation isn't just about damaging control, it's about building a brand that's resilient, transparent, and trustworthy. AI and cybersecurity tools offer the speed and precision we need to operate in a digital world filled with both opportunity and risk. So, what are your next steps? Evaluate your current tools, tighten up brand protections, and explore technologies that support review authenticity and identity security. This is about protecting your business, your customers, and the relationship between the two. So, I hope this helps. Let me know if you have any questions regarding this. And with this, let's move to the next lesson. Welcome back. So, today's topic sits right at the intersection of technology, law, and business. How AI is revolutionizing brand protection, particularly when it comes to trademarks and copyrights. Now, in today's global digital landscape, brands are vulnerable to infringement from all directions: unauthorized sellers, lookalike products, and even malicious actors trying to profit off of your name. So manual tracking and enforcement just can't keep up anymore. So that's where AI comes in. When its ability to analyze vast data sets in real time, detect patterns, and automate tedious legal processes, AI is transforming how legal teams monitor, enforce, and defend intellectual property. So protecting your brand in today's digital world is like playing a game of whack-a-mole. The moment you shut down one infringer, another pops up, often on a new platform or using slightly altered branding. Now, traditional enforcement methods are reactive, slow, and labor-intensive, but AI flips the script by allowing for proactive and predictive protection. It can analyze patterns of infringement, track suspicious behavior, and alert legal teams before a problem escalates. Now, with AI, brand owners can move from being reactive firefighters to proactive guardians. AI doesn't just monitor social media or marketplaces, it can integrate with e-commerce platforms, domain registries, and even search engines to provide a 360-degree view of how your brand is being used or misused. It's like having a tireless digital watchdog that never sleeps and never misses a beat. So trademark protection used to rely heavily on manual searches through trademark databases and visual comparisons of logos or packaging. Now, AI can scan marketplaces like Amazon, Alibaba, mobile app stores, and even social media to flag potential infringements. Tools use deep learning to detect visual similarities in logos, even if someone changes the color or rotates the image. What's more, AI can analyze metadata such as product descriptions, seller patterns, pricing behavior, and geographic origin to determine if an infringement is likely. Now, these systems also learn over time, improving accuracy and adapting to new tactics used by infringers. This enables your legal team to not only act fast, but to focus on resources where they matter most, on the most serious and strategically damaging threats to your brand. So copyright issues and exploding online, from stolen images and video clips to reposted content and pirated software. AI helps legal teams monitor platforms like YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and Reddit for unauthorized use of copyright content. It can even detect edits made to content, like cropped images or mixed music, which traditional detection tools might miss. Now, these AI tools don't just spot violations, they can also automate takedown requests, track repeated infringers, and provide documentation for legal escalation. This is particularly important for creators, media companies, and SaaS businesses whose intellectual property is their core value. By adding AI to your copyright enforcement strategy, you're not just reacting to theft, you're building a smart, scalable defense system. So, registering intellectual property is often a time consuming process involving layers of paperwork, research, and back and forth with registrars. AI simplifies this by streamlining the process of filling trademarks, copyrights, and even patents. It can fill out forms, cross check databases for conflicts, and suggest optimal wording to maximize protection. This not only saves time, but reduces human error. AI can also monitor global databases for similar filings, altering you when someone attempts to register something that could conflict with your brand. Now, with automation in place, your legal team can focus on strategic matters while the machine handles the grunt work behind the scenes. What about AI in legal research, which is another area where AI is providing to be incredibly valuable? Now, with access to legal databases and court records, AI can find relevant case law, track litigation trends, and even suggest legal arguments based on precedent. This speeds up preparation for IP disputes and makes your legal strategy more robust and evidence-backed. Now, in litigation, AI can assist in analyzing large volumes of documents, depositions, and contracts, identifying inconsistencies or relevant references quickly. It can also help draft portions of legal documents based on previous filings. Now, for IP lawyers juggling multiple cases, this is a huge time saver and ensuring a higher level of accuracy and consistency in filings. So when someone copies your brand visuals, whether it's your logo, packaging, or product photography, it often goes unnoticed until it causes damage. AI-powered visual recognition tools use image matching technology to scan the web, social media, the e-commerce listings for similar content. Even if a logo is altered slightly, AI can detect its core features and raise a red flag. This technology is especially useful for brands with visually recognizable elements like fashion labels, cosmetics, or consumer electronics. So by automating visual brand surveillance, companies can catch unauthorized use early before it scales or damages customer trust. It also gives you the evidence needed to take swift legal action when necessary. So counterfeit products are a global multi-billion-dollar problem. They erode customer trust, damage brand equity, and often endanger consumers. AI helps detect counterfeits by identifying suspicious listings, sellers, and pricing behaviors across online marketplaces. It uses pattern recognition to uncover networks of counterfeiters, even though or those who attempt to mask their identities or location. So beyond detection, AI tools also help automate enforcement. Some platforms can generate instant takedown requests, notify marketplace moderators, and even integrate with customer databases to prevent physical shipments of fake goods. Now, with this level of sophistication, brands are no longer playing catch up, they're staying ahead of the threat in real time. So, if your brand operates across borders, protecting IP globally becomes incredibly complex. Different countries have different laws, languages, and enforcement capabilities. AI helps bridge the gap by supporting multilingual natural language processing or NLP, allowing you to monitor for IP violations in local languages and dialects. Even better, AI can understand cultural nuances and identify localized brand limitations that a non-native speaker might miss. It also helps match enforcement efforts to the right jurisdiction and local laws. Now, with AI, you can truly scale your brand protection strategy internationally without needing an army of in-house experts for every region. So why wait until someone copies your brand? That's the question. Well, predictive analytics powered by AI allows legal teams to anticipate threats before they even materialize. Now, these tools monitor the web for suspicious domains, similar brand names, and changes in seller behavior that could indicate upcoming infringement attempts. AI can even identify clusters of risky behavior, like new sellers launching similar products or fake reviews boosting counterfeit items. Armed with this foresight, your team can act preemptively issue warnings, filing opposition to pending registration, or taking other steps to minimize damage before it happens. It's a powerful shift from defense to offense in the IP protection game. So, some of the key takeaways. What's the big picture here? AI transforms brand protection from a reactive, manual burden into a proactive, streamlined, and intelligent operation. So, whether it's spotting a fake product listing, flagging a copycat logo, or drafting a cease and desist letter, AI speeds up and strengthens your entire IP workflow. The real win isn't just in time saved, it's in reputational trust preserved. By using AI to protect your brand's intellectual property, you are sending a message to your customers, competitors, and partners. You take your identity seriously. Now, that kind of protection pays off in long-term loyalty and legal leverage. To wrap things up, AI is no longer a nice to have in legal brand protection. It's a critical part of a modern scalable IP strategy. From trademarks and copyrights to visual identity and global monitoring, AI gives your legal and compliance teams the tools they need to act with speed, accuracy, and confidence. So, what are your next steps? Audit your current intellectual property processes, identify areas where AI could add speed or visibility. Whether you're already using a basic automation or just getting started, now is the time to explore more advanced AI solutions tailored to your needs. Now, protecting your brand's identity is protecting its future, and AI helps you do that smarter, faster, and more strategically. So I hope this helps. Let me know if you have any questions. With this, let's move to the next lesson. Welcome back. So I'm excited to explore how AI is no longer just a background tool. It's now actively shaping how we interact, shop, communicate, and even feel in digital spaces. So today we're going to dive into some of the most cutting edge trends that are already started to define the next decade of brand engagement and user experience. Voice branding, AI-powered metaverse environments, and intelligent AR or VR innovation. So we're not talking about hypothetical future tech. These trends are already in motion, being adopted by some of the world's leading brands. So I'm going to cover today how AI is making experiences more immersive, emotional, and personalized. Whether you're in marketing, tech, branding, or product design, understanding these shifts will help you stay ahead of the curve. So let's unpack how these tools are converging to create the future of human-machine interaction. So AI has moved from enhancing background operations to redefining how users experience digital platforms. Whether it's a chatbot with natural conversational flow or a recommendation engine that feels creepily accurate, AI is now front and center in how we interact online. It's shaping emotions, not just analytics, and just that's a huge shift. We're seeing AI act as a creative collaborator. It's not just crunching data, it's generating music, writing scripts, narrating stories, and powering virtual influencers. This deeper role changes the very fabric of digital branding. It makes brands feel alive, responsive, and emotionally intelligent. Now, as we continue through this lecture, you will notice a common thread. AI is becoming the interface, not just the engine. So voice branding has become a vital part of how companies shape perception. Just like visual logo creates recognition, a sonic identity builds emotional trust and memory, especially when the rise of the smart speakers and voice-first interactions. AI-generated voices using tools like Google's WaveNet or 11 Labs are making it easy to create customized, emotionally resonant voice personas. These voices don't just say your brand's message, they sound like your brand. They're multilingual, they scale globally, and they maintain consistency in tone and personality across all touchpoints, from virtual assistants to IVRs to podcasts. We've seen the rise of sonic logos, brief but distinctive audio cues that become instantly recognizable. And when AI can generate these at scale, suddenly every company, big or small, can have a consistent audio brand presence. Here's the thing, we're entering an era where people will interact with brands more through voice than screens. Whether it's asking Alexa to reorder groceries or use voice to navigate a car dashboard, we're shifting to conversational interfaces. and people remember how a brand sounds. They associate tone, warmth, confidence, and friendliness with voice identity. With AI, voice branding isn't limited to big budget companies, by the way. Even a startup now can create a unique, emotionally rich voice persona that feels personal and human. Now, this shift matters because voice is intimate, it builds connection. Brands that ignore this trend risk sounding generic or forgettable in a world where custom AI voices are quickly becoming a new normal. So, the metaverse is more than just avatars and digital hangouts. It's becoming a serious business and engagement platform, and AI is the engine behind much of it, from building immersive 3D environments to powering predictive user experiences. AI ensures that these virtual worlds are responsive, dynamic, and personalized. Big players like Nike are already running metaverse storefronts where users can try on virtual gear, buy NFTs, and interact with AI powered customer avatars. What makes this powerful is that it's no longer just novelty, it's a fully integrated brand experience. So, from a business standpoint, the metaverse isn't just about fun, it's becoming a productivity and commerce hub. So, think virtual collaboration rooms where team members from different time zones interact in immersive 3D spaces, guided by AI avatars who handle scheduling, translation, and even tone moderation. These aren't futuristic dreams, they're early stage realities. For retailer and customer experience, AI helps brand hyper personalized product offering, suggest relevant experiences, and guide the purchasing behavior inside these virtual worlds. It's not just about being there, it's about how intelligently and emotionally present your brand feels. So, what about AR? It has it becomes significantly more useful when paired with AI. It's the difference between overlaying random 3D objects onto your camera feed and providing context-aware intelligent enhancements to the real world. For example, imagine scanning a store shelf and getting personalized product recommendations in real time based on your health goals, past purchases, and price sensitivity. Now, AI brings intelligence to AR, understanding the user environment and intention. This is changing how we learn, shop, and engage. It's already being used in fields like real estate, for example, tourism, and education to enrich physical environments with smart, adaptive layer of information. With AI, AR becomes more than a gimmick. It becomes utility driven and behaviorally responsive. What about VR, which has long been associated with gaming, but AI is turning it into a tool for transformation? We now see AI powered VR being used to train employees in a safe, controlled environments. Think surgeons practicing procedures or factory workers learning to handle dangerous machinery without real world risks. Even more exciting, AR is enabling VR to become emotionally adaptive. Now, it learns from the user's choices and stress levels to change the pacing, environment, or avatar behavior. This is revolutionizing not just training, but therapy. PTSD treatment, for example, anxiety reduction, and phobia management are all being enhanced through intelligent VR experiences. This isn't just cool tech, it's actually life changing. So here's where it gets really powerful. Now, these aren't isolated trends, they're converging. Imagine a branded experience where a customer speaks to a virtual assistant with voice, who then leads them through an AR enhanced store before stepping into a full VR simulation. And all of it is powered by a unified AI stack that remembers user preferences and adapts in real time. This convergence is the next frontier of digital branding and engagement. It allows users to move seamlessly between platforms and experiences while maintaining continuity. For brands, this means building holistic omni-channel journeys that feel fluid, intuitive, and deeply personalized, while also being cost-effective thanks to AI automation and insight. So as we embrace immersive AI, we must also pause and reflect on responsibility. With so much data being collected, from facial movements in VR to voice emotion in smart speakers, privacy becomes a huge concern. How do we protect users from surveillance and misuse while still delivering personalized experiences? Well, governance around bias, consent, and data ownership is critical. Brands need to build trust by being transparent, ethical, and users first in their AI strategies. So the future of immersive AI will belong to those who can balance innovation with integrity. The good news? Ethical AI design isn't just the right thing to do. It's also good business. Trust is a long-term currency. What does the future outlook looks like? So looking ahead, we're going to see AI-generated voices become indistinguishable from real humans. AR glasses will be as lightweight as sunglasses, and VR headsets will be wireless, portable, and even more intelligent. The metaverse won't just be gamers or Gen Z, it will be a daily workspace and a marketplace. AI will hyper-personalize every aspect of these interactions. What you see, what you hear, what's suggested to you. But success will hinge on how inclusive and ethical these innovations are. The tech will be impressive, yes, but the winning brands will be those that focus on human benefit and emotional authenticity. To sum up, voice branding isn't optional anymore, it's a key identity marker. The AI-powered metaverse is shifting how we engage, buy, and collaborate. AR and VR are no longer just flashy tech, they're transforming learning, healthcare, and storytelling. And AI is the thread connecting them all, making the experience cohesive, intelligent, and memorable. So as we move forward, it's not enough to chase trends. We need to lead with thoughtful, ethical innovation that enhances human experience. Now, this is an exciting time to be building in the space where technology meets emotion. Let's continue to explore, test, and create experiences that don't just impress, but resonate. I hope this helps. Let me know if you have any questions. With this, let's move to the next lesson. Welcome back. So I'm excited to walk you through a timely and important topic. So how brands can prepare for AI-driven change. AI is no longer a buzzword floating in the distant future, by the way. It's already here, influencing how brands interact with customers, shape their identities, and execute marketing strategies. So in this lecture, I'm going to give a roadmap to help you future-proof your brand, not by resisting change, but by evolving with it intelligently and strategically. We'll talk about how AI technologies like machine learning, natural language processing, and computer vision are fundamentally reshaping branding at every touch point. And more importantly, we'll explore the mindset and cultural shifts organizations need to embrace to truly benefit from AI. So, brands that ignore AI are at a risk of becoming irrelevant. This is a bold statement. Well, this isn't just about automating tasks or adopting shiny new tools. It's about remaining competitive in the world where customer expectations are constantly evolving. AI empowers brands to deliver smarter, faster, and more personalized experiences at scale. And if you're not preparing for that shift now, you'll soon find yourself left behind. Preparing for AI means rethinking the entire customer's journey from awareness to loyalty. It requires reevaluating your tech stack, your internal workflows, and your approach to data. But more than anything, it's about becoming flexible and open to experimentation. The brands that will thrive in an AI-first world are the ones willing to adapt, iterate, and reimagine how they deliver value to their audiences. There are three foundational technologies driving the AI revolution in branding: machine learning, natural language processing, and computer vision. Now, ML helps brands identify patterns in customer behavior and make intelligent decisions without human input. NLP powers chatbots, content generation, and sentiment analysis, enabling human-like communication. And computer vision is changing everything from in-store experiences to virtual try-ons and visual search. So understanding these technologies is key not just for IT teams, but for marketers and brand strategists as well. They underpin the systems that are now responsible for delivering highly tailored content, automating outreach, and even maintaining brand consistency. As these tools become more accessible, every team, creative, product, and marketing needs to understand how to harness their product or power to build better, more adaptive brand experiences. So AI is fundamentally altering how we define brand strategy. It's no longer just about long-term planning, by the way. It's about real-time adaptation. With the right data inputs, AI can help identify emerging trends, competitor moves, and shifts in consumer behavior almost instantly. Now, that kind of agility wasn't possible before, and it gives brands a huge edge. This shift allows for more fluid strategies that evolve with the customer, not just quarterly reports. AI helps marketing teams respond to what's happening now, not what happened last month. And because AI continuously learns and optimizes, your strategy doesn't just get implemented, it gets smarter over time. This makes the brand more resilient, more responsive, and more relevant in a fast-moving market. Personalization is one of the most powerful applications of AI in branding. Gone are the days of one-size-fits-all messaging. With AI, every customer interaction can be tailored in real time, from product recommendations to website content to email sequences. AI helps us understand not just what customers want, but when they want it and how they want it delivered. What's especially exciting is that this personalization goes beyond just content. It includes pricing, offers, support channels, and even UI elements. By using dynamic data, AI can deliver adaptive experiences that feel human and thoughtful. This doesn't just improve engagement, it creates loyalty. Customers feel understood, seen, and valued, which builds emotional connection and lifetime value. So, in the AI era, brand identity is no longer just static logos and taglines. It's about how a brand behaves and responds in real time. How your chatbot speaks, how your recommendation engine feels, and how your website adapts to individual users. These are now all components of your brand's identity. AI shapes not just perceptions, but experience. This means consistency must go beyond design and messaging to include AI-generated touchpoints. Your AI should reflect your tone, values, and style, just like any human representative would. As a result, the brand becomes more fluid and interactive, shaped by a continuous feedback loop between the customer and the algorithm. It's not just about what your brand says, it's about how it thinks. With great power, as always, comes great responsibility. While AI opens up tremendous opportunities, it also brings ethical challenges that brands must face head on. Misused AI, like manipulative algorithms or opaque personalization, can quickly erode trust and damage brand equity. That's why transparency is critical. Brands need to be upfront about how AI is being used, what data is being collected, and what customers can opt in or out of. Clear consent, explainable logic, and human oversight aren't just legal safeguards, they're trust building tools. Over automation can frustrate customers, especially when human support is removed entirely. A hybrid model, smart automation plus real human empathy, is often the most effective approach. Now, culture is everything when it comes to successful AI adoption. If your internal teams aren't aligned or open to change, even the best tools will fall flat. Hierarchical, siloed organizations often struggle to keep up with the rapid pace of AI because they can't pivot quickly or experiment freely. That's why fostering a culture of curiosity and cross-functional collaboration is essential. Leadership buy-in is crucial here. When executives champion AI innovation, it sends a powerful signal across the organization. Combine that with ongoing training and open communication, and room for low-risk experimentation, and you would create an environment where AI can truly thrive. And the most successful transformations aren't just tech-driven, they're people-powered. So there's no one size fits all when it comes to AI tools, and I mentioned this earlier. The right solution depends on the brand's goals, maturity level, and internal capacity. From content creation, for example, tools like Jasper, Copy AI, to analytics platforms powered by machine learning, the ecosystem is vast and growing fast. The key is to choose tools that integrate well with your current systems and deliver actionable value quickly. It's also important to consider usability. So if the tool is too complex for your team to use, it won't drive results. Focus on AI platforms that prioritize transparency, scalability, and measurable ROI. Start small, test thoroughly, and scale what works. And always remember, the tool is only as powerful as the people and strategy behind it. So AI is revolutionizing content creation by enabling brands to create more faster and with more precision. From auto-generating social captions to customizing email campaigns at scale, AI helps deliver the right message to the right person at the right time. And when content is distributed across multiple channels, AI ensures consistency and relevance. Omnichannel isn't just about being everywhere, it's about being cohesive everywhere. AI can track customer journeys across platforms and make real-time decisions about what content or experience to deliver next. Whether it's SMS, push notifications, or a personalized product feed on your homepage, the experience should feel seamless and intentional. That's the real power of AI in content and channel strategy. So some of the key takeaways, let's recap. AI is no longer optional for brand strategy, it's essential. Whether through machine learning, NLP, or computer vision, the tools of AI are already changing how customers experience brands. But the real key to success isn't just technology, it's the alignment across people, culture, and ethics. Hyper-personalization can drive deep loyalty, but only if it's implemented transparently and respectfully. Culture shapes adoption speed, and choosing the right tools determine how quickly value is delivered. The future of branding is real-time, adaptive, and deeply human powered by AI, but led by values. So as we wrap up, remember this. AI isn't the future of branding, it's already the present. What matters now is how you prepare. Start with small, high-impact projects. Align your teams, invest in training, prioritize transparency and ethics, and above all, keep your customers at the heart of every AI decision you make. The brands that win in this era will be the ones who blend intelligent automation with human insight. So take these insights back to your team, evaluate where your brand is today, and start mapping where you want it to be tomorrow with AI as a core part of that journey. So I hope this helps. Let me know what you think. With this, let's move to the next lesson. Welcome back. So, developing an AI-enhanced brand strategy. What does that all mean? So, in today's branding landscape, AI isn't just a tool, it's becoming the core engine behind smart, scalable, and personalized marketing strategies, as well as branding strategies. The goal of this lecture is to walk you through a framework for integrating AI into every aspect of brand development, from identity to campaigns, from user experience and beyond. So as we move forward, think of this as a roadmap. We're not just looking at what AI can do, but how it can strategically support the brand's voice, values, and evolution. So whether you're a strategist, designer, marketer, or analyst, understanding this integration will position you to lead in a data-driven, hyper-personalized world where agility and relevance are key to growth. So let's dive right in. The shift towards AI brand is massive. It's happening faster than most businesses are prepared for. Traditional branding relied heavily on historical data, gut feeling, and creative instincts. But now AI enables us to access real-time insights into customer behavior, preferences, and even emotional responses. This shift allows us to move from reactive to proactive brand management. AI doesn't replace creativity, by the way, it amplifies it. Brands can now test ideas faster, respond more intelligently to trends, and design campaigns that are both imaginative and data backed. When you combine human storytelling with machine driven precision, you get content and strategies that are not just beautiful but effective at scale. That's the real game changer. So, how do you define brand identity? So, defining a strong brand identity is foundational, but AI allows us to do this with greater clarity. With sentiment analysis and behavioral data, we can understand how customers actually feel about the brand, not just what they say in surveys. That's because, and that's powerful because it moves us beyond assumptions and into actionable insight. And AI helps us mine tone, for example, preferences, and even micro expressions from conversations online. You can use AI tools to assess competitors as well, analyzing how they position themselves, how audiences respond to where gaps exist. Then, by combining that with your internal mission and vision, you align your tone and positioning directly with customer expectations. This ensures that every message your brand delivers is not only intentional, but also received as authentic and relevant. So, personalize customer segments with AI. So, AI enables us to segment our audience far beyond basic demographics. Instead of grouping by age or location, we can now personalize brand based on behaviors, interests, and purchase patterns, and even emotional triggers. This is where AI shines by analyzing large data sets to surface unique segments we may not have known ever existed. Now, with this level of granularity, you can design hyper personalized content and offers that feel one to one even when scaling to millions. The result? Well, stronger engagement, higher conversion, and deeper loyalty. It's like building mini brands within your brand, each one speaking directly to a specific need or identity, automated but deeply human in delivery. Content creation used to be one of the most time consuming parts of branding. Now, AI tools like ChatGPT, Jasper, or Writer can help generate headlines, copy, and even long form articles in your brand voice. But it's not just about speed, it's about consistency and data backed decisions. AI can learn your tone, enforce brand guidelines, and even A B testing variations automatically. By using AI to analyze which phrase resonates with your audience and which one falls flat, you can optimize not just for engagement, but for impact. It becomes easier to tailor tone for different platforms while maintaining a unified voice. And when paired with human creativity, the results are elevated, more nuanced storytelling, sharper calls to action, and content that adapts in real time. So, digital visual identity with AI support. Well, visual identity is evolving with AI too. Tools like Midjourney, DALL-E, and Canva's AI features allows designer to generate branded assets, logos, ads, and social posts rapidly and with immensely creative variety. Now, AI accelerates the ideation phase, providing a visual sandbox to test concepts before refining them manually. This doesn't mean your brand visuals become generic or templated. In fact, it frees up designers to spend more time on strategic refinement. AI helps suggest color palettes based on emotion, font pairings that match brand personality, and even layouts proven to convert. The end result? Well, a visual identity that is as emotionally intelligent as it is visually consistent. User experience isn't just about aesthetics, it's about flow, feedback, and personalization. So AI tools like Hotjar, Full Story, and Google Analytics with machine learning now provide deep insights into how users actually interact with your website or app. They can highlight friction points, drop-offs, and confusion without needing constant manual analysis. With this data, we can optimize navigation, adjust CTAs, personalize layouts, and even recommend next apps based on user behavior. AI helps create digital experiences that feels intuitive and seamless, like they were custom built for each individual. It's a level of empathy at scale that wasn't possible before, and it directly impacts brand perception and loyalty. Reputation is everything, and managing it in an age of social media is complex. So, AI tools like Brandwatch, Sprout, Social, and Mention can now track your brand across internet in real time, surfacing praise, criticism, and potential crises. That means you don't have to wait for a PR disaster. You can get ahead of it before it even hits your radar. AI also identifies sentiment trends, flagging repeated concerns or praises. This gives you the opportunity to adjust messaging address customer issues quickly, and amplify positive feedback. It's a way of maintaining trust and authority by staying aware, responsive, and transparent without overwhelming your team with manual monitoring. So marketing campaigns no longer need to rely solely on intuition. AI allows us to test dozens, if not hundreds of variables at once, from subject lines and creatives to CTA placements and audience segments. Now this multivariate testing used to be expensive and slow. Now it's fast, affordable, and incredibly insightful. Not only can AI help determine what works best, it can automatically implement changes in real time based on performance. Campaigns can self-optimize, adapting content and timing based on user engagement. That means that you get better ROI, smarter use of ad spend, and more time for your team to focus on strategy rather than chasing metrics. Brand equity has traditionally been hard to quantify, but machine learning is changing that also. By analyzing sentiment, engagement, share of voice, customer reviews, and loyalty metrics, AI can offer a dynamic, data-driven view of how your brand is perceived. It's like having a real-time brand health report at your fingertips. With this insight, you're not just guessing if your rebrand worked or if a campaign resonated, you're seeing clear indicators. You can track how brand perception shifts after a product launch or crisis and adjust strategy accordingly. It brings branding into the same measurable space as performance marketing, finally giving creatives and strategists the tool they deserve. AI is an incredible ally for consistency. It can audit your content, flag off brand phrases, and even auto-detect visuals that stray from your guidelines. But what's equally exciting is how it encourages innovation. With AI feedback loops, you can experiment, learn what works, and apply those insights across teams instantly. In fact, in fast-moving markets, for example, consistency shouldn't mean rigidity. AI allows you to remain flexible while staying true to your core. You can adapt your messaging, visuals, and campaigns without compromising your brand's DNA. This balance between alignment and agility is what separates stagnant brands from those that lead, and AI makes it all possible. So, some final key takeaways and conclusions. To wrap this up, the future of branding is enhanced by AI, not replaced by it. From identity to user experience, campaigns to consistency, AI offers tools that help us move faster, think smarter, and connect deeper with our audiences. But at the core, your brand's mission, tone, and values must lead the way. AI is here to augment your strategy, not dictate it. The brands that will thrive are those that blend human creativity with machine learning. So take these insights, apply them to your brand strategy, and stay open to learning, testing, and evolving. Because the future of branding belongs to those who evolve with it. With this, let me know if you have any questions, and let's move to our next lesson.